Brampton West.
Hey, hey.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to announce that on August 6, 2012, my riding of Kildonan St. Paul will have the privilege of hosting the RCMP musical ride. Having started well over a century ago, the world-renowned musical ride represents a colorful tradition in Canada's history through the horse and the scarlet uniform. The musical ride is performed by a full troupe of 32 riders and horses, plus the member in charge, demanding utmost control, timing, and coordination, a true example of talent and discipline. The RCMP musical ride provides Canadians from coast to coast with the opportunity to experience a unique part of our heritage and national identity. I want to thank Mayor Bruce Henley and the councillors of West St. Paul, as well as Sergeant Paul Gilligan from the RCMP's East St. Paul detachment for their hard work to secure the RCMP musical ride right in my riding. I want to invite all my constituents, all members of this House, to come out and enjoy this wonderful experience and the full festivities on August 6th at the Sonova Centre in West St. Paul, Manitoba.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. This time last year, the Conservative government was so concerned about violating postal workers' rights that it felt no need to take even a single day to enable Quebec MPs to celebrate Quebec's National Day in their ridings. What a lack of respect and dignity for a party that brags about recognizing the Quebecois nation. But Quebecers can see through this. They know that the Conservatives have not treated them with respect and have not met their legitimate demands with respect to the long gun registry and young offenders. The NDP has achieved what the Liberals and Conservatives couldn't, that is a national reconciliation within Canada. Now the Quebec Fête Nationale is approaching, and we want to maintain the trust of Quebecers.
The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
This past weekend, we marked the 200-year anniversary of the War of 1812. British North America faced retaliation by American armies for press gangs and a blockade. At the time, many echoed Thomas Jefferson's bold prediction that an American victory was inevitable and would be a mere matter of marching. Yet the small and professional British Army, alongside colonial militia and Indian allies, were able to repel repeated American invasions. The War of 1812 ensured that the historic traditions of British liberty would live on in North America. It gave strength to the Canadian militia movement and to the notion of a citizen's duty and responsibility to bear arms for the defense of the nation. These same principles of freedom, liberty, and voluntary military service are just as important today as they were 200 years ago. We remember the sacrifices made by our soldiers then and now. Today we share the world's longest non-militarized border with the United States. May it be that way for our children and all future generations.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the inauguration of the Jean Chrétien Museum in Shawinigan on June 15th enabled us to appreciate the great contribution made by this Prime Minister to Canada's development. The museum traces the political career of the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien and the development of Canada's foreign policy over the past few decades. We cannot dissociate Jean Chrétien from Canada's place in the world beginning in the early 1960s. He was a contemporary of Lester B. Pearson and Pierre-Elliott Trudeau. Mr. Chrétien worked hard over the years and was a prestigious minister in various positions. The museum pays tribute to the politician and also to the humanist who knew the major leaders around the world. It is a message of hope.
Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pay tribute to the internship program that my office has benefited from this year. The Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs Parliamentary Internship Program is an annual competition for university graduates who have an interest in governmental affairs. The program provides MPs from across party lines with competent assistance and gives university graduates an opportunity to supplement their theoretical knowledge of Parliament with practical experience. Each year, dozens of graduates vie for one of up to 10 coveted opportunities to work with an MP of their choice. The interns gain a wealth of experience and earn a living allowance paid for by the centre, not by taxpayers. I was honoured this year to have one of the successful applicants, Jason Sagman, chose to work for me, and I'm grateful for the many tasks he helped me with throughout the year. Jason did everything from research work, constituents correspondence, hosting visitors, committee work, and writing speeches for various occasions, including member statements. Thank you, Jason, and the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, even though the Quebec members in this House may not believe it, the travel section in La Presse newspaper has called Ville-Marie the most beautiful village in Quebec, and it is in my riding, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And we're not talking about Ville-Marie in Montreal. Ville-Marie is a hidden jewel and has a great food festival, miniature art, boomtown architecture, a historic site at Fort Témiscamingue. There are performances in the park, and the beautiful Lake Témiscamingue, which has been called the most beautiful lake in Quebec, according to the magazine Actualité. So I share my pride along with the residents of Ville-Marie and my riding. I want to congratulate Mayor Bernard Flébus and his team and invite everyone to visit Témiscamingue and the most beautiful village in Quebec, Ville-Marie, this summer.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Hope, growth, and opportunity. These are the outcomes we seek as we advance our ideals in policy or legislation. A government that keeps taxes low while making balanced budgets a priority is a government setting the stage for long-term economic growth. We will not solve our problems with debt financing and easy money, for no nation has ever taxed itself into prosperity. By reducing needless and overlapping regulations, we fuel growth. Making hard decisions today means avoiding impossible ones tomorrow, like we experienced in the 1990s, and today are witnessing in parts of Europe because of years of chronic and reckless overspending. Governments need to prioritize what is important and what is not. It should focus more on education and less on corporate handouts, reward work, not idleness, and understand our great challenges as a nation will not be solved by government officials, but by the hard work and ingenuity of ordinary, hard-working Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last election, Conservatives made a commitment to establish a new national park in the Golden Horseshoe. We reinforced that commitment in the speech from the throne and in the budget. This government is delivering on that commitment. Several weeks ago, the government announced more than $140 million in funding over the next 10 years to establish Rouge National Urban Park and over $7 million a year in annual operating funding. This new national park has generated a lot of excitement, and the public will soon have an opportunity to provide their input through public consultations. This new national park will be accessible to the more than 8 million Canadians who live in the Golden Horseshoe. It will be a wonderful opportunity for Canadians, especially new Canadians, to get acquainted with the great outdoors and to connect, many for the first time, with Canada's national park system. This new national park, along with the fact that in the last 6 years, more space has been added to our national park system than in any previous period, shows this government's commitment to Canada's national parks.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
It is inspiring to observe grace and dignity in politics because they are rare commodities. Anne McGrath, the Chief of Staff to the late Jack Layton and to the subsequent leaders of the official opposition, possesses such rare qualities. Anne McGrath is tough, insightful, and effective. Her determination and strong principles of social justice gave her the authority to be trusted by all sides. Her insights and advice always sought and always respected. Most of all, if you look around at the young people working on Parliament Hill, so many have learned a trade from her. Anne McGrath est un modèle pour les jeunes femmes.
She is a model for young women, and we would be sorry to see her leave. She has great devotion.
Hill. We wish her well in all her future endeavors. And Anne, on behalf of all New Democrats and this House, thank you. Merci.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Public Safety Committee studied and adopted our Conservative government's proposed regulations to end the backdoor long gun registry and ensure the will of Parliament is respected with regard to ending the wasteful and effective long gun registry for good.
Absolutely.
However, the member from Gatineau stated that the NDP has no position on bringing back this wasteful and ineffective measure that has done nothing to reduce crime. I'd remind her that the NDP leader said he would work to register firearms. Everyone in the NDP will follow. Rather than trying to hide their anti-Western and rural agenda from Canadians, I encourage them to be upfront with the hunters and farmers whose livelihoods they want to impact. The truth is, Conservatives are the only ones who will stand up for the rights of law-abiding gun owners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame de Gaz-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today, World Refugee Day, to talk about the Conservatives' contempt for women. Bill C-31 is the anti-refugee bill. Conservatives are directly attacking the most vulnerable women, especially those who are seeking asylum because they are survivors of sexual violence. The government couldn't care less. The government has also attacked women under Bill C-10, putting more women in prison for minor crimes, even though statistics show that most women in prison are also women. The omnibus budget bill that was passed on Monday will change the Employment Equity Act, and once again, women will not have fairness when they are hired. Then we have Motion 312 that deals with abortion. Only 6% of women trust this Prime Minister. This is a sad result. Luckily, the NDP will always be there to defend women.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscataba Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the new NDP leader threatens dangerous economics experiments, job-killing taxes, and reckless spending that the average everyday Canadian simply cannot afford. He and his team have blocked measures that put the rights of victims first and have fought to defend a criminal justice system that privileges the rights of criminals instead. The NDP have gone to great lengths to prevent responsible resource development, the right over our natural resources, going so far as to travel abroad to criticize Canada. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP even went as far as to call a sector of our economy a disease. Our government will continue to put the interests of Canadians first. Unfortunately, the NDP leader has made it clear that the NDP do not stand for the interests of everyday, hardworking Canadian families.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that opening new markets and creating new business opportunities leads to jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians.
Hear, hear.
That's why we're committed to deepening Canada's trading relationships with the dynamic and fast-growing economies of the Asia-Pacific. The 9 current members of the Trans-Pacific Partnership represent a market of 510 million people and a GDP of nearly $18 trillion. Yesterday, Canada welcomed the support of all TPP members for our participation in the negotiations toward an agreement that will enhance trade in the Asia-Pacific region and will provide greater economic opportunity for all Canadians. Once again, our government is delivering on our pro-trade plan. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture applauded the news, saying the TPP represents significant market opportunities for Canadian farmers and a strong boost to the Canadian economy. Right. Our government looks forward to helping develop a 21st century agreement as a full and ambitious partner at the table.
Here, here. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, early in the morning, a few days from now on the coast of Ireland, a few families will be lighting candles and sending them into the water. In Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, and Vancouver, people will come together and reflect on the terrible events of June the 23rd, 1985, when hundreds of children, women and men were killed by bombs that were built and set in Canada. These families and friends have kept this vigil for 27 long years. There's no closure for them, only memories that make the loss seem as if it happened yesterday. That's all that.
The Air India bombing was a horrible act of violence and terror. Even Canadians took too long to appreciate its impact.
It's the courage and dignity of those who died, as well as those who live. And we remember the words that are found on each monument across this country and in Ireland, memorializing these lives. Time flies, suns rise and shadows fall. Let it pass by. Love reigns forever over all.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, on June 23, 1985, 331 people lost their lives in the bombing of Air India Flight 182. 280 of them were Canadian citizens. On behalf of New Democrats, I want to express our deepest sympathies to the families of the victims. For too long, some have looked on the Air India disaster as a foreign tragedy, but it was a Canadian tragedy, the worst example of mass murder and terrorism in our country's history. The families, friends, and communities of the victims still feel the profound loss of this tragedy, a loss that has had to be relived through the lengthy investigation and prosecution process. I invite all Canadians today to join New Democrats and all parties in honouring the memory of the victims of the Air India tragedy. As parliamentarians, we stand with the community and resolve to ensure that these acts of violence are never repeated.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday marks the 27th anniversary of the bombing of Air India's Flight 182, the anniversary of this atrocity which took the lives of 280 Canadians, including my cousin's husband, is a stark reminder that Canada is by no means immune from the threat of terrorism. The first duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe. I am proud that our government has responded in the recommendations of Justice Major's report through the Air India Report Action Plan. It responds to the 6 key areas, including combating the financing of terrorism, streamlining the prosecution of terrorism offences, and protecting air travellers. We have also recently announced the first recipients of the funding under the Kanishka project to ensure that Canada is a world leader in research into combating terrorism. As we approach the solemn anniversary, I encourage all members of this House to work to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence. I now invite honourable members to rise. Thank you, colleagues. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for months this Conservative government has been begging to be led into the Trans-Pacific trade negotiations. The question now is, what did the Prime Minister give up just to get a seat at the table? Did he agree to limit access to low-cost prescription drugs? Did he sell out poultry, dairy and egg farmers by agreeing to dismantle supply management the way he dismantled the wheat board? Can the Prime Minister tell this House right now that he will not limit access to generic drugs and that he will not dismantle supply management? Can he simply tell us for once, yes or no?
Good question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the government has made no such commitments. We have indicated for some time that Canada was more than willing to aspire to the same high ambitions that other members of the Trans-Pacific Partnership have. I know the depth of the NDP's ideological aversion to trade, but on this side of the House, we believe very strongly that the Asia-Pacific region is a growing region, and it is very necessary for this country to not just be part of this process, but to make sure that we're able to increase exports in order to create jobs and growth for Canadian families.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says that he has made no concession, but the negotiations for the Trans-Pacific Partnership began 2 years ago. There have already been 12 rounds of negotiations. The Prime Minister admitted yesterday that he would not try to reopen any file that had already been negotiated. So we must ask, what did the Prime Minister agree to give up for a seat at the negotiating table? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. And our analysis of this negotiations to date is that they are at a very preliminary stage, and it is important for Canada to participate. For us, trade is very important for the Canadian economy. I know very well the NDP's opposition to any kind of international trade, but that is an ideological stance for us and for Canadian families. We feel that it is important to have access to our imports to global markets, especially in growing regions such as the Asia and the Pacific. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It's all very vague, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are entitled to know what the Conservatives are going to sacrifice on the altar of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So what concessions were made by the Prime Minister? Did he accept all the clauses that have already been negotiated in Canada's absence? Yes or no? The dismantlement of supply management? Yes or no? Access to generic drugs? Is that on the table? Yes or no? What is the answer? Why doesn't he be transparent and say clearly for once and for all what Canada has given up to be a partner in these negotiations? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, Canada is at the table to promote and defend all of our interests. And that is very important in today's global economy. I know that the NDP claims that we can ignore the world of trade, but that is not the economic reality. This party is the party that has established our free trade agreement with the United States. That has been a great success for our country, and we intend to keep our systems and to promote our exports across the world.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In 2010, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board said, and I quote, "The Parliamentary Budget Officer has improved how decisions are made by Parliament." But the Minister of Foreign Affairs does not agree. He claimed yesterday that the Parliamentary Budget Officer overstepped his mandate. So once again, there is more disagreement among the Conservatives. Who is telling the truth? Do the Conservatives really think that Kevin Page overstepped his mandate? Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Right off the top that it's never been the position of this government to interpret the mandate of the budget officer the way that he interprets his mandate. And indeed, we have echoes of that from opposition members. I recall the 2009 unanimous all-party committee report on the PBO that said, and I quote, "The committee is of the opinion that the PBO's approach is inconsistent with the Act governing his position," Mr. Speaker. So this seems to be a general consensus in this House. We simply ask the PBO do his job, and of course we'll do our job through the regular means of reporting to Parliament.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday a different minister made outrageous accusations, and frankly, he's got it wrong. The PBO has a legal opinion backing him up. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has a legal right to free and timely access to any financial or economic data. They have the nerve to accuse Kevin Page of breaking his legal mandate, even though it's the Conservatives that are breaking their own law by withholding information. Mr. Speaker, if they actually believe their ridiculous accusations, well, they repeat them outside this House and provide some examples.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
The member is relying on lawyers. We're relying on an all-party unanimous report from a committee of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that said that the Parliamentary Budget Officer's approach is inconsistent with the Act governing his position. We are relying on that, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we are fully reporting to this Parliament through the regular means, through the quarterly reports, through the public accounts, through other means that we have available to this Parliament to report to parliamentarians and to the people of Canada on the plans of this budget, which are designed to grow jobs and opportunity for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the Conservative Party's plan in 2006, a document says clearly that the plan to guarantee the transparency of budget documents says they will create a parliamentary budget office that will be independent and that would require all ministers and federal agencies to provide accurate and timely information to this parliamentary budget office. So, Mr. Speaker, how can a parliament officer overstep his mandate? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the Liberal Party says, it is this Conservative Party that put this office into place, and we understand its mandate. And as usual, we will provide all the information, all parliamentary information.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the trouble with what's taken place is that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has asked for information from departments, and he's done so according to the Act which was passed by this House with respect to giving him powers, which Act is, if I may say so, consistent with the Conservative Party plan which they presented to people in 2006, where they said that information from government departments will be given to the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer in a timely manner. Complete. And a timely manner that is also complete. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister again, how is this going beyond his powers, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the right honourable Prime Minister.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the Liberal Party noted, it was in fact this party, this government, that established the Parliamentary Budget Office. And so this government is more than familiar with its intention in terms of the mandate it has set up. In terms of specific information, we give information to all parliamentarians on a complete and timely basis. There are a number of means through which we do that, and we will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, another feature of the Conservative plan in 2006 was that there would be something called fixed election dates. The fixed election date now is supposed to be sometime in the fall of 2015. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is it still the government's plan to proceed with an election in the fall of 2015 when, in fact, there are several provinces which have an election on the same date? If the Prime Minister is going to change the date, can he tell us what he's going to change it to, Mr. Speaker?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't know the timing of the next election was still a subject in which the leader of the Liberal Party was keenly interested. But I do have to say that we have noted, as he has just noted, that the date in law currently conflicts with several provincial elections that will occur at the same time. We are talking to our friends, the provinces, about how to resolve this. And I can assure parliamentarians we will bring forward a proposal on this well before the next election.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the international community is once again pointing at Canada for systematic obstruction of environmental negotiations. We have another fossil prize for a prehistoric Conservative government. Instead of working with their partners, the Conservatives are doing everything they can to gut environmental agreements. We can either participate and foster sustainable development or block progress. Why don't the Conservatives let people who are serious about it work on it instead of blocking their efforts?
Mr. Speaker, the Chemical Management Plan, the Air Quality Health Index, Sustainable Development or Technology Development Canada, world leader in corporate social responsibility practices, green accounting practices pioneered here by Stats Canada. This is the real track record of Canada. This is our environmental track record. We are world leaders in environmental stewardship.
Absolutely.
We should be taking pride in this instead of taking pride in awards that are presented by false organizations.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I'm proud when the international community is calling us out for our inaction. Today, and the last time I announced in this House that we won the Fossil of the Year award, they were foolish enough to applaud. Well, spoiler alert, it's not a good thing. We did it again. We've won this dubious dishonor at the Earth Summit in Rio, watering down language aimed at protecting fisheries and oceans and trouncing on our environmental record with the Conservative Trojan horse budget bill. So will the Conservatives provide real action on environment both here and abroad?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, since the last Rio conference in 1992, Canada has doubled its amount of parkland protected in this country. We've cleaned up Lake Simcoe. We've invested in Lake Winnipeg. For the first time, we're seeing the stabilization of growth in greenhouse gas emissions while our economy grows. Our government understands that you can have environmental stewardship and economic growth, a principle the NDP has no understanding of. Mr. Speaker, our track record speaks for itself. Our environment is in good hands with the Conservative government. I hope the NDP will support our budgetary measures to continue this good work.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the truth is the last month has seen many major oil spills in Canada. 250,000-litre oil spill near Elk Point, a 500,000-litre spill into the Red Deer River, threatening the water supply, nearly 1 million litres in northern Alberta. And the Conservative response has been to cut corners on reviewing the Northern Gateway Pipeline. Now, BCers and all Canadians want strong rules that protect public health and the environment, and the NDP agrees with them. So will Conservatives now listen to reason, listen to Canadians, and stop gutting environmental protection rules?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, this pipeline comes under provincial jurisdiction. Technology is constantly progressing, making pipeline transportation more safe. Also, our government is taking concrete measures to improve the safety of pipelines. We are doubling the number of verifications. We are increasing the number of annual inspections by 50% rather, and we are imposing sanctions on people who break the law. Measures that the the opposition party opposed.
It actually done is given Cabinet special powers, allowing Conservative politicians to override experts and scientists. There's a word for this, Mr. Speaker. It's wrong. Les conservateurs ne passent pas seulement.
The Conservatives are not only gutting environmental assessment, they are sabotaging the entire process. Over half of the pipeline companies inspected by the National Energy Board do not have adequate safety mechanisms in place. We in the NDP believe that Canadian families deserve better than that. Why are they endangering Canadians' health and safety? Why are they taking these irresponsible actions?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I said many times, we are increasing environmental protection. We are putting over $165 million to improve maritime protection and pipeline protection. Pipeline technology has improved over the last 50 years, increased sophistication of leak detection systems, pipeline inspection technology, improvements in pipeline coating technologies, manufacturing quality control has improved pipeline quality. In addition to that, we are continuing to focus on protection of the environment, and no project will go ahead unless it is safe for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Believe that I have a pipeline for sale. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians are very concerned about the closures of Coast Guard stations on our coast. They understand the Coast Guard is the front line of safety on the ocean. But so far, Conservatives have been deaf to their concerns. Conservative cuts will mean only 2 marine communication centres to monitor 27,000 kilometres of coastline and delay response times off Vancouver, the busiest port in the country. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives listen to the people of British Columbia and reverse these risky coastline or these Coast Guard cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said many times, the top priority of the Canadian Coast Guard is the safety of mariners. Our government is committed to reducing the deficit and has found a fair, balanced and moderate savings to meet these goals. Canadians can be assured that the efficiencies planned will have no impact on the world-class rescue services that Canadians from coast to coast have come to rely on. Our government remains steadfast in supporting the Canadian Coast Guard. That's why we've made major investments in Budget 2012 in fleet renewal. Thank you.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this minister just doesn't get it. Perhaps if there was somebody in his caucus who could explain to him the seriousness of this, the minister would understand that these cuts are bad for the West Coast. Just like the HST, the Conservatives are imposing changes on British Columbia without any consultation. And Conservative BC MPs end up saying one thing to their constituents while voting a different way here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, does the minister agree bureaucrats are responsible for these cuts, or will he take responsibility for the decisions of DFO?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier in my previous answer to the member opposite, that we are finding efficiencies within the Coast Guard and not putting anybody at risk, certainly our mariners, Mr. Speaker. It's a top priority of the Canadian Coast Guard, and it's something that Canadians want us to do, provide service and save Canadian tax dollars at the same time, Mr. Speaker. We believe we're doing that, and certainly I personally would never put anybody at risk or jeopardy through efficiencies gained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Yesterday, the Minister of Defence dismissed the Chairman of the Military Police Complaints Commission's request for documents relating to the suicide of Corporal Langridge. The family is entitled to answers. Mr. Speaker, I served in the Canadian Forces as a medical assistant. I saw for myself how present psychological distress can be and how our troops are often left to fend for themselves. The minister loves to talk about his support for our troops, so why doesn't he prove it and finally turn over all the documents? The Minister of Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Military Police Complaints Commission, we are supporting it. We have, in fact, provided additional funding. I have met with Mrs. Fines on this very tragic case. What is unfortunate is that she and members of the opposition continue to try to argue this case on the floor of the House of Commons, rather than letting the Military Police Complaints Commission do its important work. So we'll continue to support that process, and in the meantime, we'll continue to work towards doubling the number of mental health professionals that we have in the employment of the Canadian Forces. We'll continue to support joint personal support units, make investments in the care and well-being of the members of the military and their families, and she and her caucus and fellow Travelers will vote against it.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence made quite a statement yesterday. He said that his own desire to keep information secret trumps the Fines family's need for closure and the truth, and the request from the chair of the Military Police Complaints Commission. What Corporal Language saw in Afghanistan was so traumatic.
Member for St. John's East has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, what Corporal Language saw in Afghanistan was so traumatic that he couldn't explain it to his family or his therapist. He self-admitted to hospital. He needed to be on suicide watch, but he wasn't given that protection. What is it about this case that makes the minister want to hold back information?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think that was the honourable member's truth calling, but he's not answering. Mr. Speaker, none of what he said is true, actually. And again, arguing the facts of this case on the floor of the House of Commons is completely inappropriate. Last night I heard his seatmate, the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, say that Mr. Justice Lesage understands the military justice system. He's one of the experts in the country. Just this past week, I tabled a report from the same Mr. Justice Lesage. What did he say in the report? He upheld the solemnity of solicitor-client privilege. Why does the honourable member so selectively quote from the Supreme Court and Mr. Justice Lesage?
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, he knows he has the authority to waive it. The chair of the commission is looking for three things. One, the legal reasoning why a suicide watch was not given to Corporal Language. Two,
floor back to the honourable member for St. John's East, and we'll quickly move on. The honourable member for St. John's East.
The chair wants three things. The legal reasoning why a suicide watch wasn't given to Corporal Language. Who decided to deny the next of kin status to Corporal Language's family, and why? And three, the rationale behind DND's flawed investigation. What is it about these three things that threatens and scares the minister so much? Do we need to wait for a new minister to be appointed before we get this disclosure, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat again, the member is a lawyer. He understands, I'm sure, basic law, which is the solicitor-client privilege, which has been upheld repeatedly by the Supreme Court. He knows that this is to protect clients, including Canadian Forces members and military police. Why does he not want to have military police be able to avail themselves of the very same protections that are so important in our legal system? Why does he want to interfere with a public hearing by playing out the facts of the case before the House of Commons, before the hearing has reached its conclusion?
Why? The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister is an expert in baseless smears against his opponents. But when it comes time to take accountability for his own action, the member disappears. I will be moving a motion tomorrow at the Ethics Committee to call the Parliamentary Secretary so he can respond to these very serious allegations of election fraud. Will the Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister, who sits on the Ethics Committee, commit here and now to actually showing up and supporting the motion, or will he step aside while this cloud of Conservative corruption hangs over his head?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we all know why this member wants to drag his smears before a parliamentary committee, because there he'll have the same privilege that he has here, which is to make any allegations, however unproven and however counterfactual, without ever having to prove them. That is a privilege to which most Canadians are not entitled, and one that he claimed he would give up late last week when he bragged that he was going to run outside and repeat his allegations, something he failed to do.
The honourable member for York West.
The Prime Minister has launched his OAS pension tax grab, a plan imposing a $30,000 tax on the poorest of the poor. Prime Minister says he needs this money more than low-income seniors struggling to make ends meet. He says this while spending $8 million to advertise the new plan. Would the Prime Minister please admit that taking $8 million out of the pocket of low-income, soon-to-be seniors to print things like boastful brochures is hurting some of Canada's most vulnerable seniors?
Very good question.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'll state in this House that there will be no reductions in seniors' pensions. In order to ensure the sustainability of OAS, the age of eligibility will gradually be raised from 65 to 67 from 2023 to 2029. Our government is committed to sustainable social programs and a secure retirement for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative MPs like the member from Nanaimo, Alberni, are openly criticising their government's decision to close the Kitsilano Coast Guard base and 3 marine communication centres in BC. He correctly points out BC is prone to regular earthquakes that can shut down communication stations, as well as maintenance issues with hovercraft will affect the crowded Vancouver Port and English Bay. If the government won't listen to this House or experts, will it at least listen to its own members and reverse this dangerous decision?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Again, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the changes that we're proposing with the Canadian Coast Guard will not impact on the safety of mariners in no way, shape or form, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, Canadians can be assured that the service that is provided by the Canadian Coast Guard from coast to coast to coast will continue as it has in the past in a safe and efficient manner. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to again mention the fact that we have committed a huge amount of dollars in budget to 2012 for the renewal of the Canadian Coast Guard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the government says that the TPP talks are in a preliminary stage. The fact is that there have been 12 rounds of negotiations, and Canada won't be allowed to join the 13th in July. In contrast, the Conservatives claim that the CETA negotiations are nearing completion, and that's after only 9 rounds. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the TPP talks are well advanced, and the U.S. Trade Office says that Canada cannot change anything agreed to date by the original 9 members. Will the Minister explain why it took 2 years for Canada to be admitted, and what exactly did we give up to do so?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government remains focused on the priorities of Canadians, which are, of course, our economic growth, job creation, and long-term prosperity. And that member should understand that trade is a key driver of economic growth, which is why we're so focused on expanding trade in the Asia-Pacific economies. I wish that member would join with us in building economic prosperity rather than shooting from the sidelines.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in favour of free trade when it's for the benefit of Canadians, but the Conservatives are always prepared to sacrifice Canadian interests without getting anything in return. Look at softwood lumber or Buy American. Now they're offering up supply management just to be able to sit at the table of the TPP without any guarantee of benefits, no veto, nothing. Are the Conservatives prepared to tell us now what is on the table at these negotiations now?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as usual, the NDP has it all wrong. As in all of our international trade obligations, our government will vigorously promote Canadian interests across all sectors. What we seek, Mr. Speaker, is a balanced outcome. That has been the case in every single free trade agreement that Canada has ever signed. But of course, the NDP is ideologically opposed to trade. In fact, they voted against every single free trade agreement that Canada has ever passed into law. Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago, Conservatives promised to reduce healthcare wait times, but this promise, like so many others, has been broken. The Wait Times Alliance report shows that wait times are now on the rise. This on top of the Conservatives' unilaterally imposed funding formula, which shortchanges provinces and territories by over $30 billion. So can the Minister explain why the Conservatives have broken their promises and failed Canadians so miserably on health care?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've made progress working with the provinces and the territories on wait times, but there is obviously still room for improvements in the healthcare system. To help the provinces and the territories make even more improvements, we're increasing the federal health transfer funding to record levels, reaching $40 billion by the end of the decade. More than that, Mr. Speaker, we're investing significantly in health research and innovation that we hope will help people avoid the hospital altogether. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The minister knows that our health system is in need of reforms. Reforms to provide services like home care, like long-term care, reforms to provide cheaper and more accessible medication, all things that her government committed to in the health accords. So can the minister tell us what she plans on doing now about rising healthcare wait times, or are her government's commitments made in the health accords not worth the paper they're written on?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've stated before, with working with the provinces, we have increased transfers to the provinces, which the Liberal Party cut it back in the day. Mr. Speaker, the $40 billion will be invested in areas of priority by the provinces and territories. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have made significant investments in areas of health research, in Aboriginal suicide prevention, in physical activity, in tobacco reductions, in diabetes, and much more, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, it's truly important that we seek to remember and commemorate those who have fought and died in the service of Canada. They made the ultimate sacrifice, and we owe them a debt that cannot be repaid. I was shocked and dismayed to hear that 11 headstones were vandalized in a war cemetery in Belgium. The vandalized graves included the headstone of Canadian Second World War pilot Joseph Beasley. Would the minister please comment on this senseless and shameful act of vandalism?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to praise the hard work of the member of Dufferin-Caledon for bringing a private member bill in this House where every member can support a bill that will support and protect the war memorial and the memory of our brave Canadian. Regarding, Mr. Speaker, what happened in Belgium, acts of heartless vandalism against the graves of our fallen heroes are truly unacceptable. That's why I've instructed my official to make sure that repairs are and will be made. Monsieur le Président, nous nous souvenons.
Mr. Speaker, we will remember them.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Canada Day is coming up, but it won't be a happy one for many refugees who lose their health care coverage on July the 1st. After that date, some pregnant women who arrive in Canada as refugee claimants will have no prenatal or obstetrical care at all. Where does the minister expect these women to give birth? Today, on World Refugee Day, will the minister reverse these reckless and short-sighted cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, after these changes, all of the re-established refugees who we welcome and the vast majority of asylum claimants would receive that kind of care. However, it seems to be the NDP's position that even failed and false asylum claimants who have had the benefit of due process, whose claims have been rejected by our fair legal system, who want to stay in Canada illegally for several years, should continue receiving federally funded health benefits, including supplementary benefits that are not available to tax-paying Canadians, and we fundamentally disagree.
Once again, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Those comments are so misleading and so callous. Mr. Speaker, these cuts will harm the most vulnerable. A refugee child suffering from epilepsy in Canada will no longer get their medication as of July the 1st. As a teacher, I can tell you, when a child has seizures in the classroom, it affects the learning environment of every single child. What does the minister have to say to the parents of these children? Will the minister deny essential medicine to children in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
No, once again, Mr. Speaker, all resettled refugees, the vast majority of asylum claimants will continue to receive comprehensive, medically necessary care, the same kind of care that is available to all Canadian residents and citizens through their tax-funded provincial health systems. We will, however, remove supplementary benefits like dental care and glasses that are not available to Canadians through their taxpayer-funded system, and we will not continue to give federal health insurance to rejected, failed asylum claimants who, after all, have lost the privilege of remaining in Canada.
Exactly.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. At the end of the month, many refugees will lose access to health care. How can we tell a woman suffering from post-traumatic stress that she can no longer receive antidepressants or see a psychiatrist for treatment? Mr. Speaker, how can we tell a mother who's recently arrived in the country, fleeing danger and war, that neither she nor her child are eligible for care? Will the Conservatives reverse their decision to cut access to health care for refugees? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, all resettled refugees and most asylum seekers will continue to receive basic health care for all services that are currently available under provincial programs. What we will be eliminating is coverage for certain supplementary benefits that are not available to Canadian taxpayers, and we will put an end to health care for people whose claims have been rejected and are not entitled to stay here. The Honourable Member. In the past, Canada was cited as an example as a country with a balanced immigration system, offering a safe haven to those people who are fleeing war, threats and suffering. Now, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees has sounded the alarm on the Conservatives' policy for mandatory detention of refugees. When will the Conservatives stop their attacks on refugees and put in place a system that is effective and fair? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, here we have the NDP attacking Canadians' generosity again. Our country accepts 1 out of every 10 resettled refugees throughout the world. We accept more resettled refugees than any other country in the developed world on a per capita basis. Our government is currently increasing the number of refugees and has done so by 20%. We have increased the assistance program for refugees by 20%. We're doing more than any other developed country to help refugees and to provide them with protection.
Member for Sydney, Victoria. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the OECD released a report on Canada's international aid program. Now, the report raised concerns that Canada lacks a clear, consistent vision for development aid. This shows a total lack of leadership and direction from the very top. The Prime Minister likes to lecture the world on how to handle their finances. When will the Prime Minister admit that he has no strategy for Canada's overseas development assistance, and when will he fire the minister that should have no confidence in this House?
The Honourable Ministers, International Cooperation.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, the report also said that Canada is a more concentrated donor than it was previously, and thus a more effective one. It also praises Canada for its international aid programs. It untied its aid, which means there's 30% more food getting to the people who need it. It also recognized we meet our commitments. We doubled our international assistance, and we doubled our commitment to Africa. This means we're getting results. It means that 8,000 farmers are now receiving 3% more income for their families in Africa.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations and Métis served honourably during the War of 1812. Their invaluable role in that conflict should receive appropriate gratitude and celebration. On the Walpole Island First Nation, there's a cairn containing the remains of Chief Tecumseh. The mortar is falling out from between the stones. There's no picture. There's no story of how he fought for Canada and died. With all the government is spending to mark the War of 1812, what will it take for them to work with Chief and Council and fix this?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, let me first of all agree with the member opposite that this House, in fact this country, is indeed very proud of those who served and fought in the War of 1812. It was the fight for Canada. We have set aside a substantial amount of money to make sure that these kinds of markers of our past are shown the due respect that they are recognized. But it is unfortunate, of course, that opposition parties have attacked our government for doing exactly what she suggests we ought to be doing. We are going across this country looking for projects around the country like this one to make sure that those who served and fought in the fight for Canada that was the War of 1812 get the respect that they are indeed due.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives put the finishing touches on their irresponsible changes to employment insurance, I'd like to remind Conservative members across the aisle about our youth, minorities, people with disabilities, temporary foreign workers and seasonal workers. These are all hard-working Canadians who will be hurt this summer by the changes to the EI. So my question is simple. As the Conservatives head back to their ridings, how will they justify these harmful changes to their constituents?
Exactly.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that the individuals who live in my riding of Simcoe Grey are delighted with these changes. Our government's top priority is economic growth and getting Canadians back to work. The government is making improvements to the employment insurance system to ensure a fair system that continues to meet the needs of Canadians is responsive to local needs and local market demands. As we face unprecedented skill shortages across the country, it is critical that we work directly to help Canadians find the jobs they need.
That's right. The Honourable Deputy de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the only plan the Conservatives have is to reduce salaries for all workers. The Conservatives' botched reforms to EI simply don't pass muster. The tourism industry in Shefford is concerned about the consequences of the Conservative attack on seasonal workers. With these irresponsible measures, it will be difficult to find qualified people for the tourism season. Why are the Conservatives attacking businesses, the very businesses that are the economic drivers in my region? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I can tell you that in my riding of Simcoe Grey, the people that are running seasonal industries are delighted with these changes because it means they'll have people to work in their local industries. Our government's top priority is the economy, and that's why through Economic Action Plan 2012 and previous plans, we've created 700,000 net new jobs in this country. We've done a great job creating jobs and encourage the members opposite to support our plan to create jobs in this country.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the record of our government is proud and clear. We stand up tall for our troops. After the decade of darkness when the Liberals were in power, this government has taken unprecedented action at home and abroad to ensure that our troops can serve with dignity. This is especially true with reference to forces members who move to the public sector and their rightful claims to vacation leave entitlement. Can the President of the Treasury Board outline for the House the changes that have been implemented so that prior service of troops is honoured when they move to the public sector?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me honour the honourable member who has done such a great job in his advocacy role for the brave women and men in uniform who put their lives on the line for our country. And in recognition of this and following up on our Budget 2012, our Economic Action Plan commitment, I'm pleased to announce that this government has moved ahead with changes to recognize prior years of service of former members of the Canadian Forces who joined the public service of Canada for the purposes of calculating vacation leave. Details are available at tbs.gc.ca. And, of course, our government will always stand by our women and men who have served their country in our military.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry has extended the time for reviewing Glencore's foreign takeover of Viterra. This is a $7 billion deal involving Canada's biggest grain company. Does the Minister's review include an examination of Glencore's controversial past behaviour? Will a bond be posted to guarantee Glencore's promises about a Regina regional headquarters and $100 million in new investment? And how will the government exactly prevent anti-competitive behaviour in the farm input supply business?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, this was overwhelmingly, the Glencore takeover was overwhelmingly accepted by the Viterra shareholders. It has gone to industry. The member opposite, spending all those years in government, should know the protocol that's involved. It's exactly the same as it was when he was there. As it comes to the competition side, Mr. Speaker, of course, that's the Competition Bureau who takes a separate look at it. We're looking forward to those results as well.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labenne.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By extending the age of eligibility for old age security, the Conservatives have launched a frontal assault on the most vulnerable seniors in our society. Thousands of people who've worked all their lives will see the Conservatives take the food out of their mouths at a time when they need it the most. It's unacceptable to steal from seniors this way, Mr. Speaker. Why steal from seniors instead of helping them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As has been mentioned before in this House, seniors' benefits will not be reduced. In order to maintain the sustainability of OAS, the age of eligibility will be gradually increased from 65 to 67 from 2023 to 2029. We're focused on making sure that social programs in this country are sustainable, unlike the opposition.
The Honourable Member for Grant.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to support Canada's athletes and all those who benefit from the Canadian sports system. We've also supported the hosting of national and international sporting events, including the Canada Games and the Vancouver 2010 Winter Olympics. Soon, our athletes will travel to London to take on the world at the 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Can the Minister of State for Sport please tell this House how our government is assisting our athletes as they train for these prestigious events?
The Honourable Minister of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for a great question. Mr. Speaker, I think I speak for everyone in this House when I say that Canada's athletes are a source of pride and inspiration for all Canadians across the country. That is why we are proud to continue our record-level support for the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees. National sports organizations own the podium so that our athletes can reach the podium at every opportunity. I encourage all Canadians to join together this summer to support our athletes as they take on the world's best in London. Let's go, Canada!
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have abandoned the regions in their most recent budget. Infrastructure has major requirements in my riding, especially for a regional airport to develop the economy, to create jobs and preserve the ones that exist. Last April, when the Prime Minister travelled to Sherbrooke for a photo op, he acknowledged the importance of this project for the region. But now, and since then, in fact, the Conservatives have remained silent. Is the Sherbrooke Airport an important infrastructure priority for this government? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to crisscross Quebec to make announcements of the work being done by this government for economic development. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the issue of jurisdiction isn't something the NDP understands. It's the city of Sherbrooke that is the promoter of this file, and they would like us to step in for the people there to make their own decisions. We support these actors. The Prime Minister said it was important, but because we're not the promoters, we'll wait for them to call upon us. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are setting Quebecers adrift. In 2009, they promised that the old ship at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute would be replaced by a new boat that was tailored to Quebec's needs. They flip-flopped, and they're depriving scientists at the research centre in Montjoly of a new vessel that was to be delivered shortly. The ship will go to Newfoundland and Labrador instead, even though it was built specifically for the needs of Quebec researchers. Why is the government giving this boat to Newfoundland and Labrador when it was supposed to go to Quebec? Does it think that they could make this decision without creating any waves? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question from the member opposite. We've made major investments in the Canadian Coast Guard and continue to do so. We are renewing our fleet. We have part of our budget 2012. It's very clear that we set that as a priority to renew the fleet of the Canadian Coast Guard. We're moving forward and we'll continue to do so. Canadian Coast Guard is an important part of our business, as well as the science boats that are involved, Mr. Speaker, through the Coast Guard network. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's electoral system is held in high regard around the world over and generally functions well in the service of all Canadians. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, I am pleased to table, in both official languages, the government's response to the 15th report of the House of Commons Standing Committee on the Procedure in House Affairs on recommendations changes to the Canada Elections Act, which was tabled in the House of Commons on February 27th of this year. As parliamentarians, we can and should look at updates we can make to continue to ensure strong, free, and fair elections in Canada. I'd like to thank the committee members for their work and recommendations. Thank you.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2009-10 NISCA Final Agreement Annual Report.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 28 petitions.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Taves, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Taves, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Kenny, Calgary Sud-Est, appuyé par Monsieur
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Sud-East, moves that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act be moved a first time.
Printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present in the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly, respecting its participation at the Economic Conference of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly held in Batumi, Georgia, May 12 to 14, 2012.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To revert to tabling of documents, I have the pleasure, pursuant to Standing Order 109, to table in both official languages the government's response to the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on Chapter 3, Reserve Force Pension Plan, of the spring of 2011, report of the Auditor General.
Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport de comité. The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Focusing on the Brain, an Examination of Neurological Diseases in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all committee members for their very hard work, not only on this committee, but on the subcommittee the years previous to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament.
The order of reference from the Senate on Monday, June 18, 2012, House of Commons Standing Order 111.1, bracket 1, and the order of reference from the House of Commons on the same day, Monday, June 18, 2012, the committee has considered the certificate of nomination of Sonia Leroux to the position of parliamentary librarian and agreed on Tuesday, June 19, 2012, to report to the House that the committee fully endorses her appointment.
I would also like to thank all members of the committee who met at a very short notice and did excellent work. Congratulations to Ms. Leroux.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to our Standing Order 9112, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence as a result of the replenishment of Monday, June 4, 2012, and recommend that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
The honourable member for... Oh, yes. Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as chair of the Public Safety and National Security Committee, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the proposed firearms information regulations, non-restricted firearms. And as well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank our analysts from the Library of Parliament and also our clerk, as well as all committee members on this committee, and wish them a very good summer in their constituencies. But it is a pleasure to table this report at this time.
Honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. This report is the result of the study done by our subcommittee on international human rights and is entitled The Situation of Human Rights in Venezuela. I also have to present in both official languages the fourth report on the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development concerning the current situation in Ukraine, entitled The Rule of Law, Democracy and Prosperity in Ukraine, a Canadian Parliamentary Perspective. And I also want to reiterate our gratefulness to the analysts and the clerks for working hard to get this report done in time before we leave.
For Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 35-2 to present New Democratic Party's supplementary report appended to the International Foreign Affairs Committee report on Ukraine. New Democrats agree with the general direction of the report. We believe that the recommendations in the report that were amended should be included. The following are that further negotiations in a trade deal between the Government of Canada and the Government of Ukraine be suspended until completion of legitimate and fair parliamentary elections. 2, that the Government of Canada coordinate its actions with the European Union to uphold the rule of law in Ukraine. And finally, that the Government of Canada provide information and advisories on potential risks to investments in Ukraine, in particular for small and medium-sized investors. Finally, I wish to recognize the work of my honourable colleagues from Edmonton, Strathcona, and Louis Saint Laurent for their hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study on the process for considering estimates and supply. And pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report response to this report.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
I'm rising to bring to the attention of the House a supplementary report submitted with this report on strengthening parliamentary scrutiny of estimates and supply. While we concur with the majority report and recommendations, we feel it necessary to qualify our position in one aspect of the report. A widely supported measure recommended by distinguished experts testifying before the committee on how best to achieve improved capacity was to clarify and strengthen the role and mandate of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Consequently, consistent with that advice, we recommend that the government take immediate action to make the Parliamentary Budget Officer an Officer of Parliament, and further that the Parliamentary Budget Officer be mandated to report to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates with respect to its estimates work.
Hear, hear. Introduction of private members' bills. The honourable member for Markham Unionville rising.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to refer briefly to the same report from the government.
Does the honourable member for Markham Unionville have the unanimous consent of the House to respond to this report? No, there's no consent. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Leslie, seconded by Mr. Kelway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobacco Act, Smokeless Tobacco and Little Cigars. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2.5 years ago, the members of this place passed Bill C-32. This was a bill that was intended to ban flavoured cigarillos because the evidence was clear that young Canadians were consuming these products as a stepping stone to using non-flavoured tobacco products. But Bill C-32 contained a giant loophole that's allowed flavored cigarillos in a modified form to continue to be sold, something the government has been aware of since the summer of 2010, but they failed to take action to correct. Sadly, the government has also not fulfilled its 2010 promise to ban all forms of flavored smokeless tobacco, like flavored chew, for example, in recognition that those products are used disproportionately by Canada's youth. This lack of action means that I'm here again to retable this bill, which amends the Tobacco Act to correct both of these issues, and I'm honoured that the member from Beaches East York has stepped up to second the bill. I urge the government to listen to the experts working on the front lines to protect the health of Canada's youth and adopt this bill as soon as possible.
Hear, hear. Bravo.
Madame Leslie, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Leslie, seconded by Mr. Kelway, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Heyer, seconded by Ms. May, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Rights of Air Passengers. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a private member's bill that would protect the rights of air travelers in Canada. The bill would provide compensation for certain unreasonable inconveniences, including overbooked flights, cancelled or delayed flights, and lost luggage. This Air Passenger Bill of Rights would keep travelers informed about changes in their flight status. It would ensure that passengers are notified of their rights and their ability to apply for compensation. This new legislation would benefit both airlines and passengers, improving service for air travelers and bringing business to Canadian airlines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Heyer, appuyé par Madame.
Seconded by Ms. May, moves for leave that this bill to be read a first time and adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Heyer, seconded by Ms. May, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Firearms Act. Transfer. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce a straightforward act to amend the Firearms Act today. This bill will close a loophole in Canada's existing regulations to ensure that anyone selling or transferring a firearm is obligated to make sure that the buyer or recipient has a valid position and acquisition license, commonly called a PAL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Heyer, seconded by Ms. May, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Martin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Transportation Act, Shippers Protection. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move and second by members of, from Winnipeg Centre, York South-Weston and Trois-Rivières that the Rail Customer Protection Act, the first reading, which will give every rail customer the right to have service agreements with rail companies, including performance standards, consequence for non-performance, including penalties, proper notification for service changes, and a requirement to use the dispute resolution process in the event of a disagreement. Rail transport is the backbone of Canadian economy. More than 70% of all service goods in Canada are shipped by rail, but the service is unreliable, resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars in economic damages every year. With this Rail Customer Protection Act, rail customers will finally get reliable and predictable rail freight services that deliver quality products on time.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Martin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. Motion. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, this House approve the appointment of Sonia Lheureux as Parliamentary Librarian for a term of 5 years. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed? I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Member for Skeeto-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consultation among the parties, and I believe that if you will seek it, you will find that there's unanimous consent for the following motion.
order or usual practice of the House, the recorded division on the motion for second reading of Bill C-305, an act to establish a national public transit strategy, be further deferred to Wednesday, September 19th, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Thank you very much.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion in response to an international campaign to stop rape and gender violence in conflict. That the House, the following motion, that this House condemns sexual violence and conflict and calls on the government to A, reaffirm Canada's commitment to implement United Nations Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security and Canada's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. B, play a leadership role in international efforts to end sexual violence and bring about accountability and support survivors of sexual violence and conflict through Canadian diplomacy and development assistance. And finally, support the efforts of organizations to draw attention to and denounce sexual violence.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour for me to table a petition signed by over 3,000 members and supporters of the Franco-Manitoban Committee. This petition is addressed to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Official Languages. We, the undersigned of Canada, want to draw your attention to the statements made on May 3rd in this House, whereby you stated that your government has a permanent and clear commitment to protecting periodicals in the regions of Canada where Francophone minority communities live. We regret to see that the new financing formula for the periodical fund does not take into account the reality of La Liberté, whose funding will be cut by 50% by 2013. The consequences of this gesture for the Franco-Manitoban community will cause the death of La Liberté, a slow and inexorable death. This is the only Francophone newspaper in Manitoba for 99 years. Since you said on May 3rd that if concerns exist, we can examine the legislation concerning this program to see whether the concerns are justified. We are confident that you will take our concerns seriously and that you will reinstate the funding of our newspaper. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call upon the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Official Languages to reinstate the funding and correct the financing formula in future so that La Liberté, the only Francophone newspaper in Manitoba, can continue to provide the high level of service that it has given for the past 99 years and in future. Thank you.
I see many members rising, and I'm sure that some members have more than one petition to present, so I'm going to keep the rule regarding making a speech when you present a petition very, very strict. So we're going to have brief summaries of the petitions, and we're going to move along very, very quickly. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I stand before you today with two petitions from 225 constituents of mine from different parts of my riding in Alberta, such as Drumheller, Chestermere, Calgary, Okotoks, Rosebud, Warren, and Hussar. According to current legislation, a child does not become human until the moment of complete birth. The lack of legislation in this area is a concern to these constituents. They call on Parliament to look into the definition of a human being. They would like to see an amendment to Section 223 and 19.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I feel like I won the lottery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to present a petition on behalf of 50 residents of Regina, Saskatchewan, who want to save the essential service as their public broadcaster, the CBC Radio Canada. And in it, what they were talking about is that the public consciousness of this country and the dialogue that we have from coast to coast to coast is maintained by the CBC, and they want the government to invest.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I rise on behalf of residents and business owners across Canada who are asking that August 21st be declared Drive Change Day, a nationally recognized day when people will show their support for positive change across Canada. And as much as Earth Day has become a global phenomenon where individuals come together to plant trees and conduct cleanups, these signatories are asking that August 21st be a day for social change.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I rise in the House today to present a petition
of my riding of Newton North Delta. This petition is signed by 717 individuals calling for an amendment of Section 223 of our Criminal Code. I want to thank these residents for their engagement with the political process. I fully support the rights of all citizens to voice their opinions and to have their voices heard in this chamber through the process of petitions. Therefore, I am pleased to table this.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
I rise in the House to present a petition regarding Canada's leading freshwater research station, signed by constituents of the riding of Kenora. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to recognize the importance of the ELA to the Government of Canada's mandate to study, preserve and protect aquatic ecosystems.
Quadra.
Presenting a petition from residents in Metro Vancouver, including my riding of Vancouver Quadra, who are against the shutting down of funding for Canada's experimental lakes area, and call on the government to recognize the importance of the ELA and to reverse this decision.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock Cloverdale.
Pleasure to rise on behalf of constituents who present a petition concerned about how Canada is the only nation in the Western world, along with China and North Korea, without any laws restricting abortion. They see the Supreme Court as giving Parliament the responsibility to enact legislation, and they call upon the House to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
A petition today from people all over the Golden Horseshoe who are concerned that Canada is abandoning its mandate to study, preserve and protect aquatic ecosystems by closing the Experimental Lakes Area Research Station. Petitioners point out that the LA is a unique, world-renowned facility for freshwater research and education. Since 1968, it's been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments, which have been critical in shaping environmental policy and understanding human impacts on lakes and fish. It's for that reason that the petitioners call upon the government to continue to staff and provide.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition from Canadians and some constituents of my riding of Leeds and Grenville, and it concerns the Community Access Program, and the petitioners wish that the government ensures that there is access to computers, to the internet, and the training and support needed to use them effectively for all low-income and marginalized people in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor for me to table a petition concerning the government's decision to increase the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67.
Petitioners are all of the view that this is a very bad move, that it is undemocratic, that it is unfair, and that it is unnecessary.
The honourable
member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to present this petition signed by 600 members of my riding who are opposed to the changes the government wants to make to the EI system under C38, because these changes will not make the regime more accessible and will penalize seasonal workers even further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Barrie.
Regards to motion 312 put forth by the member from Kitchener Centre, and I would like to put that forward today.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Petition today from hundreds of representatives of Southern Ontario, Toronto, Hamilton, throughout Southern Ontario. They're representatives of the 100,000-strong Serbian community in Canada, and what they are doing is calling upon the Canadian government to join with the European Union and the 25 European states that have waived visa requirements for Serbian visitors, and to do the same thing, to waive the visa requirements to visitors to Canada from Serbia.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present a petition that has been signed by close to 200 citizens in my riding of Wellington Halton Hills.
Petitioners are signing in support of motion 312 and asking Parliament to amend section 223 of the Criminal Code.
Member for Vancouver East.
Petitions, I'll be very brief. The first one calls on the House of Commons to keep section 35(1) of the Fisheries Act as it's currently written, and with its emphasis on habitat protection. The second petition calls on the House to make it mandatory that all fur products being imported or sold in Canada should have labelling. And the third one calls on Parliament to reject changes to the age of eligibility for OAS and to increase OAS and JAS to end seniors' poverty. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have petitions from hundreds of people all across Canada calling on the government to amend the criminal code to criminalize the purchasing of sexual services and provide support to those who desire to leave prostitution.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
I'm pleased today to table a petition on behalf of residents of Kenora, Ontario, who want to save the Experimental Lakes area from being shut down and are very concerned that the loss of such a unique research site will be a blow to the Kenora region, the country, and the world. The second petition is also on the ELA, but it's from residents of Saskatchewan, dozens of residents from Saskatchewan who care about this station far away.
Member for Niagara West Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today and present a position created by a constituent of mine, Michael Dilliot, and signed by almost 100 area residents that calls for the support of the Afghanistan National Institute of Music. Mr. Dilliot recognizes that music is a universal language that can play a wonderful, important part of a child's life. While we could take music training for granted in the West, in Afghanistan, an instrument usually costs far beyond what a typical Afghan family can afford. The Afghanistan National Institute of Music.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
The petition regarding the Kinder Morgan pipeline that runs from Edmonton to my riding of Burnaby Douglas. The signers of this petition are opposed to the project. I know, although I'm not allowed to comment on the content of the petition and how I feel about it, I know that many residents in my riding are also opposed to this. And I would encourage other members who are interested to contact my office for more information. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Two petitions to present to the House today. Concerned citizens in the Wallaceburg area and Chatham area, they're asking for support. Bill C-312 and a special committee be appointed to direct and review the declaration of the subcommittee 223 of the Criminal Code, which states a child becomes a human being only at the moment of complete birth. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to present these petitions from my constituents that want to save the Experimental Lake area in Kenora. They recognize the importance of the ELA to the Government of Canada's mandate to study and preserve and protect aquatic ecosystems, and they want the government to reverse their decision to close the ELA station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
I have the honour of presenting 4 petitions today with hundreds of signatures from northern Alberta, from communities such as Lac La Biche, High Prairie, Fort McMurray, Slave Lake and Boyle, asking for Parliament to restrict abortion to the greatest extent possible.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
The Government of Canada to introduce a regulation to mandate installation of sideguards on heavy trucks as recommended by the Ontario Chief Coroner report on cyclist death, as sideguards reduce cyclist death by 60% according to a British study. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you. Okay. On behalf of over 400 petitioners in the Greater Toronto Area, calling on the Government of Canada to urge the United Nations to immediately establish an independent, international, and impartial mechanism to ensure truth, accountability, and justice in Sri Lanka following the end of the civil war there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling a petition signed by Canadians across the country, stating that the definition of fish habitat be conserved in the Fisheries Act as such. They are enormously concerned about the future and the quality of fish habitat, and they are citizens from my riding. The honourable member from Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to table a petition supporting the Development and Peace Organization. The petitioners say that Canada only contributes 0.344% of its GDP to international overseas assistance, and they call for that to be maintained and to increase aid to development APEC.
2 petitions to present. The first is from hundreds of petitioners who would like the government to ban the sale and use of shock collars on animals. They point out that the use of electric shocks on any sentient being is inhumane and poses serious risks to an animal's well-being. And they point out the SPCA and humane societies and animal experts support that. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from petitioners all over British Columbia who would like to keep Section 35(1) of the Fisheries Act so that we can ensure that fish habitat protection is kept in our legislation to preserve our fish stocks.
Honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to table another petition today that calls on the government to continue funding Katimavik and to recognize all the values that it brings to the Canadian public. Thank you.
Mr. Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present two petitions, one with thousands of petitioners from British Columbia calling on the House to keep Section 35(1) of the Fisheries Act as it is currently written, with its emphasis on habitat protection. And the second petition, the petitioners are calling on the Parliament of Canada to maintain the funding for old age security and make the requisite investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty in this country.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
I present a petition on behalf of more than 2,500 Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. They ask that the Government of Canada reinstate the funding necessary to support live music recording at CBC Newfoundland and Labrador so that our regional voice will not be silenced and our music, our culture, and our history will continue to be heard. Thank you.
I have an update to Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present this petition today on behalf of some 100 Canadians who want to preserve Section 35 of the Fisheries and Oceans Act. It's an important issue for my riding as well, which has a great number of lakes and rivers. The honourable member for Papineau-Mirabel, Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
Citizens of Saskatchewan and Ontario that are calling on the Minister of Canadian Heritage, the Minister of Finance, and the Prime Minister to continue to allocate funding to Katimavik program, as it's an important program that benefits youth, communities, and many non-profit organizations across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Longueuil Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for
of Canadian citizens asking the Government of Canada to urge the United Nations to establish an independent inquiry mechanism to ensure that truth, accountability, and justice is in Sri Lanka.
I'm afraid the time for petitions has expired. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q 655 and 656. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions Q 653, 654, 657, and 658 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions Q 653, 654, 657, and 658 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair would like to take a moment to provide some information to the House regarding the management of private members' business. Comme les députés le savent, après...
As members know, after the order of precedence is replenished, the Chair reviews the new items so as to alert the House to bills which at first glance appear to infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
June 4th, 2012, replenishment of the order of precedence with 15 new items. I wish to inform the House that there is one bill that gives the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions it contemplates. It is the Projet de loi C-420.
Bill C-420, an act to establish the Office of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons in Canada, standing in the name of the member for Westmount, Ville-Marie.
Arguments regarding the need for a royal recommendation for this bill or any of the other bills now in the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. Je remercie les députés de leur attention.
I thank members for their attention.
Yesterday, the Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and President of the Queen's Privy Council raised a question of privilege to object to the continuing presence on the Internet of the website of his predecessor as a member for Labrador. I took the matter under advisement and undertook to return to the House. I can now inform the House that the website is no longer available on the Internet, and accordingly the Chair considers the matter to be closed. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Debate on Bill C-27, First Nations Financial Transparency Act.
Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
As we all know, good governance is the cornerstone of healthy and progressive societies. It's a prerequisite to achieving both social and economic success. So today I'm proud to speak in support of new legislation that will foster strong and accountable First Nation governments. With this proposed legislation, community members will know what their leaders are being paid and will have clear information about the financial decisions made by them so they can make informed decisions about the future of their community at community meetings and elections. The transparency will also provide potential investors with the confidence to enter into economic development investments with First Nations. Economic development brings jobs and revenues that the community can then use to invest in activities, programs, and infrastructure to improve the well-being of all its members. Under this proposed legislation, First Nation governments will be required to prepare consolidated financial statements and post them on a website each year, along with the salaries and expenses of the chief and councillors. This will provide easy access to important information about the First Nation by its members and by entities interested in working, investing, or partnering with the First Nation. Mr. Speaker, before I elaborate on both the necessity and benefits of the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, I'd like to assure my honourable colleagues that what we are asking of First Nations is nothing more than we ask of ourselves. Mr. Speaker, nothing better exemplifies our commitment to openness than the way we disclose salaries of elected officials paid from the public purse, everyone from the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet to members of Parliament. Each of us, as parliamentarians, fully discloses our salaries and special allowances to the public. Canadians can easily find all of these facts and figures since the Federal Accountability Act also increased the public's access to information about government activities. The Government of Canada posts its financial statements on the Finance Canada website. Individual federal departments and agencies disclose travel and hospitality expenses for executives on their websites as well. We are not alone in making such information available to the public. Most provinces and territories release such information. Salary levels for members of their legislatures, as well as supplementary amounts paid for taking on additional duties, are posted on their websites. And in some cases, such as Manitoba and Ontario, public sector compensation in excess of $50,000 and $100,000 respectively is also disclosed to the public. Many municipalities across Canada post their financial statements and disclose information about compensation to their employees on the Internet as well. While many First Nation governments have put in place sound accountability practices that ensure transparency, there is no legal requirement for them to release this information to community members, and many do not. While many governments of Canada post this information on the Internet, recent research by my department found that as of February 2012, only a limited number of the more than 350 First Nations that have their own website have done so. So, Mr. Speaker, clarity about government expenditure and results is vitally important to securing public trust. Visible evidence of effective First Nation accounting practices would reassure community members and potential investors that First Nation leaders are spending their community funds prudently and appropriately. Under current funding agreements, First Nation councils are already required to provide my department with audited consolidated financial statements and schedules of remuneration for all elected officials. So we are not creating additional paperwork that would add to their reporting burden. At the moment, there are no statutory or regulatory guidelines related to transparency for First Nation governments. Consequently, community members cannot easily hold their leaders to account. The manifestation of democratic rights that other Canadians take for granted is not in place for many First Nation members. Currently, the only recourse for community members who are denied access to a First Nations audited consolidated financial statements is to appeal to the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. We receive many complaints. Some First Nations do not willingly release such information when requested. In these cases, the only option at the moment for complainants is to bring the issue to my attention. The Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development has sole authority to compel a First Nation to release financial information. This puts me in the position, Mr. Speaker, of perpetuating a sense of paternalism that both First Nations and our government are working to overcome. As it is now, when First Nation members raise concerns about the non-disclosure of financial information, we respond. My officials work with the band governments to have it released, and if these efforts fail, the department then provides the information directly to the individual member who is requesting it. Mr. Speaker, the current system is unnecessarily complicated and, quite frankly, undemocratic. It is entirely reasonable for First Nation members to expect their governments to meet the same basic accountability standards as other governments in Canada. I have no doubt that most First Nations strive to be accountable to their members and to the federal government. Some First Nations go to great lengths to inform members and the public about the operations of their governments, displaying it on their community websites or posting it in band offices. However, others have not developed and adopted accountability practices. This erodes the stability of their governments and communities. It also tends to undermine Canadians' confidence in First Nation governments generally. In addition, such cases give potential investors reason to hesitate when debating whether to enter into business arrangements with First Nations. Before signing a partnership, the private sector wants assurance it is dealing with a reliable and reputable government. If there are doubts, a business may well decide against a joint venture, denying communities the possibility of new jobs and increased prosperity. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to putting in place the legislative frameworks that will foster strong, self-sufficient, and accountable First Nation governments. We also want to provide the information to First Nation members that is available to other Canadians. This will help to build stronger relationships and ultimately create a healthier environment for investment and economic development. We have developed Bill C-27 in fulfillment of our pledge in the 2011 speech from the throne. It will fill the current legislative gap and rectify the many shortcomings I have outlined. The Financial Transparency Act builds on the excellent work of my colleague from Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger, former Private Members Bill C-575, which was introduced in the fall of 2010 to enhance the financial transparency of First Nation governments. It called for the publication of information regarding chief and councillors' pay. So Bill C-27, Mr. Speaker, goes further. It expands the scope of information to be publicly disclosed to include a First Nations audited consolidated financial statements. The Act would entrench in law a financial accountability framework for First Nations consistent with the standards observed by other governments across the country. A further improvement is the clear requirement that First Nations adopt the rules established by professional accounting bodies such as the Public Sector Accounting Board of the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants. So effective the first financial year after the Act comes into force, Mr. Speaker, First Nation governments will be required to prepare audited consolidated financial statements and post them on a website each year, along with the salaries and expenses of their chief and councillors. First Nations would have 120 days following the end of the financial year to post this information, either on the First Nations website or the website of a tribal council or partner organization. Audited consolidated financial statements and schedules of remuneration details for more than 600 First Nations would also be published on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada's website as well. Easy access to this important information would ensure fairness and accountability, something community members quite rightfully expect. Apart from making financial information readily available to community members, it would also simplify the process for potential investors to acquire the information they need to make business decisions. Data collected from First Nations would also be posted on our departmental website. This would allow firms to go to a single source to compare one community with another when considering a potential joint venture. Mr. Speaker, another new requirement under Bill C-27 gives First Nation members better remedies if their governments fail to honour their obligation to open the books to the public. If a First Nation does not post the required financial data as required, anyone would be able to apply to a superior court to compel the First Nation to publish the information. Once the information is released, it would also be posted on my department's website. This provision allows a First Nation member to hold their leadership accountable. Mr. Speaker, First Nation governments have long advocated for more flexible funding arrangements. They want greater autonomy in allocating the money received under federal funding transfers. This legislation would build upon and recognize the capacity of First Nation governments, enabling them to demonstrate that they are accountable governments that respect the basic principles of financial transparency. This will be a key factor for my department in determining which communities are the best candidates for more flexible funding options. Building upon a First Nation's demonstrated abilities and increased accountability, there would be greater opportunities to move from contribution funding to grants in some areas of programming. I should point out that these same accountability requirements already apply to First Nations that have signed self-government agreements. For example, the Tsawwassen First Nation Final Agreement requires that the First Nation develop a financial administration system with standards comparable to those generally accepted for governments in Canada. And the Niska Financial Administration Act stipulates that the First Nation make its financial statements available for inspection by members, including posting the statements on the Internet. Because self-governing First Nations are already demonstrating this high standard within the context of the self-government agreements, they are exempt from Bill C-27. Mr. Speaker, when First Nation governments manage their finances in line with practices in other jurisdictions, it instills confidence in the business community and can provide economic development opportunities in the community. An open, accountable government is a stable government, removing uncertainty that might discourage investment. This is being proven repeatedly in communities with settled land claims and self-government agreements. Increasingly, they are entering into joint ventures with the private sector to create jobs and generate economic growth in their communities. We are confident that Bill C-27 will help to make this happen in a broader way. This proposed act will guarantee to community members, as well as other levels of government, the business community, and all Canadians that First Nation governments are effective and transparent in their business dealings. Once Bill C-27 becomes law, First Nations citizens will be able to participate more fully in the democratic process, receive information they require, and have the assurance of redress where required. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I am asking all parties to stand behind this very necessary and overdue legislation. That concludes my remarks.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
The Minister for presenting the rationale for this bill, and I have 3 questions for him. One, in Section 6.1, it indicates that any entity that is controlled by the First Nations will be required to disclose, and the Minister has made a comment about the importance of economic development, and of course many of these entities are businesses, and what's the rationale for perhaps undermining the competitive nature of that. Second question is in Section 11, it indicates that any person, including the minister, may apply to a superior court, and the question is why is that any person beyond the First Nations? Why is it any person? And the third question I have for him is under Section 13B. It was interesting to hear the minister say that they want to move beyond paternalism, and yet 13B talks about the fact that the minister will have the ability to withhold monies payable as a grant or contribution to our First Nations. So my question is how does that change the paternalistic relationship that he referred to in his speech?
Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the reasons we need legislation and regulations is because it's impossible to enforce things when it's just policy, and that's the way things operate currently. The first question that was posed by the member from Nanaimo Cowichan about disclosure of band-owned entities applies only to the monies that would accrue to chief and council for salaries, and so in no way are we attempting through this legislation to have any transparency or disclosure for, let's say, for companies or other entities that are owned by the band council. I do know that this has been quite a subject of discussion. There's been some good input received, and we will ensure through the committee process that that particular clause is given a good airing. In terms of holding the other questions, which really relate to the role of the department and the role of the minister, I think there is an ongoing role of the minister in case things really go sideways, but that is rarely, if ever, used, but there has to be ultimately some ultimate responsibility for the taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the minister, as his announcement of this bill was done at the Dakota Whitecap First Nation, and Chief Darcy Bear provided the Aboriginal Affairs Committee with a list of suggested amendments to the bill while the committee traveled there. Will the minister entertain those amendments, and will they be put forward as government amendments?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from the member from St. Paul's. It is my expectation, strong expectation, that the Whitecap Dakota chief will appear at committee. It's my anticipation that he will be talking about proposed amendments to the legislation. We will look very seriously at these as progressive amendments, given that this First Nation has been transparent and accountable for many, many years, and gives us a good example of why this legislation is so essential. So I can't give an absolute answer at this point. I don't want to preempt the committee, but we will look very seriously at the proposed amendments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I first want to thank the Minister for his speech and for his leadership in this portfolio. I've had the opportunity to be on the Standing Committee and now the Parliamentary Secretary under his tutelage, and I consider it an honour to be able to participate in this debate and to participate in a number of activities, progressive activities we're involved with with First Nations communities. My question, Mr. Speaker, deals with a comment the Minister made in his speech with respect to this being a derivation of Bill C-575, the private member's bill introduced in the last Parliament. The Minister seemed to suggest that this bill is a little farther down along the lines of enhanced accountability, and I wonder if he might comment a little bit more on the proposed legislation in terms of how it will more comprehensively address financial transparency by expanding the scope of information contained in this bill. What is the difference? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the beautiful riding of Kenora for his question. I think that's your usual language, if I recall. The private member's bill from the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger, was focused exclusively on the subject of chief and councillor salaries and remuneration. What we're talking about in this bill expands beyond that into the area of the consolidated revenue statements for the more than 600 First Nations in the country. Those statements, we're not creating additional paperwork, Mr. Speaker. Those statements are already something that's prepared. As of an announcement in the past few days, we have a standard reporting format that will actually simplify that paperwork even more and fits quite well with this legislation. We're broadened because we're talking about all of the financial disclosures for a First Nation, and I think this is going to lead us into a much better place for economic development and for the health of communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister, but I'm very disturbed by the process that surrounds this legislation. I have seen in the media commentary that the Assembly of First Nations National Chief, Sean Atleo, first learned of this legislation by Twitter. I think that when we think about the apology, the magnificent apology the Prime Minister offered to First Nations over the residential school issue in the floor of this very chamber, that in that apology there was a promise to behave better and differently in future. And if we definitely, I think all parties agree that we want to see accountability and transparency in our own operations as government and in First Nations governments. But you can't get to that by dictating in ways that suggest unilateralism and a lack of respect. And with the First Nations themselves moving towards accountability in promises in their own self-government areas, I think it would have been much better, and I still believe it will be better, to have a partnership moving forward and not dictating to First Nations as this bill does.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We do have support for this legislation from First Nations. I'd also remind the member that there was a motion at the Assembly of First Nations in December of 2010, which was passed. I can't remember if it was unanimously, but it was strongly supported that they would voluntarily move into this era of accountability by voluntary measures. It's now been a significant period of time since December of 2010. It appears that there's been very little movement in this direction. We think this legislation is essential to move things where it needs to be. And I think it's a very simple exercise in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'm rising to speak on Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations. And I'll declare right at the outset that New Democrats will be opposing this piece of legislation. I'm going to read from the legislative summary, and I want to thank the analysts for the very good work that they've done in terms of providing a good background on this bill. And just in summary, this proposed legislation applies to over 600 First Nations communities defined as Indian bands under the Indian Act, provides a legislative basis for the preparation and disclosure of First Nations audited consolidated financial statements and of remuneration, including salaries and expenses that a First Nations or any entity that it controls pays to its elected officials. And I'm going to come back to that entity because that's an important reason for us to oppose this legislation. I want to actually start, though, by reminding this House and people who may be listening about the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which this government indicated that it would support and take some steps in terms of implementing that in Canada. And, of course, we've seen no action on that. Our Article 4 of the UN Declaration says that Indigenous peoples, in exercising the right to self-determination, have the right to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs, as well as ways and means for financing their autonomous functions. And I think that's an important aspect, Mr. Speaker, in that this is about the right to autonomy and self-determination. And, of course, this bill, it wasn't developed in consultation with First Nations, and it certainly doesn't reflect that right to autonomy and self-determination. A bit of background, because sometimes when you listen to the Conservatives, what you would think is that First Nations don't do any reporting. And what I have to point out is that First Nations governments currently do all kinds of reporting, all kinds of audited statements. And I just want to refer to a couple of pieces out of the legislative summary. It says that First Nations and the federal government are both subject to various policy-based and legal requirements regarding the management and expenditure of federal public funds. Through various federal reporting requirements, First Nations are also accountable to AANDC, which is the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, for the federal public funds they receive. In turn, through the annual audit cycle and program reports, AANDC is answerable to Parliament and the Canadian public. AANDC's expenditures are listed in the Public Accounts of Canada as are contribution agreements signed with First Nations. Goes on in this summary to talk about current legal requirements. The Indian Band's Revenue Monies Regulations Act requires, in part, that a band's financial statements be audited annually and that the auditor's report be posted in a conspicuous place on the band reserve for examination by members of the band. There have been some questions, Mr. Speaker, about the whole issue around access to information, and there's an analysis, and I want to touch on one point on the Access to Information Act, because this is an important piece of what is it that First Nations are being asked to disclose versus what other non-public sector organizations are being asked to disclose. Under Section 21B of the Access to Information Act, this prohibits a government institution from disclosing financial information provided to it by a third party who consistently treats this information as confidential. In Montana Band of Indians versus Canada, the federal court held that First Nations financial statements are confidential information within the meaning of Section 21B of Access to Information and therefore are not subject to public disclosure. However, in Sawridge Band versus Canada, the Federal Court of Appeal held that these financial statements are not confidential vis-a-vis the members of the First Nations Band, since band members may review their own band's financial statements under the Indian Band's Revenue Monies Regulations. Now, this is important, Mr. Speaker, because what these court cases actually indicated was that First Nations do have a right to have this information disclosed to them, but it isn't the right of the general public to have access to what could be confidential information. Under current policy-based requirements, under the year-end financial reporting handbook, First Nations must submit to AANDC annual audited consolidated financial statements for the public funds provided to them. These include salaries, honoraria, and travel expenses for all elected, appointed, and senior unelected band officials. The latter includes unelected positions such as those of the executive director, band manager, senior program director, and manager. First Nations are also required to release these statements to their membership. So, Mr. Speaker, we already have rules in place that govern the release of this information. Now, what we heard the minister, of course, say was, well, this is policy, but now we need legislation. And I would argue that the minister already has the authority, and in fact, the minister admitted he has the authority to request this information when it's not being submitted. Now, a couple of years ago, actually December 2006, we had a report commissioned by the Conservatives called From Red Tape to Clear Resorts, the report of the independent Blue Ribbon panel on grants and contributions. And in this report, Mr. Speaker, it made a couple of general principles around grants and contributions, which included respect the recipients. They are partners in a shared public purpose. Grant and contribution programs should be citizen-focused, and the programs should be made accessible, understandable, and usable. The key thing there is respect the recipients. The second guiding principle was dramatically simplify the reporting and accountability regimen. It should reflect the circumstances and capacities of recipients and the real needs of the government and Parliament. And further in their report, they specifically dealt with First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and other Aboriginal organizations by saying fiscal arrangements with First Nations governments are complex, reflecting not only the varied circumstances of the 630 First Nations in Canada, but also the fact that payment to First Nations governments are or ought to be more like intergovernmental transfers than typical grants and contributions. Intergovernmental transfers, and that would actually respect that nation-to-nation status that I believe that Canada has agreed to through negotiation of treaties. They go on in the article to say the panel is of the view that the mechanism other than grants and contributions for the funding of essential services such as health, education, and social assistance in reserved communities are needed. But they went on to say it was outside of their mandate. They did say, nevertheless, in all our consultations, we were reminded that the current practice of treating these kinds of transfers to First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and Aboriginal organizations are more or less standard contribution arrangements is fraught with problems and leads to a costly and often unnecessary reporting burden on the recipients. And I want to come back to the fact that what we have had is an Auditor General that has looked at the kind of reporting that is required from First Nations communities, and over and over and over again, the Auditor General has continued to talk about the fact that First Nations are required to do all kinds of reports. The minister did speak about the Whitecap First Nation, and I just want to refer to that just for 1 second. It came up in a question, and of course, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee was fortunate enough to visit with the Whitecap Dakota First Nation and take a look at the economic enterprises, and the minister has argued that part of this is would lead to better economic development. Well, the Whitecap Dakota has a very different take on that, and they have raised concerns with the other entity that I referred to in Section 6.1 of the Act. But Whitecap is an example of, and there are many First Nations like this, is an example of a First Nation that has in place stellar reporting requirements. And I just want to point this out. It says that they ensure the members of Whitecap are fully apprised of Whitecap's financial position. In this regard, Whitecap has approved 20 unqualified audits and has implemented a system of public reviews of the audits. In addition, as you are aware, Whitecap has also created the Whitecap Council Compensation Commission that has specific mandate of ensuring the compensation received by Whitecap Council is fair, equitable, and accountable. They've gone on to say that they have some concerns about the fact that salaries that are expenses are lumped into a definition of remuneration, which would have the potential to mislead people into what actually a salary was. And of course, members in this House have salaries and expenses reported quite separately. Bill C-27, on the other hand, goes beyond the reporting related to funds received from the federal government. It would also appear to extend beyond the requirement for public sector reporting under generally accepted accounting principles, as consolidated reporting of remuneration would include any business entities controlled by a First Nation. Now, of course, the minister said, well, that would only be salaries paid by these entities, but why would the federal government be interfering in a business project where a band member would be receiving a remuneration from that business entity? If they are truly concerned about economic development, they would focus on providing First Nations the tools and the resources that they need to do that economic development, rather than looking at what a chief or council member was paid from another business entity. I'm not clear why the minister is thinking that enhances economic development. Many companies there are many of the First Nations that we visited, these are business partnerships. And so you have a private sector company working with a First Nations company in a business partnership relationship. And some of these businesses may not want some of this information published for competitive reasons. And so I would urge the government to take a hard look at this. It was also interesting to hear the minister talk about openness and accountability. In his speech, he said, open, accountable government is a stable government. And it's interesting that the Conservatives are setting up a double standard. So on one hand, they're saying that First Nations have to do more, report more, be more open and accountable, despite the fact that they file almost 200 reports every year to the federal government. Auditor General has identified that. Yet on the other hand, we have a government that won't come clean when it comes to releasing its own facts and figures about how the Budget Implementation Act, Bill C-38, is going to, what the costs are and what the impact is on that. And in fact, in an article dated June the 19th, we have the PBO, the budget officer, saying that the Conservative government is fighting in a fight with him on access to information and how the government-wide budget cuts will impact federal agencies. So if open, accountable government leads to stable government, why is this government not willing to cough up the facts and figures itself? Why has it got two different standards? Further on in this article, Mr. Page says, what does this even mean? Someone has to explain that to me. Does he mean, and he's referring to the Foreign Affairs Minister, does he mean that we're having too much impact? Well, I ain't apologizing for that. I'm not apologizing for the work we did on the F-35s, on crime bills, or the fiscal sustainability reports. Those are all papers the government has not produced, that I produced with help from a group of people you could fit around 2 dinner tables. For months, Page has been asking for detailed information on the Conservatives' plan for implementing $5.2 billion in government-wide cuts. Although the overall figure was revealed in the March budget, Canadians remain in the dark in terms of how the cuts will affect programs and services they use. Page published a legal opinion this week solicited from a leading constitutional lawyer that concluded that 64 agencies withholding information are breaking the law by denying the information. Later in this article, it says, following Page's initial request for information, only 18 of 82 federal organizations came through. Now, Mr. Speaker, surely anybody who is looking at this information would recognize that we have an inequality here. We have an injustice here. On the one hand, we have a federal government that refuses to tell Canadians, taxpayers money that they're using, they're refusing to give those taxpayers information about that through the parliamentary budget officer. And on the other hand, what they're saying is First Nations have to be subject to a different set of rules that this government itself doesn't respect. So why would they ask anybody in this House to support that bill? I want to just look at another matter. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left here?
Has just under 7 minutes.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of other points I wanted to raise with this. I was talking about the Auditor General. I just want to refer back for one moment to the Auditor General's report that was in 2002. In 2002, report of the Auditor General, entitled Streamlining First Nations Reporting to Federal Organizations, described existing federal reporting requirements as a significant burden on First Nations communities. It estimated that an average of 168 reports, 200 in some communities, are required annually by the principal federal bodies that provide funding to First Nations for the delivery of various programs and services. The report suggested, among other things, that federal departments and agencies better coordinate the reporting requirements by streamlining their program authorities, thereby reducing the number of audits and reports required of First Nations. In 2006, in a December 2006 status report on the management of programs for First Nations, the Auditor General found that meaningful action by the federal government was still needed to reduce the unnecessary reporting burden placed on First Nations communities. Noting that AANDC alone obtains more than 60,000 reports a year from over 600 First Nations, the report concluded that the resources devoted to the current reporting system could be better used to provide direct support to the communities. So, Mr. Speaker, 60,000 reports. 60,000. Now, surely, with the authority that already resides in the minister, surely there is sufficient reporting going on. And when I come back to the report on the independent blue ribbon panel, they also highlight the excess reporting that is required from First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other Aboriginal organizations. And again, nothing has happened with this 2006 blue ribbon report. Nothing has happened in terms of looking at the nation-to-nation relationship. Nothing has happened in taking a look at moving towards intergovernmental transfers instead of the grants and contributions process that's in place. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that at times community members have difficulties in getting the information that they need. But the minister already acknowledged that he does have the authority to get bands to release that information. And so the question again becomes, why doesn't the minister exercise his authority? Now, in his speech, of course, he indicated that exercising that authority is paternalistic. But when I come back to the actual piece of legislation, it's a bit odd that on one hand he's talking about it's too paternalistic for the minister to require the reports that are already in the policies that are under ANDC, but on the other hand, they put in administrative measures under 13(1)B that under this new act that the government, now if this isn't paternalistic, I don't know what is, but the government can withhold monies payable as a grant or contribution to the First Nation under an agreement that is enforced on the day on which the breach occurs and that is entered into by the First Nation and Her Majesty in the right of Canada as represented by the minister solely in or in combination with any other ministers of the Crown until the First Nation has complied with its duty. Now, surely that's paternalistic. It sounds to me like on one hand the minister is saying, well, I don't want to interfere, but on the other hand, I'm making sure that I can interfere by this section 13(1)B. The other point that the minister made in his speech was he was talking about section 6(1), or in the question I asked the minister, and this says the First Nations must annually prepare a document entitled Schedule of Remuneration that details the remuneration paid by the First Nation or by any entity that it controls, as the case may be, to its chief and each of its councillors acting in their capacity as such and in any other capacity, including their personal capacity. And Mr. Speaker, the minister indicated that this was just about whatever this entity may pay chief and council, and that isn't as clear as it could be, and it still doesn't solve the issues around what impact this may have on business relationships. So there's a couple of very key points in this piece of legislation that certainly raise concerns. Now, the Assembly of First Nations, and again, the minister mentioned the Assembly of First Nations in one of his responses, and the Assembly of First Nations back in January 2006 put together an accountability results position paper, which outlined a number of principles that, in working in conjunction with the federal government, would have helped bolster the accountability and transparency piece. And part of that was based on work that the Auditor General had done, set out 5 principles: clear roles and responsibilities, clear performance expectations, balanced expectations of capacity, credible reporting, reasonable review and adjustment. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Assembly of First Nations and chiefs across this country have indicated a willingness to work with this government on accountability measures. But again, how were First Nations included in the drafting of this piece of legislation? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, on June the 15th, there was a press release from the minister saying that the government strengthens fiscal management and accountability. And in this press release, it would indicate that the government already has the power to do many of the things that are included in this legislation. So the big question then becomes why is this legislation needed at this point in time? It sounds to me like what it's doing is continuing to play a game about saying First Nations aren't responsible, aren't accountable. It's just simply not true. And rather than bring forward this piece of legislation that doesn't address some of the underlying problems with lack of adequate funding lack of ability to develop some of that capacity. Instead of addressing some of those issues, this government brings forward a bill that continues to play to a stereotype in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members in this House to oppose this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to stand, and I thank the honourable colleague across the way for her speech. And I think that she knows as well as I do that this isn't a paternalistic bill. It's not a bill that's been brought forward with stereotypes in mind. In fact, in my riding, and I'm sure that in her riding as well, it's actually First Nation community members that are calling for legislation like this to be in place so that they might be able to access information relative to those people that are in leadership roles within their communities. I know that, and I know that the honourable member would note that there are currently no statutes or regulations or other types of mechanisms that would require that First Nations give the information that's being requested by the membership out. There are some communities certainly that are being accountable, that are putting this information proactively onto websites or making it available to their community members. But I wonder if the honourable member, having stated that in fact First Nations are performing a number of different functions in terms of putting forward reports to the government, I'm wondering if she doesn't agree that some of that information shouldn't be that there shouldn't be an obligation to bring some of that information to the people that are actually being affected on a day-to-day basis, those people that are members of the community who are desperate for this type of information.
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, that's just misleading. First Nations chiefs and councils already are required to provide that information. Under the year-end financial reporting handbook, First Nations must submit annual audited consolidated financial statements for the public funds provided to them, and that includes salaries, honoraria, and so on. Section 6.41 requires First Nations to disclose both to their members and to ANNDC compensation earned or accrued by elected, appointed, and unelected senior officials. Section 6.42 stipulates that the amounts of remuneration paid, earned, or accrued by elected and appointed officials to be disclosed must be from all sources within the recipient's financial reporting entity, including some other things. So, Mr. Speaker, there are mechanisms already in place, and the minister himself indicated that he has the authority to require bands to release this information. I know many band members do have access to those audited financial statements, and they do include salaries and honoraria and expenses that are paid to their chiefs and councils. The mechanism is already in place.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
For her contribution to this debate and for excellent work on First Nations issues. Certainly the Algonquins of my riding have not been consulted on this issue, are very concerned about the burden that this is going to create. I think of Kitigan Zibi, which is an example of transparency. I think what this really is about is that it's a blame game, right? So blame First Nations, and it's a blind. And it's a blind because there's a lack of funding and capacity building for these matters within First Nations. So what I'd like to ask my honourable colleague is, what could we have done, or what could we do in order to create this kind of capacity?
For that very good question. And in fact, in 2006, the Assembly of First Nations put together a detailed position paper, Mr. Speaker, that outlined some of the key principles that were actually developed by the Auditor General that would have set the table for a respectful relationship, a respectful dialogue. And the Crown First Nations gathering that happened in January would have been an opportunity to perhaps kick off a committee comprised of representatives from the Assembly of First Nations and the government to take a look at what implementing some of the things that were in the position paper from 2006. We know in terms of consultation that actually this government many times has switched to the terms of engagement rather than consultation, because consultation actually includes the notion that you have free, prior, and informed consent. And without those elements of free, prior, and informed consent, you don't have true consultation, and you haven't had true consultation on Bill C-27.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. I enjoy working with her on the standing committee, and I know that we'll look forward to not only considering the witnesses and proposed amendments, as the minister said, but I think that we've had a great working relationship, and it'll play itself out with respect to this piece of legislation. And I appreciate her raising, by way of example, Whitecap First Nation, who we, as a committee, had a chance to visit, saw tremendous economic success there, and it is true that they have, in many instances, gone well above and beyond any sense of accountability on so many different levels, and that has been, in no small way, the key to their success. And so, on a more narrow question of economic development, since we know that all First Nations communities are not on that particular level, not in terms of economic success or per se accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker, would the member then concede or at least agree or acknowledge that this has the potential to put the community in an overall better position, those perhaps that don't have some of the benefits that Whitecap does, to have relationships, stronger relationships with various private sector stakeholders? Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I fail to see how simply requiring First Nations, who already do all this reporting, by the way, to continue to do this reporting is going to contribute to an enhanced capacity around economic development. Now, if the government was serious about developing capacity, they would have gone back to the AFN paper, which said develop the tools needed by both the Government of Canada and First Nations to be able to apply the Auditor General's 5 principles fully and effectively to all policies, programs and services aimed at First Nations. And this would include the tools needed by First Nations governments to provide responsible and accountable government for the constituents. So if they were truly interested in economic development, what they would have actually done is help develop the tools to build capacity. Because what we also heard, we've been hearing from witnesses at the committee, and I appreciate the parliamentary secretary's comments about the committee. The committee does work very effectively together. But what we've been hearing from people who are involved in economic development is that leadership and their ability to have those tools, their ability to develop that capacity is very important. So that would have been a better focus for us, is to work with First Nations in developing those tools and that capacity.
Honourable member for Macarel-Fortin. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And I have a very simple question for my colleague. Over the past months, something that has been reported repeatedly and never contradicted, that in the First Nations communities there was a problem of access to drinking water, access to schools, access to health care, and access to decent housing. So why are we coming back to this discussion of good governance, whereas it is impossible to manage or govern where there is no budget to meet these essential needs? The government's demand with regard to this act was not only a way to divert the fact, isn't it saying that the government is diverting its...
That's a very good question. What we've had over this past year is we've had a report on First Nations education commissioned by the government in conjunction with the Assembly of First Nations, which highlights the desperate straits of many schools on reserve. It's no surprise to anybody. We had the crisis in Attawapiskat around housing. We've had a national survey that was just released on the state of health and the social determinants of health in many First Nations community, and it talks about drinking water, it talks about education, it talks about food insecurity. And so we have amazing documentation on what the problems are. What we have lacked is the political will to move forward in addressing these very serious issues. First Nations, Métis and Inuit are the youngest, fastest growing population in Canada. They are the workforce of the future. And what is incumbent upon all of us here in this House is that investment. And it is an investment in the future, an investment to ensure that we have the skilled labour force that Canada needs to take itself forward on the international stage.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Transparency and proactive disclosure are important goals for all governments, including First Nations governments, and these are goals that the Liberal opposition support. But the Conservatives have a duty to work with First Nations to improve mutual accountability, not just impose made in Ottawa legislation. First Nations are willing partners on issues of governance, but this government must stop treating them as adversaries. The Conservative government's recent decision to cut the National Centre for First Nations Government is hardly a promising start. Despite the Prime Minister's rhetoric at the recent Crown First Nations gathering about resetting the relationship, the Conservative government have shown a total disregard for the rights of Indigenous people. The Supreme Court of Canada established that both federal and provincial governments have a duty to consult Aboriginal peoples before making decisions that might adversely affect their Aboriginal rights and, in some circumstances, accommodate Aboriginal people's concerns. Further, let us not forget that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which Canada signed, obliges Canada to obtain the free, prior and informed consent of Indigenous peoples for matters affecting rights, territories and resources. This government now defends its lack of progress toward implementing the Declaration by claiming it is merely aspirational in nature. Now the Conservative government is imposing major changes to First Nations financial reporting requirements with no significant prior consultation with those who will have to implement these changes. Le gouvernement a eu recours à la même.
The government has used the same flawed approach on drinking water and matrimonial real property. No discussions on the specifics of bills with stakeholders, never mind opposition, before tabling.
Government explicitly exclude Aboriginal participation from their government's hunting and angling advisory panel, despite the fact that they are the only Canadians with constitutionally protected hunting and fishing rights. This is a government that seems to have a pathological aversion to consultation with those impacted by their decisions. When major changes to employment insurance and health care were recently introduced, it was done without any prior consultation with provincial governments, leaving them to sort out major structural changes in their jurisdictions with no federal-provincial dialogue. When the Prime Minister announced major changes to our pensions, he did so to a foreign audience without having raised it during the federal election only months before, or discussing the proposals with experts, stakeholders or Canadians. L'approche du gouvernement viole le devoir.
The government's approach violates the Crown's constitutional duty to consult with First Nations before changing laws or policies that affect First Nations people, institutions and rights.
Worked with First Nations to develop a broad-based and comprehensive mutual accountability framework. This framework was included in the Kelowna Accord, which Conservatives tore up in 2006. The Accord established a First Nations Auditor General, an independent body funded to oversee the accountability framework. This was broadly supported by Aboriginal people, it was creative, and it was the way forward in terms of building accountability and transparency. The Conservatives cancelled this initiative in 2006. First Nations funding arrangements are currently subject to annual allocations, changing program parameters and reporting obligations, as well as unilateral realignment, reductions and adjustments. We lack a legislative framework for predictable federal fiscal transfers based on the actual costs of the delivery of services. This will require transforming the fiscal relationship between the federal government to respect First Nations rights and appropriately align responsibilities. Any effort to improve accountability and transparency must be mutual and should include both enabling provisions for a First Nations Auditor General and a commitment by the federal government to be accountable for its spending on First Nations programs. Le projet de loi C-27.
Bill C-27 does nothing to streamline the current overwhelming reporting burden, especially for small First Nations with limited administrative capacity.
General has repeatedly called for meaningful action to reduce unnecessary First Nations reporting requirements that shift limited capacity from community programs. In her 2002 report, the Auditor General recommended that the federal government should consult with First Nations to review reporting requirements on a regular basis and to determine reporting needs when new programs are set up. Unnecessary or duplicative reporting requirements should be dropped. As recently as June of 2011, the Auditor General reported government progress towards achieving this needed rationalization as unsatisfactory. The government has failed to make meaningful progress on this issue. First Nations provide a minimum of 168 different financial reports to the four major funding departments, INAC Health Canada, HRSDC, and CMHC. That's 3 per week. The majority of these communities have less than 500 people. AANDC alone receives 60,000 reports from First Nations annually as a requirement under existing funding agreements. Legislation that adds additional reporting requirements for First Nations must also deal with this overwhelming and often outdated and unnecessary burden of existing reporting requirements. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, Liberals fully support the principle of proactive disclosure of financial information from First Nations chiefs and council to band members. Clearly, cases of First Nations citizens being denied access to this information are unacceptable, and it may be that existing legislation provisions should require proactive disclosure. However, as the courts have ruled, this right of access to information does not extend to the general public. Therefore, the proactive disclosure provisions in this legislation must be changed so they provide proactive disclosure to First Nation citizens alone. There are existing models from First Nations who have already strong governance models which can be adopted. There are examples of bands that are already proactively disclose financial statements on password-protected websites. These are the types of creative solutions that result from thorough two-way consultations. When the government doesn't just speak but listens and internalizes what stakeholders have to say. Bill C-27 forces First Nations to disclose financial information related to band-owned businesses to all Canadians, not simply remuneration paid out of federal grants and contributions. This is inconsistent with the principles of First Nations self-government and contravenes the Privacy Act, as well as a ruling by the federal court. Cette mesure pourrait exposer les sociétés.
This measure could potentially make band-owned businesses vulnerable to predatory practices and put them at a competitive disadvantage.
Concerned about the double standard that would be applied under this legislation. Non-Aboriginal private corporations are not forced to publicly disclose consolidated financial statements. This could very well defeat the government's stated goal of stimulating economic development on reserves, as my colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan has said. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out that paternalistic lectures about accountability are a little rich coming from this Conservative government. This is a government that has decided to rule by ideology, blind to facts, blind to the reality of everyday Canadians, and free from accountability offered by access to reliable statistics. To facilitate this, they have muzzled scientists, bullied non-governmental organizations, and slashed programs focused on gathering and analyzing evidence-based data. In the 2006 election, the Conservative Party of Canada was fined by Elections Canada to overspend its campaign limit by $1.3 million and to have tried to inappropriately collect $800,000 from taxpayers in rebates. In 2011, Conservative Senators Doug Findlay and Irving Gerstein, as well as senior campaign officials Michael Donison and Susan Keogh, reached a plea deal for misleading Elections Canada. It also seems increasingly likely that there was a coordinated effort to keep Canadians from the polls last year, and Elections Canada is currently investigating these allegations. The Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister is now facing a serious investigation by Canada's Independent Election Authority for spending irregularities. This same individual is shockingly the government spokesperson on election fraud. So much for accountability. And, Mr. Speaker, what about transparency? Canada's Information and Privacy Commissions have publicly stated that while other nations are moving towards more open and accountable federal governments, ours remains one of the most unaccountable and secretive in Canada's history. BC 38, the recently passed 425-page budget implementation bill, amends over 70 different acts and could end over 50 years of environmental oversight in Canada. Not only were these changes put forward without proper consultation, they were pushed through Parliament in a way to circumvent democratic scrutiny. First Nations have little to learn about accountability and transparency from this government. As I have stated, Liberals support the underlying goals of the legislation, but are very concerned about how it was brought to this House. La loi proposée par le gouvernement va...
The bill, as written, is inconsistent with the principle of First Nations self-government. It is inconsistent with the new approach to relations between the Government of Canada and First Nations, which was supposed to have resulted from the residential school's apology in 2008.
With the Conservatives' belated and half-hearted support for the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Prime Minister's commitment at the Crown First Nations gathering to reset this relationship. We also have deep concerns about some of the unintended consequences of the impact on local capacity and First Nations-owned businesses. This legislation will need significant improvements and much further consultation with First Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to the member that there were certain parts of that speech that I really appreciated. It sounds to me like there's an opportunity here to get this to committee and have some further discussions and consultations. We've heard from First Nations community members that are asking for this kind of transparency, and it seems to me that there are already things in place that can facilitate that, and this committee will do great work on that. The other part of the speech, the bit rich and paternalistic part, is very interesting to me as somebody who spent 8 years living and working in isolated First Nations communities throughout the 90s, saw massive deficits in infrastructure, schools, water and wastewater treatment. We're now moving forward on those. We're not drafting documents like the famous white paper of that party in its past. So I think we've got a great opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, to work on a piece of legislation that will bring as many, if not all, First Nations communities at par with some level of transparency and accountability to their membership, transfer that power, if you will, to the community level where it belongs. And so I ask the member, does she not think that it's vital to get this legislation to committee, to hear some of the best practices from communities who've exceeded what this legislation currently contains, and make those considerations and hear those testimonies and move forward with this legislation, which they appear to support? Thank you.
Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We feel this legislation is it's a very sad time, at a time when it was to be possible to reset the relationship in a true government-to-government way. We as the Liberals are very proud of the process that went into the Kelowna Court. That meant 18 months of bottom-up conversations amongst the Aboriginal leaders in this country, First Nations, Inuit, Métis, provinces and territories, as well as the federal government, choosing the 5 areas of education, health, housing, economic development, as well as accountability. Through that 18 months, there was a consensus of how to go forward and how much it would cost in terms of the $5 billion that was assigned. So I must say that I come from a place where the motto was non quo sed quo modo. It's not only what you do, but how. And I'm afraid that this bill remains as paternalistic as it was when it was tabled.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from St. Paul's for her speech. And I wonder, I'd like her to comment on a couple of things. She mentioned in her speech about the volume of reporting that's already in place that requires chiefs and councils to reveal their salaries, honorary expenses, audited financial statements. So I wonder if she could comment, first of all, on the reporting that's already in place and why it's not sufficient. And secondly, the government's claim that somehow or other Bill C-27 is going to enhance economic development. I wonder if she can see any way that this is going to enhance economic development.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member in that I think that as we cross the country with the committee, we heard serious concerns about this bill and what could happen if, again, those proprietary information, how much you pay an engineer, how much this person makes in a band-owned enterprise, would open it up to predatory practices from competitors and actually put the First Nations business at a complete disadvantage. So I think that everything we've heard and speaks to the fact that this is not a good idea. This bill goes way further than the private member's bill before. And also, as we know, that any band member who is having trouble getting information on the chief and council salaries, that the minister already has the ability to get that information for those band members. This is just still worryingly extinguishing of economic opportunity for First Nations.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Macquarie-Fortin.
The honourable member for Macquarie-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I noted the comments made by the parliamentary secretary in the questions, and he said that it's time to take action. So if action is being taken so quickly and so swiftly, there's no social housing, there's no water, there are no modern schools. Everything is being replaced by reports, bureaucracy. The government boasted about wanting to eliminate red tape and bureaucracy, is now adding bureaucracy. Can the member for the Liberal Party who just spoke explain to us why they're asking for more reports from Aboriginal peoples when the information is already available and fewer reporting requirements for the private sector?
For St. Paul's.
Merci pour le député.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government likes legislation and words. Legislation for drinking water is not sufficient. The First Nations people need resources and funding to put in place the infrastructure they need for drinking water, for affordable housing, health, and all of the other services and whatnot that warrant the attention of the government.
The time has come to resolve these unacceptable problems, unacceptable to all Canadians.
Commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just a follow-up question. When the parliamentary secretary talked about getting this bill to committee, and he talked about it would give us an opportunity to examine best practices on accountability and how different First Nations governments had set up their practices around, reporting expenses and salaries. And I wonder if the member could comment on the fact that we could actually do this without legislation. We could actually, the committee could undertake a study to look at best practices. As I mentioned earlier, the Assembly of First Nations in 2006 put out a position paper around some of the proposed principles and practices. I wonder if she could comment on that aspect of it.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
I thank the member for the question. And as we know, the Assembly of First Nations did pass the resolution in December of 2010. And you know, if any member wants to look today, the audited statements of Chief and Council of Attawapiskat are up and online. But it is up to the individual First Nation as to whether they choose to make this public or password protected to their own band. So I think that the creativity, innovation, but the real desire for accountability and transparency is there amongst First Nations. We hear it everywhere we go. But again, the reset means the accountability of Chief and Council need to be to their members, to their community, not to the Indian agent, not to Big Brother. And it is extraordinarily important that if this government really wants to reset the relationship, that they understand that tabling paternalistic legislation after paternalistic legislation goes in exactly the opposite direction.
Question. We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that this government has its own challenges with accountability and transparency. The latest incident of a long string of incidents has to do with how should we say, the PBO's speaking truth to power, and of course the hiding of information from Parliament. So accountability and transparency is a two-way street, and this bill apparently calls First Nations to account. Now, how does this bill help with the other side of the street, which is calling the government to account for its handling of what is quite a significant amount of money?
Good question. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
I thank the member for the question, and he actually is repeating exactly the concerns of the Auditor General. Why over all of the years have the conditions not got any better? How much of the money is in a department? How much of the money is not getting where it needs to go? And on housing, on so many of these issues, that the Auditor General has had very, very, very serious concerns about the lack of transparency and the results-based management that ought to be present within the minister's department, as opposed to the only accountability and transparency and to be in the First Nations.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
I am very pleased to rise today and speak in support of Bill C-27. I would like to thank the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs for his support for my private member's bill, C-575, in the last Parliament, and for his continued interest and leadership in the area of First Nations financial transparency and accountability. When I introduced Bill C-575 in the last Parliament, I received overwhelming support for my private member's bill from both First Nations community members as well as Canadians from across the country. If there has been a consistent theme running through our policies and programs with regards to Aboriginal affairs since forming government, it is to support Aboriginal people in achieving economic success so they can maximize the benefits of self-sufficiency and prosperity. Since 2006, this goal has been emphasized in every throne speech, as was powerfully reinforced most recently in the 2011 speech from the throne. It committed the Government of Canada to support transparency for First Nations communities by requiring chiefs and councillors to publish their salaries and expenses. Being certain that a First Nation government upholds standard accounting procedures and sound business practices is vitally important to potential investors in First Nations communities. In fact, one of the most compelling reasons to support this legislation is its potential to have a positive impact on First Nation economic development. Mr. Speaker, transparency builds trust, and trust is integral to building strong relationships.
Once it is clear how a community manages its money and how it accounts for expenditures, businesses interested in pursuing joint ventures will have greater confidence that they can count on a First Nation to be a reliable and responsible partner. The requirements under Bill C-27 will enable First Nations to demonstrate best practices in their financial operations. This is crucial to create an environment conducive to investment. Chief Darcy Bear of the Whitecap Dakota First Nation also agrees with this concept, and I quote, "Transparent and accountable First Nations governments support a strong environment for investment leading to greater economic development." Unquote. If a First Nation can inspire confidence among prospective investors, it can attract economic development, leading to greater self-reliance and a better standard of living for its members. That, Mr. Speaker, is the ultimate goal of Bill C-27. However, the immediate objective of First Nation members is simply to find out how their leaders spend the First Nations' money and how much money chiefs and councillors are receiving for their services. As other speakers have already explained, there have been repeated calls for greater transparency and accountability when it comes to the remuneration of chiefs and councillors. Accountability is a fundamental principle of Canadian political life. Certainly, some First Nations governments already make this financial information readily available to their community members, but current practice related to disclosure is inconsistent. In some cases, First Nation governments only make available information on spending and reimbursement of expenses when requested to do so. Others refuse their members access to financial information, forcing people to turn to Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada to have this information released. First Nations band members shouldn't have to ask to find out what their elected representatives are earning. It should be publicly available information, just like it is for all other elected officials across the country. Mr. Speaker, other Canadians are not asked to tolerate such a situation, and First Nation members should not be asked to do so either.
That's right.
First Nations are already obligated to produce audited consolidated financial statements, as has already been noted, and details about chief and councillors' pay, and submit them to the federal government as a condition of their funding agreements. However, at the moment, there is nothing in law requiring First Nations governments to provide this information to their members or when and how it should be disclosed. This uncertainty, coupled with the sheer unavailability of information in so many cases, is unfair to First Nation members. It's patently undemocratic. Equally worrisome, it can be a major deterrent in attracting potential private sector investment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the First Nations Financial Transparency Act will enhance transparency and certainty, making reporting requirements mandatory. It will open up a First Nations books so their members can see how funds are used by their governments. Following the passage of this proposed legislation, there will be a consistent, reliable, predictable, and transparent approach to disclosing such information. The bill clearly places the accountability on First Nation governments to release information about financial compensation to elected representatives in a manner similar to that of other governments across Canada. Under Bill C-27, band councils will be required to prepare audited, consolidated financial statements each year. These documents will be accompanied by a schedule of remuneration paid to chiefs and councillors and make this information available to members of their community and publish these documents on a website. The proposed Act also requires the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development to publish the same information on the department's website so it can be easily accessed in one location for the information of all Canadians, including potential investors. Making audited, consolidated financial statements and schedules of remuneration widely available will also help to promote investment on reserves. Anyone looking for strong First Nation partners for financial ventures will be able to access basic financial information from a single source. Strong, capable, and accountable First Nations governments will be in a position to attract business investments that will lead to increased economic development and job creation in First Nations communities. Mr. Speaker, it is hard to imagine how anyone could argue with that. Anyone taking an objective look at the facts can only conclude that Bill C-27 is equally good for First Nation members, their local governments, and Canada's business community. So I call on all members of the House to get behind this very necessary and beneficial act. Not only First Nations members, but all Canadians are counting on parliamentarians to do exactly that. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Peace River, that the question be now put.
Ms. Block, seconded by Mr. Workington, move that the question now be put. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. It was interesting to listen to her say that we couldn't object to the facts, and there's a fact I want to put before the member. She's talking about how all of this could be accessed on websites. And according to the First Nations Regional Health Survey, only 51% of First Nations homes has internet access, and that drops to 36% in homes with under $25,000 who earn incomes under $25,000. So effectively, most First Nations, or a significant portion of First Nations, won't be able to access the information via the internet anyway. But my question for the member is, well, there was another comment, too. It's interesting that she says that they don't want to force people to go to the minister to get the information, but they have no problem with forcing people to go to the courts to get the information, which is far more expensive and time-consuming. The Whitecap Dakota, which the member mentioned, she was quoting some support for the bill, but I wonder if she could comment specifically on Whitecap Dakota's two concerns. One is with the entity, which is under 6.1 in the Act. That entity is defined as a business corporation or whatever, that chiefs and councils now have to will have to report under this legislation, and Whitecap Dakota specifically had serious problems with that. They said public sector reporting should be different from business reporting. And the second concern that Whitecap Dakota raised was with regards to treating expenses as just lumped in under salary. They asked that those expenses and salary be treated separately. So I wonder if she could comment on entities and expenses.
For Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that this question was posed to the minister, and I believe that he answered it very well when he said that this legislation would require that band-owned entities publicly disclose only those monies that accrue to salaries and benefits of chiefs and councillors. I guess what I would remind this member of is that the immediate objective of this legislation and other initiatives introduced in prior parliaments is to ensure that First Nations community members receive information from their leaders when they ask for it. And that's what the immediate objective of this legislation is. And I would encourage that member to stand up for First Nations community members in having access to that kind of information that they rightly deserve.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member on all the hard work she's done on this. What what I hear a lot, whether it be First Nations, whether it be municipal government, provincial government, it's, oh my God, more paperwork, and what are we going to do with it all? I wonder if the member could tell us, with regards to the proposed legislation, what additional paperwork there will be for this bill, if any.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. Certainly, this was a question that was posed to me time and time again when, by the opposition when I introduced my private member's bill, and I want to ensure my colleague and all members of this House that the reports that are being required to be submitted to the department already are. There will be no more burden on a First Nation under this legislation than is already required of them. What it will require them to do, and again, it was the purpose for introducing my private member's bill, and I'm so pleased to see that the immediate objective of this piece of legislation is to ensure that First Nations communities have access to this information when they ask for it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a few questions of my colleague. I'm going to give some quotes from the Prime Minister. In January 2012, he said that our goal is self-sufficiency and independence for communities and improved governance, increased participation in our economy by First Nations. He also said in his remarks that day that it would be important to replace certain parts of the Indian Act and modernize it for First Nations. So the Prime Minister seems to want to cooperate with First Nations and establish a partnership. But in this bill, there was no cooperation with First Nations. They were not consulted when this bill was drafted. So I would like to know whether my colleague does not feel there is a contradiction with what the Prime Minister seemed to be saying in his speech.
Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I would just like, and I thank my colleague for her question. Over the year that I had after I introduced my private member's bill, year and a half, I heard from many community members, First Nations community members, that this piece of legislation was needed. It was exactly what they had been asking for, and it was addressing the concerns that they had. In fact, I introduced this bill as a result of hearing concerns from First Nations community members. We know that this act will help to ensure that First Nations have democratic, accountable, and transparent governments by requiring that a First Nation prepare these annual audited financial statements and a schedule of salaries and make them public to their members. And that's what this piece of legislation is about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River.
I commend my colleague who has been up again supporting this bill. She brought it forward as a private member's bill, and now we see it again now as a government bill. But I know that the honourable member shares a constituency similar to mine in that she represents many First Nations communities. And like her riding, I have many people in my community from First Nations communities asking me if I might be able to assist them in getting some of this information that is being prescribed in this bill. And I'm happy to supply the list to honourable colleagues across the way that are looking for people that are absolutely desiring to see this information. And I see people contacting my office on a weekly basis looking for assistance in this. The member from Nanaimo, Cowichan, suggested that there are already existing authorities in place to allow First Nations members to access this information. I'm wondering if the honourable member, my colleague from Rosetown Bigger, has seen where these authorities have been able to provide the information for her First Nations members, because certainly I haven't been able to get the information for my folks that my colleague across the way suggests that might be available to them.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question and also thank him for the very good work that he does chairing the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and for the work that the committee does. I had an opportunity to present to that committee and was very appreciative of their very thoughtful questions. Mr. Speaker, there are 74 First Nations in Saskatchewan. And I can tell you that since the last election, I continue to receive many calls, many emails, many letters from First Nations community members who continue to have difficulties accessing this information, whether it be because they can't find the information, whether it be because they've asked for it and have simply been refused. And as was mentioned earlier by our minister, the process to get this information is a very cumbersome process, and the requests continue to come to my office, and we continue to advise those members who call my office that we are very hopeful that this piece of legislation is going to be passed in due course and that they will be able to get this information directly from their leaders. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Before we resume debate, actually, I'll tell the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing I will need to interrupt her at the 5:30 mark, this being the end of government orders, at least to this point in the day. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member, my distinguished colleague from Manicouagan, and it gives me actually great pleasure to speak to this bill so that the government can hear again how wrong-headed their approach is. Not just for C-27, but for much of what they have been hanging their hat on lately. At the outset, I will say that this bill is unnecessary in that it ignores some simple ways to address the problems it seeks to solve. C-27 is overly punitive and amounts to a real waste of valuable and much-needed funds by duplicating efforts and increasing the bureaucratic burden on those First Nations that do not already have self-governing regimes. It sets the course for costly legal battles and ignores the advice of the Auditor General to reduce the reporting burden placed on First Nations. Worst of all, Mr. Speaker, this bill was created without the consultation or involvement of First Nations. This bill is similar to a private member's bill the government is championing these days, and the member just spoke on that. Bill C-377, in that it seeks to force other bodies and organizations to do what this Conservative government is so thoroughly incapable of. That is, to behave in a publicly accountable and transparent fashion. In fact, it is nothing short of ironic that we are debating this bill in the shadow of the omnibus Trojan budget bill. It's a Trojan horse budget. A budget that amounts to a leap of faith when put to the same test that C-27 will force onto First Nations. We have just witnessed this government throttle the office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer by refusing to provide the information needed for that office to report to parliamentarians in the manner that we have asked of him, in the manner that the Conservatives supported as opposition members and so thoroughly frustrate now that they are in government. We all welcome how accountability and transparency were to be the hallmarks of this government, yet those principles are more notable by their absence than anything else when it comes to their actions. The Accountability Act was their first piece of legislation after replacing the tired and corrupt Liberal Party in government. Only 6 years later, it is nothing more than a shell of broken ideals crushed under the weight of parliamentary bullying, influence peddling, lobbyists, and allegations of electoral fraud. Now, the member is chastising me from the other end, and obviously you can see that they know full well that we are talking about them and how awful they have been. Now, the Conservatives are setting out to force First Nations to do what they themselves refuse to do. They are seeking to impose standards that are greater than those applied to politicians in many other elected jurisdictions in a way that creates more bureaucracy without really increased accountability of First Nation governments to their communities. These standards and the costs associated with them are even more unrealistic when one considers the entirety of the circumstances, especially the recent budget cuts to the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. We also cannot ignore the narrow scope of talking points that are the driving force behind this legislation. The maxim that worst-case scenarios make bad legislation should be considered as we debate C-27. Time and again, we hear about a handful of overpaid First Nation politicians in and out of proportion manner, which leads to assumptions that are based far more on opinion than fact. Those scenarios, while unfortunate, are in no way among the most pressing this government faces with respect to our First Nations communities. Yet there are debating an issue, an unnecessary piece of legislation, instead of working on ways to address more pressing need, and I believe that is a shame. From the outset, we know there is a problem because the intention of the bill is to duplicate something that already exists. To hear proponents of this bill speak, one would think that First Nations report nothing about the funding they receive or the salaries and compensation provided to their leadership, when we know the opposite is true. In fact, First Nations produce year-end reports that include annual audited consolidated financial statements for the public funds provided to them. These reports include salaries, honoraria, and travel expenses for all elected, appointed, and senior unelected band officials. First Nations are also required to release statements to their membership about compensation earned or accrued by elected, appointed, and unelected senior officials, and the amounts of remuneration paid, earned, or accrued by elected and appointed officials, which must be from all sources within the recipient's financial reporting entity, including amounts from economic development and other types of business corporations. But that is not being made widely known or acknowledged by this government. Instead, they are imposing a bill that goes out of its way to force a different method of financial reporting and the costs associated with that onto First Nations. New Democrats do not share the government's view on the urgency of this issue. We believe that C-27 must be considered in the context of the June 2011 findings of the Auditor General, which stated that, despite repeated audits recommending numerous reforms over the last decade, the federal government has failed abysmally to address the worsening conditions for First Nations. That report tells us that the money just isn't flowing to the problems, but that it's not for lack of audits or reporting processes. The Auditor General pointed out that the reporting burden on First Nations has actually worsened in recent years, despite that office's repeated calls to reduce the reporting burden. Worst of all, the findings showed how many of the reports are not even used by federal government departments and are not serving anything but bureaucratic processes. They are white elephants, and this government is eagerly seeking to increase them. This is an odd turn in the road for a government that says it is so dead set against red tape. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it is only red tape when it frustrates the goals of their main lobbyist friends, and not so much when it comes to frustrating the efforts of people they don't spend as much time with. New Democrats, however, are convinced that changes to how audited statements are presented to First Nations do not need heavy-handed legislation. Any changes deemed necessary could be a requirement of funding arrangements that the department has each First Nation government sign. We are concerned that this bill not only ignores the simple solution, but is overly punitive as well. I'm assuming my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Great. I'll finish up the rest of it in a few minutes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing will have 2.5 minutes remaining for her remarks and 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the motion.
And now, it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-36. Call in the members.
order. The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moved that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code, elder abuse, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those in favor, please stand.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island
Mrs.
North.
Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McDequack.
Mr. Allen Tobic McDequack.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Getty Pope.
Mr. Getty Pope.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi,
Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc-LaSalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc-LaSalle-Mort.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Lavertière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Ms. Sitbaïsen.
Ms. Sitbaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiort.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiort.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Codard.
Monsieur Codard.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Yeas pour 289, 289. Nays contre, none, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est...
The bill is therefore referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Maintenant au vote par appel.
The House will now proceed to the recorded debate, recorded division deferred on the previous question of the second reading of Bill C-28.
Jean, seconded by Mr. Williamson, moved that his question be now put. Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashwar.
Mr. Panashwar.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Wright.
Ms. Wright.
Mr. LaBelle.
Mr. LaBelle.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rashad.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTequac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTequac.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Milcar. Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mort.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toome.
Monsieur Toome.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nichols.
Ms. Sitzbaïsen.
Mr. Tavaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélé. Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Boer.
Madame Boer.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. McCauley. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Burns. Mr. Ricchetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Dion. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Coderre. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Karygiannis. Ms. Scrow. Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Valerius. Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey. Madame Saint-Denis.
Yeas pour 158, 158. Nays contre 131, 131.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Declared motion adopted. The House will now proceed with the next vote.
Your move that Bill C-28, an act to amend the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Chief Government Whip.
Madam Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous motion to the current motion, with the Conservatives voting yes.
Great idea. That's what I...
The Honourable...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We agree to apply, and we will be voting no.
The Liberal Whip, the Honourable Liberal Whip.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals agree and will be voting against.
The Honourable Member for Nicolet Baker. The Bloc Québécois will be supporting the motion.
Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thunder Bay Superior North will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Will be voting yes.
And the Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Voting yes.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I was not in attendance at the last vote, but I just wanted to clarify for the record that I will be voting with the Conservative Party on this very important bill.
Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 131, 131.
I declare the motion adopted.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The
House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-305 under private members' business.
Question is as follows. Monsieur Gill, appuyé par Monsieur...
Mr. Gill, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that Bill C-305, an act to establish a national public transit strategy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
At my left in favor... No, this is the right bill. The bill that members are asking about was deferred. The vote was deferred. So we are speaking of Bill C-394. So all those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gill. Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chiffon.
Monsieur Chiffon.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Ms. Sitzbaïsen.
Ms. Sitzbaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Chizou.
Mr. Chizou.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toome.
Monsieur Toome.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row on my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Temiskaming.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Temiskaming.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Ellen.
Mr. Ellen Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame D.
Madame D.
All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Kenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr.
Mr.
Shipley.
Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown leads Grenville. Mr. Hahn. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Gauguin. Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Monsieur Lemieux. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leung. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckert. Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Graywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings. Monsieur Lauzon.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Kemp, Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Monsieur Poliev. Mr. Lake. Monsieur Bernier. Mr. Gossal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Ablonsi. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Ketty, South Shore, St. Margaret. Mr. Anders. Mr. Reed. Mr. Velikot. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Panashway. Mr. Ashfield. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Lebez. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taze. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay, Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Harper. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Stanley Haldeman, Norfolk. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Ms. Oda. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Fast. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Oliver.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those on my left who are opposed to this motion will please rise.
Mr. Casey. Madame Saint-Denis. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Fortin. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Valeria. Mr. Shue.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Karygiannis. Ms. Skro. Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Kusner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGinty.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Byrne. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lemoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Cadal. Mr. Bryson.
Première rangée.
First row on my left.
Ollie. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Ray. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those on my right who are opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 253, 253. Nays contre 38, 38.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-206 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Albrecht, appuyé par
Mr. Albrecht, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moved that Bill S-206, an act respecting World Autism Awareness Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht. On my right.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea Sky.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sobuk.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTequac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTequac.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp and Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. Gossard.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr.
Mr.
Reed.
Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary
Mr.
Southeast.
Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Morport Morty Westwood Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Morport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Et que tous ceux
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Glace-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Glace-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
fourth row on my left.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tavaïsen.
Monsieur Tavaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Shu.
Mr. Shu.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Carey-Janis.
Mr. Carey-Janis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough, Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aston.
Mr. Aston.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Bitsibiti-Miskaming.
Madame Moore, Bitsibiti-Miskaming.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mare.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mare.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Codard.
Monsieur Codard.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Et première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Que tous ceux qui
All
s'opposent.
those on my right who are opposed to the motion will please rise.
All those on my left who oppose this motion, please rise.
Yeas pour 290, 290. Nays contre none, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
Declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question at the second reading stage of Bill C-24. The question is as follows. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moved that this question be now put.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panache.
Mr.
Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brownlees Grenville.
Mr. Brownlees Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora. Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Marnicky.
Mr. Komarnicky.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen to Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mare.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mare.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Mr. Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Mr. Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Admonenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassainia.
Madame Hassainia.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Cadell.
Mr. Godard.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Peterson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Ms. Sgro.
Sgro.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims, Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls,
Ms.
Windsor.
Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 137, 137.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. The next question is as follows.
Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to the current vote with the Conservatives voting yes.
Their consent to proceed in this way. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply the vote and we will be voting nay.
The Liberal Whip.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals agree and we're voting yes.
Le député de Nicolas.
The Bloc of Québécois will be voting opposed. Nay.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thunder Bay Superior North will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Le Parti vert vote non. The Green Party will be voting no.
East.
Be voting yes.
Yeas pour 185, 185. Nays contre 105, 105.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. It being 6:50, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Reprise du débat sur la motion M319, mon nom de M. Galipo, santé des enfants.
Resuming debate on the motion standing in the name of Mr. Galipo.
Order, please. Private members' business will now commence, and I'd ask honourable members to take their private conversations to lobbies to allow the honourable member for Beaches East York. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York has 3 minutes left. No, the Centre. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre, resuming debate. Right now?
Yes, you're on.
Ah. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Order. Members are not able to hear. I would like to ask for a little order, please, in the House. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of this bill, or this motion, but I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, I do so very reluctantly. On the surface, it seems like a very good motion. It deals with the issue of obesity and of taking steps to bring down the very high levels of obesity, especially childhood obesity, in this country. But it really doesn't do anything new. This bill just reiterates everything that is currently on this government's obesity framework. And nothing in that obesity framework has been implemented. Nothing in that obesity framework has been done, in spite of the fact that the putative efforts at the very beginning have been shown not to work, and with advice given to the government to strengthen those efforts, nothing has been done. But the trick here, Madam Speaker, is that if we do not support this motion, we're in danger of not supporting apple pie and motherhood and sunshine and sweetness and light. So, as always, we have to stand here and support what on paper sounds like a good thing, but in reality has absolutely no teeth to it. We know, Madam Speaker, for instance, why is it a good thing to deal with the issue of childhood obesity? Because we know that currently children today are not going to be living as long as their parents did, because children aged 2 to 17 have an obesity rate of up to 26%, which is up from 15% about 20 years ago. Youth aged 12 to 17 have a higher rate of 29%. First Nations children and youth and off reserve have a combined obesity rate of 41%, Madam Speaker. And with obesity brings high incidence of high cholesterol, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, sleep apnea, and joint problems. So the economic cost of doing nothing about obesity actually leads us to another generation of lost productivity and increased costs to our healthcare system. And the sad thing about this, Madam Speaker, is that it's preventable. We can do something about obesity. Other countries, especially European countries, have taken strong steps. They have set measurable goals, measurable objectives for bringing down the obesity in their populations, and they're talking about tiny amounts of obesity which they think are unacceptable, but they have put teeth into what they're doing. Even the United States is actually doing things that are making for strong legislation. They're taking powerful aims at industry. They're mandating that industry take certain steps to deal with a percentage of trans fats, to actually label and make sure that their products bring down the level of sugar. And we don't see this happening here, in spite of advice to the minister from not only advisory committees that have been set up to look at this from a purely scientific perspective, but also from the Department of Health itself, who have said since 2007, when this government brought in, to its credit, a voluntary an industrial initiative to ask for industry to voluntarily bring down trans fats and bring down levels of salt and levels of sugar, and to look at carbonated beverages. But that's voluntary. That's in 2007. The Department of Health and all of the data has shown that it actually doesn't work. It has not brought it down. Obesity keeps rising. And here we have a motion that says this is all wonderful, repeating exactly what the government is doing, and actually not putting any teeth or any strength or any spine into what is happening. So we will vote for this. It will obviously pass. The government backbenchers will all say, look at us. We're very keen on obesity. We have done a great deal about obesity. Look at that private member's bill that everybody in the House voted for. But nothing would have changed, and we will still have increasing rates of obesity. And that is a sad thing about all of this. We're all prepared to support a bill from a member who is prepared to take this on in a real way. We really want to do something about it. Canada has said, and we've talked about the federal and provincial ministers coming together with the federal government to create a pan-Canadian strategy. Part of it means actually not just advertising participation that says that people should exercise, but it actually talks about building infrastructure, of creating coaches, of creating places to play for young people in this country where they can play safely and well and do the maximum amount of exercise that would be cardio and weights, everything that would bring down their obesity. There is an ability for that to happen. Ministers agreed on this about 10 years ago, that they would agree to do this, to create this infrastructure of sport in this country, not only just saying that young people should exercise, but actually providing the tools that they need. So the ministers of education have talked about this. The ministers of sport have talked about this. Many provinces have just had to go off on their own and take strong measures, as strong as they can take under provincial jurisdiction, to bring down the rate of obesity. I know my province of British Columbia is determined that it would fight this, and it has put forward all sorts of infrastructure for play and for sport and for encouraging physical activity. And yet we are not doing this here. The minister has never once stood up and put the funding necessarily and put the teeth behind and the federal leadership behind a strategy for, in fact, helping young people across this country to be able to exercise. And that has prevented young people from doing the activity they need and continued to allow for low levels of physical activity amongst Canadian youth. You take an active person, Madam Speaker. An active person will spend, inactive person will spend 38% more days in hospital, 5.5 more family physician visits, and use 13% more specialist services, and use 12% more nurse visits. That's an inactive person. Physical activity brings down rates of chronic disease, coronary heart disease, stroke, hypertension, breast cancer, colon cancer, type 2 diabetes, and later on in life, osteoporosis. Obesity, Madam Speaker, to be very honest with you, costs this country in economic costs $7.1 billion a year. You would think that this is a cost-benefit no-brainer to be able to put in place not only the mandatory requirements for industry to bring down rates of trans fats and to bring down rates of sugar in their products. Other countries are doing it with no problem. You would think it's a no-brainer to do it, but yet this motion supports the government in saying it's a good thing, but actually not adding one single piece of teeth, or one tooth, sorry, Madam Speaker, into this to make it happen. And so we've also noted that we could save $76 billion over the next 10 years by tackling risk factors for heart disease, such as smoking, physical inactivity, obesity, etc., etc. And yet, this government has, in this last budget that passed year, cut the smoking cessation strategies by 34%. So I stand here and reluctantly say that I cannot say I won't support this bill. The Liberal Party will have to support this motion, Madam Speaker, because not to support it would be untenable. But to support it will mean that we sit here and say, look at how wonderfully we've done. We've supported the bringing down of obesity. Aren't we all clever? Aren't we all great? And then at the end of the day, we will have another 10 years from now, someone will be sitting here arguing the same thing and saying, my goodness, look at the rates of obesity in this country. Look at what it's going to cost us in the future in terms of productivity, in terms of lives lost, in terms of longevity. What are we going to do about it? We'll still be talking about it. That's the things that bother me a great deal in this House, where we talk about a lot of things. I think the intent may be good. I'm not impugning the intent, but nothing happens because we do not put in place measurable goals to achieve what we want to achieve. Look at evidence-based, follow best practices in other countries, and do what we need to do to deal with the issues that we can deal with, to deal with the problems that we can prevent. And Madam Speaker, 60% of all diseases that we suffer from today are preventable. We're talking about preventing a major one here, and yet I have to say, sadly, I will be supporting this motion, but it does very, very little to do with anything. I mean, here we have the federal, provincial, territorial framework, Madam Speaker, that has all of these criteria that have all been set. All of the action must be done. Nothing's happened, and it's not going to happen with this bill, with this motion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my sincere pleasure to stand today in support of motion M319. The motion from the member from Ottawa-Orleans focuses on the promotion and maintenance of healthy weights for youth and children. This issue is very important to me and all Canadians. I know that society as a whole benefits from children and youth maintaining healthy weights and practicing healthy behaviours. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization declared in 2011 that obesity is a global epidemic that is now being faced. More than 1/4 of Canadian children are overweight or obese, with rates even higher among Aboriginal people. Of even greater concern, these rates are increasing. We also know that in addition to significant personal and human costs, obesity is an important driver of healthcare costs, accounting for over $7 billion in direct and indirect costs. Last fall, the United Nations high-level meeting on non-communicable diseases highlighted that obesity is a global health problem, and many countries have put a high priority on tackling this issue. The Health Minister attended this important meeting, showing Canada's commitment to work with others in finding solutions. Reversing the trend in childhood obesity is very important. Childhood obesity not only causes a number of health issues in childhood, but also can lead to long-term health problems later in life. Addressing the causes of obesity requires a society-wide shift to change the social and physical environment that influences children's and families' eating habits and activity levels. Obesity is a complex issue, and all Canadians have a role to play in monitoring and maintaining healthy weights for children and youth. We didn't get here overnight, and there is no quick fix. To achieve change, we'll have to work together. This includes involvement at all levels of government, communities, research, and the non-profit and private sectors. This government is facilitating, convening and actively contributing to the partnerships focused on making an impact on childhood obesity. This motion highlights the need to continue to work on childhood obesity in this manner and by engaging and coordinating with other colleagues. We're working on our provincial, territorial and international colleagues on childhood obesity. The motion asks that we continue the dialogue with provinces, territories, health stakeholders, industry and all Canadians to promote and maintain healthy weights for children and youth. Together, these provinces and territories, we have agreed upon a direction that we need to take to work on addressing obesity. This shared vision to guide efforts to promote healthy living across Canada is elaborated upon in the September 2010 Federal, Provincial and Territorial Declaration on Prevention and Health Promotion. Through this declaration, governments have agreed to work together and with other sectors to make the promotion of health and the prevention of disease, disability and injury a priority for action. As a first step, governments endorsed Curbing Childhood Obesity, a federal, provincial and territorial framework for action to promote healthy weights, which makes childhood overweight and obesity a collective priority for action. Though these initiatives we're working to identify joint and complementary actions. In March 2011, we launched our Health, Our Future, a national dialogue. This dialogue provided federal, provincial and territorial governments with the input from Canadian stakeholders, including individual citizens, communities and industry. The dialogue gave Canadians across the country the chance to connect with each other and to share their ideas on how to promote healthy weights for children and youth. Building on this dialogue, last month, the Minister of Health also co-hosted a summit on healthy weights. The summit brought together a diverse group of people who showed great leadership in working together towards a common goal, reducing childhood obesity. The summit, like this motion, is an important step in highlighting the conditions that will help children, youth and their families achieve healthy weights. We're looking hard to bringing many sectors to the table because we know that governments alone cannot solve the problem. Each sector brings a unique viewpoint, strength and focuses on discussions of the childhood obesity. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you about some of the groups we're already working with on this issue, including some of the Canadian leading non-governmental organizations. These groups include the Chronic Disease Prevention Alliance of Canada, Physical Health and Education Canada, Participaction, and the Canadian Obesity Network. These organizations, along with others, are catalysts for addressing obesity. We also acknowledge the great potential for private industry to make an impact on childhood obesity. Discussions with groups like Food and Consumer Products of Canada and the Retail Council of Canada are helping us understand possible actions we can take together. Other organizations are also making key contributions to the broader dialogue on food policy. which will ultimately have an impact on child obesity. This includes groups like the Conference Board of Canada and the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute. Both of these groups are providing important insight into future direction and outlining ways to approach issues linked with childhood obesity. We're also working with Canada's research community through the Canadian Institute of Health Research, and the government is funding research on obesity. From 2010 to 2011, the Institutes funded $34 million in obesity-related research. These funds help obesity on the national health research agenda, generating new knowledge that will help us assess and identify the most effective mechanisms to address obesity in Canada and to improve the health of Canadians. Working in a collaborative fashion to address childhood obesity helps us capitalize on each other's strengths for the greatest possible effect. The motion calls for actions related to the promotion of access to healthy foods, support to making healthy food choices, and physical activity. In concert, these key partners were promoting accessibility and availability of nutritious food. For Canadians living in isolated northern communities, Nutrition North Canada is helping make nutritious, perishable foods more accessible. Another initiative, the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program, is helping communities provide support to prenatal and postpartum women facing the challenging life circumstances, but including nutritional information and breastfeeding support. The Community Action Program for Children supports the healthy living of vulnerable young children and their families through the promotion of physical activity and nutrition. And finally, Aboriginal Head Start includes meals, snacks, and nutritious advice to address the development needs of our First Nations children. The government is also providing Canadians with information to help them make healthy food choices. This includes Eating Well with Canada's Food Guide and its culturally tailored companion guide, Eating Well in Canada's Food Guide for the First Nations, Inuit and Métis. These guides provide evidence-based information about how much food Canadians need, what type of foods are better for Canadians, and the importance of physical activity. Canada's Food Guide is a resource for individuals as well as health educators and professionals. The Food Guide also underpins nutrition and health policies, as well as the educational programs across the country. However, healthy eating awareness and educational initiatives was launched in October 2010 with the Nutrition Facts Education Campaign. The campaign focuses on consumers understanding how to use nutrition facts tables to help them make healthy food choices, with a focus on understanding the use of daily value percentage. At the Summit on Healthy Weights, we announced a further investment of $4 million for the initiative to continue to provide Canadians with the information needed to make healthy food choices. We will do this by promoting healthy eating using Canada's Food Guide through the outreach partnerships, social media engagement, and web tools. While nutrition is significant, we are also promoting physical activity through programs like Children Fitness Tax Credits and Healthy Living Fund, and providing information on how to get active. We are also using evidence to help develop effective programs and policies for childhood obesity. Federal, provincial, and territorial health ministers will report to Canadians every 2 years on childhood obesity trends and on progress being made across the country to tackle this challenge. This will help us to ensure the best value of our investment, while also allowing us to learn from the successful initiatives and to modify approaches as appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to participate in the debate on this motion. I have a background in health, and I'm very pleased to therefore take part in this kind of debate, especially when it comes to children's health. This motion calls on the House to coordinate with the provinces and territories, as well as with health professionals, to educate young people about obesity and the associated problems. The motion also calls for action to tackle childhood obesity. I support this motion, but I want to make it clear that I don't think this motion will do very much. We can't disagree with the need to deal with such an important issue for society, but I don't think that this motion will move us forward very much. Obesity is a serious health problem, as we know, especially if you become obese as a child. The impacts are very serious for public health, physical health, but also psychological health. As we know, obese children tend to be more isolated. They seem to have lower self-esteem and less interaction with others. So we have to look at both the psychological and the physical aspects of this problem. Young people who are obese may not be able to do various activities with their friends. They may later have cardiovascular disease, a shorter life expectancy. So there are a lot of problems associated with obesity. We know that there are chronic diseases as well, such as heart disease, liver disease, gallbladder problems, strokes, high blood pressure, diabetes, type 2 diabetes in particular, cancers, breast cancer, colon cancer, endometriosis, and sleep apnea. These are some of the problems. The pancreas can be affected, and when this happens, then there tends to be diabetes developing, which gets worse as people get older. So type 2 diabetes is something that usually comes with age, but now we see young people developing it. We know as well that, as I mentioned, certain types of cancer are more frequent among obese people, sleep apnea, which can be a very serious problem, and other respiratory problems. In Canada, 26% of children between the ages of 2 and 17 are overweight or obese. So we're talking about 1 out of every 4 children. And among Aboriginal children, obesity is even more prevalent among them. Some 20% of children are obese on reserve between the ages of 6 and 14, and more among those on reserve. So we need to do more to help people develop healthy lifestyles. The impact of obesity and the associated problems on Canadians' health and on our health system is quite significant. When we look at the economic burden, the estimates are between $4.6 and $7.1 billion a year. So for years, the Conservatives have not really shown any leadership in the health field, in particular when it comes to regulating unhealthy foods, providing full treatment for people who are suffering obesity, and funding physical activity programs. Although the motion deals with obesity, it does not have any concrete measures to deal with the problem. In 2007, and a number of my colleagues were here in the chamber at that time, the Standing Committee on Health published a report entitled Healthy Weights, Healthy Children, containing 13 recommendations. In particular, it urged the government to set targets with support programs to reduce childhood obesity by 10% between now and 2020. The committee recommended also that immediate steps should be taken to tackle childhood obesity among Aboriginal people. The report sets out progressive strategies and concrete action to reduce childhood obesity. There's really an action plan in this report. We have the data. We have what we need to move forward. I find it very unfortunate that this motion does not take into account those recommendations so that we could have something concrete to put into action. The motion also proposes dialogue with industry. Well, I support the idea of having all stakeholders involved in tackling this problem, but we've had enough exchanges and consultation with the industry. I think that we can't go any further in that direction. We know that there are unhealthy processed foods and they are not regulated right now. We want unhealthy foods to be regulated. But right now, the government has still refused to take action in this area. Moreover, I think that there is something key missing in this motion, and that is that the socioeconomic factors involved in obesity are not taken into account. I think it is no coincidence that Aboriginal children are those who are most affected. We know that also that families who are struggling financially will have a harder time providing healthy, balanced meals to their children. For example, here 2 liters of milk might cost $2.85 and 2 liters of Coke might cost 85 cents. It's clear why Canadian families might make bad choices if they don't have enough money to make ends meet. We need to have good, affordable choices available to Canadian families if we want families to be healthier and children to be healthier. I want to say as well that the NDP has always called for regulation of trans fats in foods because their role is important in obesity. My colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, presented a motion, a private member's motion, to regulate the levels of trans fats in food. The motion was unanimously adopted, but the government took no action on it. The member also introduced Bill C-303, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act to limit the levels of trans fatty acids to 2 grams per 100 grams. The Conservative government continues to avoid taking any concrete steps to tackle the problem. Rather than just talking about dialogue, we need clear targets to reduce obesity levels. We need action to regulate processed foods and promote physical activity. If the government does not deal with this problem, we will have increasing rates of obesity and serious consequences for our health and our health system. I think that we have done enough studies. There have been enough recommendations. We have enough information. We need concrete action and a much more proactive action plan so that we can take concrete steps to deal with obesity, and our children are in need of this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured today to stand in this House to address a critical issue, childhood obesity, and to talk about how the sectors of society, including government, are tackling this public health issue. Helping children maintain healthy weights results in healthier living down the road and benefits Canada as a whole. To help support such efforts, I would like to speak in favour of motion M319, introduced by my colleague, the hard-working member from Ottawa, Orleans. The motion before us builds on the momentum of recent federal actions and growing public awareness of the importance of promoting healthy weights, physical activity, and healthy food choices for children and youth. Madam Speaker, I have 10 grandchildren that are all very healthy. There's not one of them that is having a problem with obesity, but that has a lot to do with their parents and their awareness of making sure their children have healthy foods and of an active lifestyle. But not all parents are doing that for their children, and so we need to make sure that there's awareness to parents of how they can better address this issue and ensure that their children live a healthy lifestyle. The basis of the motion is the federal, provincial, and territorial framework for action to promote healthy weights entitled Curbing Childhood Obesity. Through this framework, governments have agreed to make childhood obesity a collective priority to help create the conditions for healthy weights. The framework also encourages the federal government to continue multi-sector dialogue on creating the social and physical environments that support healthy eating and physical activity. Before describing the elements of this motion, I would like to take a moment and outline the childhood obesity situation in Canada. Obesity rates have never been higher in Canada. It is particularly concerning that today children face obesity rates that are 3 times higher than they were 25 years ago. This comes with clear human and economic costs. Reducing childhood obesity levels and promoting healthy weights is critical to the prevention of illness. Increasingly, obese children are being diagnosed with a range of health conditions seen almost exclusively among adults, including type 2 diabetes and even high blood pressure. Estimates of the direct health care costs of obesity go as high as $6 billion a year. As such, efforts to promote health and thereby reduce chronic disease make good sense. Madam Speaker, if we don't address the issue of obesity in young Canadians now, we risk seeing the first generation of children that will have a lower life expectancy than that of their parents. Addressing the challenges posed by obesity isn't a simple task. In order to make an impact, it will require the involvement of multi-levels of government and numerous sectors of society. As we go about reducing obesity rates, it's important that we examine many factors, including those that are biological, behavioral, physiological, technological, environmental, social, economic, and cultural. All Canadians have a role to play in making sure our children are provided with the best opportunities to make healthy choices for maintaining healthy weights. It will not be a quick fix, and it will require a sustained effort. Fellow colleagues, that is why I'm here today encouraging support for this motion, so we can build on the momentum of current efforts to address obesity. Motion 319 contains 4 elements. Each element builds on an agreed-upon direction that encourage a collaborative approach to promoting healthy choices. This motion encourages the federal government to continue its dialogue with the provinces, territories, industry, numerous health-related stakeholders, and with Canadians to promote and maintain healthy weights for children and youth. Last year, for example, the federal government, along with the provinces and territories, launched a national dialogue about healthy weights known as Our Health for Our Future. The dialogue was the basis for public engagement across the country with a diverse group of Canadians and organizations who collaborated to identify areas for action. Through this dialogue, we have heard from youth, non-governmental organizations, Aboriginal organizations, health professionals, the provinces and territories, industry, and Canadians. Approximately 1,000 individuals and organizations were engaged in this dialogue. Online consultations and social media were a key part of public engagement, which helped increase participation. What Canadians told us will help guide further action in this area. Another significant milestone was the Summit on Healthy Weights, which took place this past February. The summit was a collaborative effort of federal, provincial, territorial governments, co-hosted by our federal health minister. It was an opportunity for representatives across many sectors to put their heads together and focus on healthy eating, active living, creating supportive environments, and promoting multi-sectoral partnerships. The summit also brought together a diverse range of individuals and organizations, resulting in a unique forum for open discussion. The summit inspired new ideas and forged new relationships, paving the way for a collaborative action to promote and maintain healthy weights in children and youth. Madam Speaker, such collaborative discussions are what this motion proposes to continue. The motion calls for federal government to further encourage discussions to address the factors that lead to obesity. These factors include social and physical environments, physical activity, as well as promotion of and access to nutritious food. In the Curbing of Childhood Obesity framework, federal and provincial and territorial governments agreed to identify and address the risk factors that can lead to obesity in children and youth. For instance, focusing on making the environments where children live, learn, and play more supportive of physical activity and healthy eating. Schools, for example, like other places where children live, learn, and play, are an important setting to promote healthy eating and physical activity. As you know, for most Canadians, responsibility for school health lies with the provincial and territorial government and school boards. Many provinces and territories have developed school nutrition policies and programs as part of more comprehensive school health programs. We also know that various levels of governments can do even more when we work together. A good example of this is the Joint Consortium for School Health. The consortium is a federal, provincial, and territorial partnership that brings the health and education sectors together to promote the health of children and youth in the school setting. This type of national collaborative and cooperation facilitates the sharing of knowledge and leveraging resources and stronger alignment between sectors. In addition, making healthy food choices available and accessible, particularly nutritious foods, remain important to Canadians. The federal government supports healthier eating through the Nutrition North Canada program. This program provides a subsidy to lower the cost of transporting perishable, healthy foods to isolated northern communities. As well, the Aboriginal Head Start program helps address the developmental needs of First Nations children by supporting efforts to improve access to the availability of healthy meals, snacks, and nutritional advice. The Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program is another example of a collaborative program that recognizes the importance of early intervention. This program assists communities in providing nutritional information and breastfeeding support for prenatal and postpartum women facing challenging life circumstances. Collective community-based supports are also available to Canadians through the Community Action Program for Children, which promotes healthy development of vulnerable young children and their families. The motion calls for the federal government to encourage individuals and organizations to commit to participation in the promotion of healthy weight. Madam Speaker, this is why I feel that this motion is worthy of support from all members of this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Debate with the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je me lève en chambre aujourd'hui.
I rise today in this House to support the motion of my colleague from Ottawa Orleans. Motion 319 seeks to find solutions to the serious problem of childhood obesity. and this is an initiative that the NDP supports strongly. Obesity rates are soaring, and the impact on the health of Canadian families and our health system is considerable. My colleague proposes 4 main points. First, he suggests that the government should continue its dialogue with the provinces, territories, health stakeholders, industry, and Canadians to promote and maintain healthy weights for children and youth. In short, he proposes that we should continue to talk about childhood obesity. Then, he suggests that we encourage discussions to address the factors that lead to obesity, such as social and physical environments, physical activity, as well as the promotion of and access to nutritious food. Once again, he is suggesting more dialogue. He also wants the government to encourage individuals and organizations to commit to participating in the promotion of a healthy weight, but he proposes no concrete measures to do so. And lastly, he advises the government to consider the federal, provincial, and territorial framework for action to promote healthy weight entitled Curbing Childhood Obesity, that resulted from the endorsement of the Declaration on Prevention and Promotion by the federal, provincial, and territorial ministers of health and health as the basis for action to address obesity, particularly in children, promoting physical activity and making healthy food choices. This motion will make Canadians aware of this question and create dialogue to attack obesity rates in Canada. This objective is important, but the NDP thinks that we should go even further. In fact, the NDP has always called for the regulation of trans fats in foods in order to reduce the role that a poor diet plays in childhood obesity. In 2004, my colleague from Winnipeg Centre moved a private member's motion seeking to regulate the level of trans fats in foods. The motion was adopted unanimously, but since that time, the government has not followed up on it with any concrete measure. My colleague also presented Bill C-303, which seeks to limit the content of trans fats in foods, but no government action has been taken since. As concerns childhood obesity, it is essential that we act quickly. Childhood obesity, children who are obese in childhood will be 20% more likely to see this problem persist to adult age. Among teens, this proportion soars to an alarming 80% according to the Heart Disease Foundation of Canada. These are extremely troubling figures. Healthy lifestyle habits must be learned at a very young age because they are not innate. The best example is the desire to engage in physical activity. Children who have active parents and who is encouraged in a school context to take up sports will be more likely to preserve these good habits throughout their lives. Given this, I'm concerned the fact that no importance is attached to physical activity in schools. Concrete measures must be taken. We must make our environments more conducive to physical activity, reduce the marketing of food that is high in fat, sugar, and salt, and improve the availability of nutritious food at affordable prices. Childhood obesity has impacts on physical health, but also on the emotional health and social lives of children. When young people have poor self-esteem, this problem may continue throughout their lives. Furthermore, we all know how easy it is for young children to bully each other, especially those who are different, and this may have severe impacts in the short and long term. That is why I will be supporting my colleague's motion, but we must go further by calling for concrete measures to be put in place as swiftly as possible. There have been reports that have set out clear recommendations. In 2007, the Standing Committee on Health studied childhood obesity. And I am surprised to see that the recommendations made by the committee have not been included in Motion 319. For example, in its report entitled Healthy Weights for Healthy Children, the committee recommended that the federal government should set targets for reducing childhood obesity rates, suggesting a reduction of 2% by 2020. The report also called upon the government to present to Parliament an annual report on the efforts made to foster healthy weights among children and on the outcomes. These recommendations come from expert testimony in the area, but the member for Ottawa-Orleans decided not to take account of their advice. The provinces have shown that it is possible to act in this area to truly reduce childhood obesity rates. In Alberta, for example, a program called Mind, Exercise, Nutrition, Do It managed to reduce the body mass index and fat levels in children, to improve their nutritional habits, to increase physical activity levels, and improve their confidence and self-esteem. Nova Scotia also took measures to eliminate childhood obesity by establishing, for public schools in the province, a food and nutrition policy that teaches young people to make healthy food choices and that does not allow food to be provided to schools that do not meet specific criteria in terms of nutrition. In Quebec, the organization Québec en Forme works to adopt and maintain healthy food choices and a physically active lifestyle among young Quebecers from birth to age 17 as being essential elements to their full-fledged development and educational success. To do so, it accompanies and supports across Quebec communities and organizations that promote projects setting up all the conditions necessary for young people, especially those from disadvantaged neighborhoods, to be able to move more and to eat better in their daily lives. It is high time that the Conservative government follow the example of these provinces and show leadership. With national standards, as called for by the Health Committee's report, obesity rates could drop across Canada. This motion calls for dialogue with industry, but to date, the government has done nothing but kowtow to industry concerning health issues, allowing for unhealthy processed foods to go unregulated. I will therefore be supporting this initiative from my colleague, but I hope to see concrete action taken by the government very soon. It is not enough simply to talk about rising childhood obesity rates. We must act. It is high time. I would encourage the Conservative government to follow the example of the member for Ottawa-Orleans and to look at this very important question and to propose a bill that will actually walk the talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Bruno Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP caucus has decided to vote in favour of motion M319, standing in the name of the member for Ottawa-Orleans. Since the rate of obesity is rising sharply, and due to the incidence or the impact it will have on the health of Canadian families and our health care system, it's important, therefore, to make Canadians aware of the issue and to undertake a dialogue on the issue and to deal with obesity in Canada. This is a good initiative, and I would thank the member for Ottawa-Orleans for it. I support this motion in principle. Now, having said that, although it is important to identify the rate of childhood obesity, the Conservative government continues to avoid taking concrete steps in order to truly deal with the problem. What's worse, some of these new policies outlined in the Mammoth Bill C-38 run counter to the sense and meaning of this motion. It would appear that the government has no real consistent policy for dealing with obesity among young people. Now, as I said earlier, I support this bill in principle because this is something of grave concern. Obesity is an abnormal or excessive accumulation of body weight that can have a detrimental impact on one's health. Some 60% of adults 18 and over, or 14.1 million Canadians, are overweight or obese. Overall, 26% of Canadian children aged 2 to 17 are overweight or are obese. So that shows the heavy costs that will result. Recent estimates on the economic burden of obesity in Canada range from 4.6 to 7.1 billion, and I repeat, $billion per year. The causes of obesity are complex. They can be social, cultural, environmental, and behavioral, among others. But a sedentary lifestyle and poor eating habits are factors that are specifically significant and which lead to obesity. Obesity also significantly increases the risk of chronic diseases, cardiovascular illnesses, problems with the liver, the cancer, strokes, blood pressure, diabetes, and so on. Given that situation, the Conservatives are simply tabling a motion that encourages the government to continue its dialogue with the provinces, territories, and health stakeholders in order to promote discussion and examine factors that contribute to obesity. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows what those factors are. What we need instead is an active approach to fight obesity through concrete measures. I still have some time left? Good. Now, instead of simply holding a dialogue and suggesting the government to take, I would rather suggest that the government take some concrete steps, such as establishing targets for reducing obesity, financing programs for physical activity for everyone, and regulating processed foods. In order to combat the increasing and rising rates of obesity, well, the government participated in a document which was a declaration on prevention and promotion and one on stopping juvenile and youth obesity. These documents are important ones. However, in 2007, the Standing Committee on Health published a report entitled Healthy Children, a Question of Weight. It outlined a number of strategies.
We now have to move to the honourable member from Ottawa Orleans for his 5-minute right of reply. So my apologies for having to interrupt you at this point. As the clock's nearing its end, we do have to move to his right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise again today to speak on my motion M319 regarding childhood nutrition. This motion is important to me, and I realize that it's important to members from all corners of the House. Before I go, I want to thank the members that have participated in this debate. The Honourable Member from Mississauga South, Don Valley East, Okanagan Shuswap, Beauharnois-Salaberry, Halifax West, Beaches East York, Etobicoke North, Berthier-Masquinongé. La députée de Berthier-Masquinongé a été...
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé made some very eloquent remarks. I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert as well, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Centre had a bit of an angry tinge in her speech, and blaming the government for doing nothing. I thought that was pretty rich, coming from a member that's been here for nearly 20 years. And she had good statistics on the increase in childhood obesity. Unfortunately, she didn't mention that the increase in childhood obesity happened mostly on her watch, especially that she's a physician. Le Canada est confronté à ce problème.
Canada is facing this problem which over time has become an epidemic. We can no longer turn a blind eye to it, but instead we must begin an open discussion on childhood obesity. Over the past 25 years, rates of obesity and overweight have nearly tripled.
Today, over 1 in 4 children in Canada is overweight or obese. Les enfants qui sont obèses ont des...
Children who are obese are at an increased risk of being overweight or obese as adults, and the obesity epidemic presents a challenge for the health of Canadians and the economy of the country.
Increases the risk of chronic conditions such as hypertension, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and certain types of cancer, including breast and colon cancer. We are seeing more and more of these chronic conditions in Canada and worldwide. Chronic disease has a devastating impact on individuals and families. En outre, les estimations...
In addition, estimates of the direct healthcare costs of obesity go as high as $6 billion a year. Reversing the trend is a complex challenge.
May be contributing to the increasing rate of overweight and obesity. For example, biological, behavioral, social, psychological, technical, environmental, economic, and cultural factors may tip the balance towards obesity. C'est pourquoi de nombreux secteurs de la société.
That is why many sectors of society have a role to play in promoting healthy weights and keeping our children healthy.
Motion 319 is about encouraging the promotion and maintenance of healthy weights for children and youth, building on curbing childhood obesity, the federal, provincial, territorial framework for action to promote healthy weights. It encourages dialogue across sectors and also among individuals and organizations to address the factors that lead to obesity. Engagement et collaboration sont la clé.
Engagement and collaboration are essential to mobilizing action in the promotion of healthy weights, which are fundamental to this motion.
Federal government to continue to promote healthy eating and active lifestyles, as well as engagement and collaboration in promotion of healthy weights. Our children need to live, learn, and play in health-promoting and supportive environments where healthy choices are the easy choice. The federal government is on the right path. It has undertaken a number of significant initiatives in collaboration with others to promote and maintain healthy weights among children and youth. J'encourage tous les députés à appuyer cette...
I encourage all members to support this motion so that our children, your children, can live in a world where healthy living and good habits are a priority. So I'd like to thank all members from across the House who have offered their support for this motion.
The time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Monsieur Galipo, appuyé par Monsieur Mays.
Seconded by Mr. Mays that, in the opinion of the House, the government should A. Continue its dialogue with the provinces, territories, health stakeholders, industry, and Canadians to promote and maintain healthy weight for children and youth.
To address the factors that lead to obesity, such as social and physical environments, physical activity, as well as the promotion of and access to nutritious food. C. Encourage individuals and organizations to commit to participating in the promotion of a healthy weight. And D. S'inspirer.
D. Consider the federal, provincial, and territorial framework for the action to promote healthy weight entitled Curbing Childhood Obesity that resulted from the endorsement of the Declaration on Prevention and Promotion by the federal, provincial, and territorial ministers of health and health promotion, healthy living, as a basis for children to address obesity, particularly in children, promoting physical activity, and making healthy food choices.
Adopt the motion. All those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 19, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, reprise du débat sur le projet.
Resuming debate on Bill C-27, First Nations Financial Transparency Act, and on the previous question.
2.5 minutes left to conclude her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, we are extremely concerned that this bill not only ignores a simple solution, but is overly punitive as well. That the punishment spelled out in C-27 is extreme and is as bitter as the prescription itself. Consider, Mr. Speaker, that bands who do not comply with the demands of the bill can have their funding withheld or have a funding agreement terminated by the minister. How will that improve education, housing, or the infrastructure challenges that many of these communities face? New Democrats don't see the need to divert more money to a new level of bureaucracy to reproduce much of what has already been done in the new or novel format. One of those demands is that information be made available online on a website. As someone who represents a northern rural constituency, I can tell you this isn't always possible. People in my riding know that it is enough of a challenge to get service to relatively accessible areas like Manitoulin Island, and can see that website reporting could become a hurdle that some bands might not pass. As we already know, non-compliance can see a funding agreement terminated or funds withheld. We see this as an overly harsh punishment that will do nothing to help those First Nations who depend on these funding arrangements to provide safe water, keep their schools operating, and pay social assistance for individuals who need it. When viewed that way, the punishment is far too extreme. Again, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats believe that there are already sufficient reporting processes in place and funding agreements could be modified to address the handful of worst-case scenarios the government seems to be intent on basing this heavy-handed, red tape-filled legislation on. The government would do well to go back to the drawing board with C-27, beginning with the full consultation of First Nations, which is the biggest and most glaring omission in the entire process to date. They should consult, reflect on the advice of the Auditor General, and remember the more pressing needs of Canada's First Nation communities. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's really important, and I think that we've heard this over and over again on this side of the House, that this is a piece of legislation that should not be implemented. There are already safeguards in place to address this issue, and this is just duplication. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the time to be able to address Parliament on this issue. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the members. I don't know who's causing the buzzing there, but Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member, in listening to her comments, one could easily jump to the conclusion that the NDP will in fact be voting against this particular piece of legislation. Is that a fair assessment at this point?
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I appreciate the member's question on that, and of course we're going to be voting against this. I mean, here is a bill that is actually, as I said, duplicating basically what's already there, and it's actually putting a level of accountability never seen with other organizations. You know, this was all because of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, who basically are friends of the Conservatives and have basically said that, you know, in their opinion, that some First Nations are making too much money, some First Nations chiefs. So let's look at the average salary for chiefs. It's actually $60,000, and the average salary for councillors is about $31,000. So 50% of the chiefs earn less than $60,000, and only 5% earn more than $100,000. So when we're looking at that, it's quite evident that because there are maybe special circumstances out there, that this government feels that they need to change the whole thing instead of really addressing the issues, the critical issues that impact First Nations, which is housing, which is drinking water, which is education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple question. When we talk about the First Nations, it seems to me that there should be a consultation process from nation to nation so that we can clarify the situation and put in place a process for both parties. Can my colleague say a few words about this? Because what I see is a measure being put forth by the Conservatives, led by the Conservative government, and if you could comment on that. The Honourable Member for Manitoulin-Kapuskasing.
Absolutely right. I've indicated this, and so did my colleagues, that this is really a punitive measure. And instead of addressing, again, the critical issues that are really impacting First Nations and doing the proper consultation before tabling such a bill, and let's not forget that a similar bill was actually tabled in the previous Parliament, and major concerns was raised on that. So for a government who says that, you know, they were looking at addressing building a better relationship with First Nations through their apology to the residential school survivors, through the Crown's First meeting, and we're seeing again that they're just being thrown other aspects of what this government feels is not accountable. At the end of the day, this is the government that's undemocratic, this is a government that's unaccountable, and this is a government that's not transparent. So over and over again, we've seen it, whether it's with the F-35s, whether it's with the hotels or expensive orange juice. Over and over again, this government has refused to provide proper information so parliamentarians can do their work. Instead, they choose to attack our First Nations people, who are some of the most accountable people in Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Non-Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech. I'd like to know from my colleague why we shouldn't have looked at the Indian Act. That's a demand made by all First Nations groups. Rather than have legislation like this, which just makes the administrative systems more complicated, and that's really not what First Nations need.
Thank you, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that comment and question. Before we attack our First Nations, the goal here is to make sure that when changes need to be made, when we need to address certain issues with First Nations, we need consultation. They're the ones who can tell us best what will work in their community. So that's very important, consultation. But, as I said, transparency for this government is more a matter of reacting to one or two circumstances rather than really looking at the big picture and how to help people. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, it's with unabashed eagerness that I rise to speak on this bill about financial transparency. People in my riding have observed a general theme in my speeches. I tend to want to raise the veil over the matters involving Aboriginal communities in Canada, things that have to be exposed to the public after 500 years of relations. I think that we are ripe for that, and we should be aware of this reality of these people who are too often left by the wayside and in obscurity. It should be noted that the mounting protests in worldwide politics, and I'm saying worldwide, but local also, such as in Quebec, as we're seeing right now. But this is a planetary movement, because we see it in Europe, the calling into question of government measures and economic measures. So what I want to contrast here is that this rising assertiveness is no exception here in our Aboriginal communities. They are stuck with the same problems, the same dilemmas, and the same mobilization of citizens. Mr. Speaker, in the past year, many subjects were covered in my riding.
there was media coverage that has rarely been seen in the past, other than the fact that about 10 years ago there was mobilization and a rising of assertiveness in my community. A few months ago, the newspapers covered one particular situation that led to mobilization and the presence of the riot squad in my riding, because there had been a blockade on Route 138 and it required police forces that got involved. There was opposition to a hydroelectric project that had been put forward by the province. The Band Council had also promoted this project, and the population mobilized against it. That indicates that there's a disavowal of some policies and decisions made at the local level, and that's part and parcel of this new socioeconomic affirmation of members of First Nations groups who are calling into question government action as well as local action by their own decision makers. An analysis of the political turbulence affecting these communities points to a social and political awakening and increased civic engagement on the part of Aboriginals. This rise in self-affirmation is invariably accompanied by internal pressure exerted on community administrative agencies to show accountability with regard to the management of our collective heritage. When I talk about management of collective heritage for the Innu, that is the territory, the fauna, the flora, the territory. That's the heritage. As I indicated on many occasions, my riding is over 200,000 square kilometers, and it is peopled by the Naskapi, the Innu. You have to understand that band councils and these community administrative agencies are a creation of the Indian Act. Under the Indian Act, this is only affects reserve lands. So in my riding, it's a couple of kilometers squared. But if we see this mobilization, it's because of the management of the territory and the resources within it. Since the Band Council and community administrative agencies look after these ancestral lands, they are interlocutors of the provincial and federal governments in the case of exploitation of resources. But the people, the individuals, the population, Naskapi and Innu citizens have a position, and they can express their viewpoints. The problem is this, Mr. Speaker. Indian Affairs imposed a model. We use the term cookie cutter, a homogeneous model for all of these communities throughout Canada, but they have similar models in other colonies, including the United States. This is a homogeneous model that's applied in a generalized manner across Canada. But if we look at cultural realities in this community, the Innu, in the past, let's say 500, 600 years ago, I come from a migrating, nomadic community. They would travel 5-6 months a year in family cells that were quite small. Let's say 10 people at a time that covered the entire territory. So contact with other groups wasn't very frequent. And within those groups, of course, there were elders and decisions were made within isolated groups, but there was no leader or council members per se. So regularly, the Innu would meet up on the edge of the river to avoid mosquitoes, primarily because of the wind on the river. So some decisions were made in common when many Innu joined together, but most of the time they were isolated groups. So that's a problem today. This disavowal by some decisions made by band councils stems from that tradition. This model of councillors and chiefs doesn't really apply to all communities. And based on these observations, we may consider that this context, which fosters a healthy challenging of the powers in place, along with the political affirmation currently observed in the communities in my riding and throughout the province, can only herald a new paradigm that lays the groundwork for a social contract that benefits citizens as a whole rather than private interests. Now here's the crux of the matter. Although the avowed objective of C27 is to increase the transparency for citizens of First Nations, it's up to the citizens as individuals to take the action necessary to ensure transparency and accountability at all levels of governance of their respective nations. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I want to highlight here is that this is a contentious issue, even within the communities, be it the management of financial resources or natural resources. These are decisions that have to be made within the community cell. We had that process in the past, a process called emulatory. That means that when there was a problem within the Innu clan, they simply confronted the other person, the opponent, the adversary, or the person with whom you had a problem, and tell him what you thought. That's always things panned out. That's how it's done today, and that's why I will speak for the communities of Manicouagan. Wherever they may be, people can confront their leaders and raise the curtain on the kind of governance they had. The Conservatives are not in a good position right now to demand accountability because they're quite hesitant. They have a lot of trouble sharing information, financial information about the management of this country. So that's what I'd like to humbly submit to your consideration. Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Could my colleague talk about what, in his opinion, will be the reaction of the Aboriginals in our reserves, given this kind of bill? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I thank my colleague for her question. I can guarantee that this will not be well received, to say the least, because Aboriginal communities in our country are inclined to rise up against any kind of intervention measure or any measure that interferes within their sphere of management. We're in an era of self-determination and autonomy. This is what we're targeting. This is what these communities are putting forward. This is a paternalistic measure. We're used to that, but it goes beyond the bounds here. The communities will see this in a very negative light. Questions and comments?
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate.
I appreciate the comments made by my colleague, and I have some questions because the government says send it to committee, and we will make the necessary changes to pass this bill. But I don't know if my colleague agrees with me. Perhaps he could tell us. We've seen the Trojan horse budget that was tabled. We tried to make changes, good changes, that would have improved the fate of people and wouldn't have had such a negative impact on them. How does my colleague feel? Does he really think that the Conservatives will amend this in committee? Would they be open to amendments suggested by the opposition? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I thank my colleague for her question. Now, we have, after 1 year here in this House, I quite humbly feel that the measures put forward by the Conservatives when it comes to Aboriginals are just smoke and mirrors, like they're supposedly inclusive and historic meeting. Well, that's just for a photo op, to get good press and look good. When you look further, when you look to the past as well for measures truly put forward, you see that it's nothing but bling, and it's simply political hay they're trying to make through these measures. So I really doubt that the Conservatives will be interested in any recommendations made by communities regarding a bill with which they're very uncomfortable. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Saint-Maurice-Champlain, yes. Do the various communities plan to rally together? For instance, I have Atikamek in my riding. Is it anticipated that people from your riding could have agreements with other reserves in order to have common action? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I thank my colleague for her question. Now, we have a form of unity which is observed among various communities, but you have to understand that across Canada there are differences, including linguistic differences, that cause a problem. I have tried, but I think that for my community, we understand the Cree, the Algonquin, the Atikamek. There are too many differences. There are language differences, but there is a common basis. The older people can understand each other. That was seen in the past. After 25,000 years being on this territory, there's been contact between these groups, but there are economic and political, social realities, but there is a sort of unity right now. But we see this between the Innu and the Naskapi right now. If I look at my own community and the neighboring communities, this is what I can observe right now. There's the PNQL, the Assembly of First Nations, but there are divergent opinions, and that's fine. You can't have consensus on everything. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure I stand to rise to speak to what I believe is a very important bill. And in fact, I thought what was most interesting right offhand was the title, An Act to Enhance the Financial Accountability and Transparency of First Nations. Well, when I think of financial accountability and transparency, Mr. Speaker, I must admit one of the first things that came to my mind was the Minister of International Cooperation. Members will recall this $16 cup of orange juice. I think it was concentrate orange juice, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, Canadians were actually quite upset about that particular issue. And then we find out about limousine services, and this minister, you know, after getting caught, seems to want to admit, okay, maybe I did do something wrong, and will replenish the taxpayer as a result of that, Mr. Speaker. And so it's with a little bit of irony when I approach this particular bill, and I see across the way on a daily basis that particular minister who, in fact, has made some fairly outrageous expenditures. And I think the $16 glass of orange juice is one of them. Now, I say that because, you know, there is no doubt that there are issues of tax dollars being used in one form or another. With this particular bill, we're talking about public tax dollars that go towards our First Nation community and the sense of wanting more accountability and transparency. And I don't question the importance of that, Mr. Speaker. Equally, it's important for us to highlight that through different forms of sensationalism, an issue can be brought to the public's attention, and there will be fairly significant repercussions. One of those repercussions that I made reference to was the $16 glass of orange juice. It doesn't necessarily mean that every minister is out there buying $16 glass of orange juice, at least I suspect not. I haven't asked through Freedom of Information or an order paper question. That might be an appropriate question. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to assume that a vast majority of the cabinet ministers are not ordering $16 cups of orange juice and then billing the taxpayers. Well, Mr. Speaker, what the government here is trying to do is to try to paint a very wide brush over many individuals, the leaderships and others within our First Nations, Mr. Speaker, and trying to give a message as if the whole group of them are in need of some sense of being held accountable and ensuring that there's more transparency. And the reality of it, Mr. Speaker, is quite different. And you will find that in many cases, Aboriginal or our First Nations, you will find that there is a higher sense of accountability that they provide in many ways, Mr. Speaker, than you will even find the government does. And they do that in good part on their own will, using the internet and so forth, and public meetings that they have on their reserves, as an example, Mr. Speaker. But the government here, and this is where we really need to be concerned, it's the approach in which the government tries to address issues of this nature, which have got to cause a great deal of concern. Because the government does have a choice. You know, the choice of working with our Aboriginal community or trying to force things onto our Aboriginal community. And if you do the latter, Mr. Speaker, one would expect that the stakeholders will, in fact, be quite offended by it, Mr. Speaker, and justifiably so. To what degree has this government made any genuine attempt to sit down with the stakeholders before even presenting this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker? I would challenge the government members to be able to stand in their place and tell us exactly what form of consultation that they have with the stakeholders on this particular issue before drafting the legislation and bringing it into the House of Commons. And, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that that is, in essence, the difference between the Liberal Party and the Conservative/Reform Party, Mr. Speaker. And that is that there is a great deal more respect towards our First Nations, towards our Aboriginal people coming from the Liberal Party than you will see from the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And the best example, an example that I think speaks volumes, because government, and you know, we look for what kind of actions the government takes in order to be able to show that it's taking an issue seriously. Well, I would suggest to you one of the most significant actions that has been taken in the last 10, 15, 20 years was when Paul Martin was the Prime Minister, and he was able to bring the stakeholders together. The stakeholders came together and they came up with what was known as the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker. The Kelowna Accord addressed a wide variety of issues. And what I liked the most about the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker, is that it was an accord that was achieved by working with the different stakeholders. And that's what made the Kelowna Accord an agreement that was worthy of the support of the House of Commons. Imagine the disappointment when, and that was back in 2006, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives ultimately got rid of the Kelowna Accord. And it's one of the sad stories of the House of Commons when the New Democrats and the Conservatives voted against the Paul Martin government and ultimately ended a lot of progressive ideas and actions that were being taken at that time. And there's many of us that will not forget that. Whether it was child care, whether it was health care reforms that ensured more health care dollars going into the system, or whether it was the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker. We value these programs and felt that they were worthy of support. So we were quite disappointed when the government, in its wisdom, made the decision to get rid of the Kelowna Accord, and at a great cost, Mr. Speaker. You know, last year we had the incident out in Ottawapiskat, which garnered a great deal of attention nationwide. And, you know, the types of issues that were being discussed in the media, in the one-on-one discussions with those individuals that went out to the reserve, many of the discussions that have taken place here in Ottawa. A lot of those discussions and issues were, in fact, a part of the Kelowna Accord. The Kelowna Accord was not just an agreement, it was an agreement that brought in cash resources, and it brought in goodwill not only from the Government of Canada, but from the other stakeholders. And it had in place within that accord issues dealing with accountability. It included a mutual accountability framework, which would have addressed with many of the issues that this bill is trying to deal with, Mr. Speaker. So, upon reflection, I look at this issue and recognize it as a very important issue. And, I can recall a former colleague of mine from the Manitoba legislature that came to Ottawa and ultimately became the head of Treasury Board, Reg Alcock. And Reg had a very strong passion for the Aboriginal people and believed that we needed to do more. I made reference to Paul Martin and his efforts. We could talk about the interim leader. When the interim leader was the Premier of Ontario and there was concerns related to water, the Premier, our current interim leader, made the decision that this is an issue that has to be dealt with, and he wasn't prepared to wait for Ottawa to try to resolve it, but felt that this is something in which we need to get directly involved in, even though many would argue that it was of a federal responsibility. We need to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that in order to be able to deal with the many different Aboriginal issues that are out there, that there needs to be a high sense of cooperation from all the different stakeholders. We need to recognize that the tribal councils, that the chiefs and the councils have an important role to play in this. It cannot work without their support going forward, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they need to provide and have provided in many ways the leadership on the issue, Mr. Speaker. But we need to recognize that it does go beyond that in the sense that the federal government needs to treat the issue more seriously, and the leadership from within our First Nations community more seriously, provide more respect, and start working with people in terms of how it is that we're going to be able to facilitate what needs to get done in order to improve opportunities for all people, Mr. Speaker. If the stakeholders do not get directly involved, that the chances of success are greatly diminished. And when that is diminished, what we're really doing is we're saying that we're prepared to sacrifice the lives of many children that are there today, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I believe that the Liberal Party looks at this issue and says that we are losing time by not being more aggressive on this file. We need the Reg Alcocks and the Paul Martins, the Phil Fontaines, and the many other leaders from within the First Nations community to feel that there's a high sense of willingness to move forward on these important issues and to get engaged and to start talking about it and to have the dialogue. Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill itself is all about financial accountability. What is the message that the government is really trying to say to Canadians, in particular First Nations, as to what they feel on this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. Given their lack of consultation and willingness to work within the First Nation leadership, that I'm drawn to the conclusion that what they're really talking about, Mr. Speaker, is they want to send a political message that is of a very negative nature. And that causes a great deal of concern, Mr. Speaker. And members should be very much aware, as I cited earlier, how I suspect that that $16 glass of orange juice got a fair number of Canadians upset. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if in fact every minister was as abusive in terms of buying orange juice, that the public would be exceptionally upset with this government. And that's the reason why I believe that the message that they're trying to send here, Mr. Speaker, is that of a negative nature. They're trying to say that there isn't enough transparency and accountability on reserves, and that's the reason why we're bringing forward this legislation. And then, no doubt, they give the stories in the background as to why it is that it's justified. There were alternatives, Mr. Speaker. The alternative, primary one, would have been to work with the stakeholders and see in terms of how it is that this legislation could have been brought in with the support of all members of the House of Commons. Imagine, if you will, that the minister responsible actually had the support of the NDP and the Liberals in regards to this particular bill, and they were able to garner that support because they went to the stakeholders, and their primary concern was the children that are living on our reserves and outside of our reserves, Mr. Speaker. And that, in fact, was their first priority in wanting to deal with this. You know, a vast majority of the First Nation leadership wants accountability. They're not fearful of accountability or transparency. I know my constituents want accountability and transparency, but that applies to the government and what the government is doing, i.e. the $16 orange juice, and many $16. Yeah, I still find it hard to believe too. But, Mr. Speaker, they want accountability of the Government of Canada. They want accountability at the provincial level, at the city level. They want accountability of all tax dollars that are being spent. They want to ensure that there's transparency. And I can assure members of this House, Mr. Speaker, that there is a willingness, even I suspect from some of the backbench Conservatives, to see more transparency within the federal government. And I can assure you, well, you know, if there was a free, maybe a secret ballot vote, we might see that we'd get some of them saying yes to it. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that there is, in fact, many individuals that are part of the stakeholders that I'm referring to that support accountability and they support transparency. And they wouldn't object, I believe, to a bill that affirms those beliefs. But it should have been done in cooperation, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker. Instead, you have a bill that's brought forward to score some political points. I don't agree with the political points that are being attempted to be scored here, Mr. Speaker, but I believe that that's the reason why they're bringing it forward. And then what's going to happen as a direct result, Mr. Speaker? Well, the legislation does have some serious problems with it. Our critic for Aboriginal affairs, a lady that's been exceptionally passionate
about a wide variety of different Aboriginal issues and has consistently been there and listened to what individuals, whether they're on reserve or off reserve, have to say about it, who has consistently brought, on behalf of the Liberal Party, issues that are impacting our First Nations to the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, these are the types of issues in which we have been raising. And on this particular bill, there is no different. Nothing will change. You will find that we will bring forward amendments to try to make this bill more sellable, a bill that's more fair. And some of it, Mr. Speaker, I would think is almost like a no-brainer. Why would you obligate, for example, a business that's on a reserve to have to open his or her books when in fact they might be competing with other businesses outside of the reserve, Mr. Speaker? Or even if it's a business that's located outside. Only a minute to go. How time flies, Mr. Speaker. The point is, Mr. Speaker, there are so many issues within this bill that really need to be addressed. And at the end of the day, we're hoping that the government will in fact be open to amendments. And ideally, and I am sure from the Liberal Party's perspective, Mr. Speaker, how wonderful it would be if the committee itself actually made the decision to go out to a reserve and listen firsthand from a reserve on this particular bill. Why not identify, a half dozen reserves, and sit down as a committee and see firsthand in terms of what it is that they believe on the bill. If, in fact, a bill of whatever nature is something that would be acceptable. It would be a bold move by the government, Mr. Speaker. But I would suggest that the
questions and comments, questions.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, and like many of my colleagues, of course, I want to hear more from this particular minister. I was wondering whether the honourable member recognized and took note of the supreme irony of introducing a bill on the very day that the parliamentary budget officer has to sue the government in order to be able to get basic information on which all of us rely in order to make informed decisions in this place. Is it not hugely ironical that a bill that is designed for transparency and accountability for some people does not apply to the government? So here we have a parliamentary budget officer created by this very government as the #1 bill in which they came in on, created and given a mandate, and he asked the basic information of 80-some departments and agencies and says, can you tell us what your spending plans are going forward? And more than 70 of them just blow them off on the instructions of the Prime Minister. So it appears that there's accountability for some, but there's no accountability for this government. How ironic is that? Now, so I'm just wondering whether the honourable member would consider moving an amendment, and that the amendment might be that, that the accountability in this bill be paralleled by accountability by the Government of Canada, that we have the same transparency in the Government of Canada that's expected in this bill. I agree.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a fine question by my colleague, and I must say, that as he's talking about the issue, the word that popped into my mind time and time again was the word hypocrisy. Oh, really? And I think that might be an applicable term in this particular situation, as he described what I thought was a fair assessment. When you have the parliamentary budget officer saying, provide more transparency, provide more accountability, and the government saying no, 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 there is some consistency problems here. Another example, and there are so many examples one could use, but let's take, I used the $16 orange juice. That's a relatively inexpensive one. We go the other extreme, $18 with tax, but we go the other extreme, Mr. Speaker. How many of us are familiar with the F-35? We're talking about billions of dollars in this case, and the government doesn't provide any information that's credible, that's legitimate to the public. And that's billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, in which we still don't know how much, how many F-35s are we talking about, real basic, simple questions, yet the government has failed to be accountable on that issue and failed to be transparent in terms of what is actually done on that particular file. And there, as I say, you're talking about billions of dollars. So I think that there's room for improvement with this particular bill, and there's a lot of room for improvement, especially if the government wants to be consistent with what it is that they're expecting our First Nations to have to be obligated to do.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for West Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman's speech has brought to my mind the discussion that took place in 2004-2005 that ultimately led to the historic Kelowna Accord with Aboriginal people in this country. It involved 18 months of detailed consultations with 5 national Aboriginal organizations, with 30 different departments of the federal government, with 10 provinces and 3 territories. And it was a very successful and cordial effort at bringing people together to find common solutions. Kelowna touched upon housing and water and education and health and economic development. And most critically, Mr. Speaker, apropos the subject tonight, it talked about governance, about accountability, about transparency, and there were work plans put together in all of these areas for the Government of Canada, the provinces, the territories, and the Aboriginal organizations to move forward together, and those work plans were fully funded. The point is, Mr. Speaker, under the area of governance, accountability, and transparency, the idea had emerged from the former chief of the Federation of First Nations for a First Nations Auditor General to pursue this notion of accountability, transparency, and good governance in terms of the operations of all First Nations across the country. And I wonder what the honourable gentleman thinks of that idea of a First Nations Auditor General that would in fact be trained and developed by the Auditor General of Canada. What about that idea to improve the transparency among First Nations in this country?
A member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly appreciate the question, and I think it illustrates one of the things that I was attempting to emphasize earlier, and that was the fact that there are many, many different leaders from within our First Nations and our Aboriginal communities that have fantastic ideas that will really make a difference. And the idea of having a First Nations Auditor General is something in which came from that leadership and was supported by the Liberal Party of Canada. We see that particular idea of great benefit, and I understand that is going to be one of the amendments. And that's why I say to the government to have an open mind on this issue. This is an amendment that could really make a positive difference. Now, in regards to the Kelowna Accord, I can't help but to think, given how massive of a project that was in terms of bringing all the stakeholders together, Mr. Speaker, to bring the numbers together and to develop the type of plan that was there. And that was, the Paul Martin government that ultimately pulled it all together. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that it has to sadden so many individuals, even many of my colleagues, to have seen that that plan was flushed down the toilet from an insensitive, uncaring government, conservative government, that did not see the value of working with our First Nation people, with working with our Aboriginal leadership, because the answers to many of the problems that we have today would have been resolved if, in fact, the Kelowna Accord was actually still with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? No. The honourable member for Humber St. Barbe-Bévert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question to the honourable member. He touched on a topic, a theme, that a failure to lead by example is a failure to lead. And he touched on several instances where this government has failed to lead by example and therefore failed to lead. For example, he touched on the notion that, that while they espouse accountability for others, they seldom impose accountability on themselves. Several instances were granted, made of that, but in addition to that, I'd like to point out some others. Like, for example, the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office itself refuses to divulge key pieces of information on decision-making. And in fact, the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister has to exempt himself, and we're not really sure what exactly he's exempt from and what he's allowed to participate in, because of a very, very convoluted a shrub of conflict that exists within the Prime Minister's office. But I'd ask the honourable member, does he feel as though this government is leading by example, or...
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe the government is very lacking in the issue of leadership on the whole Aboriginal file, and that the member is right in his assertion that government does need to give more attention to the file. And I would cite an example of Ottawapiskat. As an issue, when it came to the floor of the House, you had, whether it was the leader of the Liberal Party or it was the Liberal Party's critic who went out to check it out firsthand, Mr. Speaker, to meet with individuals. Where was the government? Now, there could be other issues that are around it and so forth, but what Canadians want to see, I believe, is, generally speaking, a government that cares. And I don't believe that this government has been successful at being able to demonstrate, let alone in reality, to demonstrate that it genuinely cares about the Aboriginal community to the degree in which it's taking the actions necessary in order to...
Resuming debate, a prise de débat, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
The preceding applause was not paid for, nor was asked for, but I say thank you to my honourable colleagues for doing so. Vote of confidence. You know, I was just saying earlier, I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North, who did a great speech. You know, I mean, now that thanks to our friends at CPAC, the television service here, 2 words, riveting television.
Riveting.
Absolutely riveting television. It's unbelievable. My honourable colleagues down the way, I want to thank them also for this welcome. Yes, I am wearing an orange shirt. And yes, every now and then you've got to splurge and buy a different color. A $16 shirt, he says. Very good, no?
and you get a free drink with it. And you get a free drink.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I don't mean to inspire people to take part in this. Not all talk at once, and I apologize. But I do want to thank, as I do this speech, I was reading through the legislative summary for Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations. And I want to thank at the Political Affairs Division, I hope I pronounced these names correctly, Tonina Simeon and Shauna Troniak for doing this superb legislative summary. Sometimes we don't give enough credit to our people at the Library of Parliament, and I think they deserve it. Well, the current legal requirements, for the sake of a bit of history behind this, let's take a look at the legislative summary as it discusses this particular piece of legislation. First Nations bands are subject to certain financial disclosure requirements under the Indian Act and related statutes and regulations. In particular, Section 69 of the Indian Act provides that the Governor and Council or Cabinet may, by order, permit a First Nations band to control, manage, and expend its revenue and may issue regulations giving effect to that permission. Now, accordingly, the Indian Band's revenue monies regulations inquire in part that a band's financial statements be audited annually and the auditor's report be posted, quote, in conspicuous places on the band reserve and examination by members of the band. Because there seems to be the preface here from some of the debate by saying that there isn't enough accountability or practically no accountability when it comes to this, but as this points out from the legislative summary, that there is a degree of transparency here that we must acknowledge before we advance into this debate. Now, they're also talking about federal access to information, privacy legislation, set additional statutory rules respecting the disclosure of First Nations bands' financial information. I mentioned the two sections in particular, Section 19 of the Access to Information Act, as well as Section 21B of the Access to Information Act as well. Now, the current policy-based requirements. The majority of funding arrangements between Canada and the First Nations are in the form of fixed-term contribution agreements, under which First Nations must satisfy certain conditions to ensure the continued payment of federal funds. Requirements for financial reporting are also set out in the Aboriginal Affairs Department Year-End Financial Reporting Handbook. So once again, you see a layer of transparency that is involved here that must be acknowledged before we advance into this debate. I'll talk about some of the criticisms that I have of this bill and how it can be fixed. In the spirit of things, let's face it, we all want transparency in this House, sometimes followed, and as my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North pointed out, sometimes it is not, or at least it's talked about, it's just not followed to the letter of the law. Now, the Year-End Financial Reporting Handbook, First Nations must submit to Aboriginal Affairs annual audited consolidated financial statements for the public funds provided to them. Now, they include salaries, honoraria, travel expenses for all elected, appointed and senior unelected band officials. The latter includes unelected positions such as those of executive director, band manager, senior program director, and manager. First Nations are also required to release these statements to their membership. In particular, Section 641 requires First Nations to disclose, both to their members and to Aboriginal Affairs, compensation earned or accrued by elected, appointed, and unelected senior officials. Section 642 stipulates that the amounts of remuneration paid, earned, or accrued by elected and appointed officials to be disclosed, quote, must be from all sources within the recipient's financial reporting entity, including amounts from, but not limited to, economic development and other types of business corporations. Now, reporting and disclosure requirements are further set in various provisions of the First Nations funding agreements, which must be read in conjunction with the Year-End Financial Reporting Handbook. Section 2.4.3 provides that Council must prepare consolidated financial statements to be audited by an independent auditor and delivered to the Minister within 120 days. Section 3.1 provides that Council must make available the consolidated audited financial statements, including the auditor's report, to First Nations members upon their request. Section 223 provides that the Minister may withhold funds otherwise payable under the agreement if the Council fails to provide to the Minister the audited financial statements required under the agreement. Once again, there you find a situation where there is a layer of transparency that does exist. Perhaps in many cases, a level of transparency that the government can aspire to in certain instances, as the member from Winnipeg North. Dream on, I shall, as we all do. If there wasn't a certain degree of dreamers, then we wouldn't be here now, would we? 2008, Aboriginal Affairs advised funding recipients that effective July 1, 2008, funding arrangements would be amended to include audit clauses. When a First Nation community is unable to meet the terms and conditions set out in funding agreements, Aboriginal Affairs may intervene to address this deficiency. Therein lies some power for the department for this particular situation. Now, some more background information regarding this particular legislation on C-27. While First Nations receive funding from several federal organizations, the majority of federal funding is administered by Aboriginal Affairs Department. In 2011-12, Parliament approved approximately $7.4 billion in appropriations to Aboriginal Affairs to support the provision of such services to First Nations communities as education, housing, social support, community infrastructure, which certainly was the focal point of a debate that took place, which was brought to this House given the situation in Attawapiskat, and how this situation and how the argument was degraded to the point where there are many false claims. There are many people using it for political purposes from all corners of this particular House, and some of it was just blatantly false. And that's the unfortunate part of it, because if we get into that part of debate within this House, then we lose sight of coming up with the best solution. First Nations and the federal government are both subject to various policy-based legal requirements. Through decisions of the Band Council, management of council affairs, delivery of programs and services, and disclosure of annual financial statements, First Nations generally are accountable to their community membership for the use of public resources. This again from the legislative summaries put out by the Library of Parliament. Through various federal reporting requirements, First Nations are also accountable to Aboriginal Affairs for the federal public funds they receive. In turn, through the annual audit cycle and program reports, Aboriginal Affairs is answerable to Parliament and the Canadian public. So, we get ourselves in this situation where when we had a private member's bill the last time, the principles that surrounded that bill were certainly one of accountability, it was one of transparency, therefore, in principle, of course, we support that. Whether or not the government is practicing what it preached many years ago, such as the Accountability Act, remains to be seen. We'll leave that to the electorate to decide. But in this particular case, there were in that debate from the private members' legislation, falsehoods were put out there that there's a degree of unaccountability that really did not exist. In other words, the impression was given to us that there was no accountability whatsoever. And that's not the case. That's not the case. So if we are going to enact legislation here today, this particular Bill C-27 goes further than what that private member's legislation was about to do, to the point that it puts many bands and their money, in the sense of the corporations, it puts them in a bad place. It puts them at a disadvantage in many cases. What is dispersed to the public could be used against them. Not in a political way to call a talk show, not a way to downgrade a particular community, but let's say if you have a band that wants to invest, has incorporated itself, it pays salaries, it invests in its people, in infrastructure to help develop their young people to become entrepreneurs, to become lawyers, to become doctors, all surrounded by an idea within a band that they were going to invest in something for their future. Business plans, audited reports. But if all that is dispersed to the public, you have to admit, even members of the government would have to admit, that puts them at a disadvantage. So therefore, if without particular amendments, this legislation becomes something that could be used against their future ability to improve their communities, to improve the band, to improve the young, to educate their young, to be a part of global commerce, to identify themselves as world players on the stage, and they certainly can be. Let's take a look back at the communities in northern Quebec that protested against major hydro projects. And there they were, going down the Hudson River, making a point. But I tell you, they made a very good point. And since then, protests have been followed by action. Action was followed by investment. Investment was followed by smart, educated young persons in Aboriginal communities. And now the average age is very low in Aboriginal communities, to the point where we have lots of young people who would benefit greatly from the investments of some of these band communities. So therefore, if we propose legislation like this, that is where the desire is to be more accountable, to be more transparent, that's wonderful, grand, that's great. That's what every organization, whether it's government, NGO, business, corporation, everyone should aspire to the utmost, to the great ideals of what we consider to be transparent in any particular company, so that you're not holding anybody else at a disadvantage. But in this particular situation, in this particular bill, let's be careful with what we do here. if we go after the ideal of transparency, which is what we strive to do, we may overreach to the point where it becomes a disadvantage and it works against the future plans of any particular band of community that want to better themselves, that want to invest in the social structures, not just business investments, but in infrastructures of their communities. This is what we are sent to do here, is to do mature, decent examination, analysis of policy within this particular House. Following this House, it goes to committee where it faces more scrutiny, and that's where the amendments come into play. And we hope that in this particular situation, despite the fact that there is a majority government, we hope that they will practice what they used to preach and do this in a reasonable way. There are certain elements of governance that the Conservative government feels should not be as transparent, whether it's for national security or in the interests of our nation. There are certain, and in many cases I agree, but in many cases I don't. So therefore, for the ones that they say that they agree upon, or we agree upon, that there are certain amounts of information that should not be disclosed to the public, would they not agree that amendments should be considered honestly and openly so that we can have the best legislation to do two things? Most importantly, yes, to provide that transparency, which in principle I support this. But the amendments must also be create a responsible piece of legislation so that communities are able to invest in their futures and in their children. There are many aspects of this bill we could speak about that go beyond what was debated about prior, which was in the last session of this House. I talked about in a private member's legislation. Now, of course, in a private member's bill, it do not go into depth like government legislation does. When you get a full department behind you, it makes it that much more, well, certainly more larger as far as the bills go. But in this particular situation, this particular bill overreaches in many aspects. But let's take a look now at the consultation process, which is also involved in this particular situation. But here's another problem that the government has put forward on consultation. In many cases in this country, and not just legislation from the Aboriginal Affairs Department, Fisheries and Oceans is another example. Copyright legislation is another one. I only use those as examples to to illustrate my point about consultation. When you do consultation, it has to be done both ways. It goes there and it comes back. The message is there, the message has to come back. And in many situations, that message did not come back from the base degrees by which we set legislation to. So therefore, what the consultation process brought forward was not one that I would consider to be beneficial to the debate within this House. Despite what the Prime Minister has said, recent Crown First Nations gatherings about resetting the relationship, the Conservative government has shown a total disregard for the rights of Indigenous people. The Supreme Court of Canada established that both federal and provincial governments have a duty to consult Aboriginal peoples before making decisions that might adversely affect their Aboriginal rights and, in some circumstances, accommodate Aboriginal people's concerns. Further, let us not forget what the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which Canada signed, obliges Canada to obtain the, quote, free, prior and informed consent of Indigenous peoples for matters affecting rights, territories, and resources. There, let's go back to the resources aspect again, because the investment, coming from Newfoundland and Labrador, I can honestly say an investment in a resource certainly provides employment, it certainly provides a more larger coffers, more money in the coffers for provincial governments, therefore better ability, more capacity to deliver social assistance programs when needed, healthcare spending, education spending, the primary spending goals. But when you look at this in a particular way, you see that the consultation process, when it comes to the resources aspect, didn't bear fruit, in the sense that if a particular band or community, or in other situations like a province, when they invest in these resources, they have to partake in the world of global commerce. As you know, if you're investing in larger resources, the world is where your market is. And it's no smaller than that. Whether it's minerals, whether it's gas and oil, it's certainly the ballpark we play in when it comes to investing in our resources. And certainly by doing so, what this legislation will do, we will put some of these investments at a disadvantage because some of this information has to be dispersed to the public. Now, the expenditures, the direct subsidies into particular communities, the principle by which we can agree. But in this particular situation, I think the government needs to take a second look at some of the changes that are necessary within this bill. The Conservative government is imposing major changes to First Nations financial reporting requirements with no significant prior consultation with those who will have to implement these changes. There again, we go back to the idea of the consultation process that has particularly found itself, certainly we don't live up to that certain standard. And as I said earlier, I think the quote goes from the declaration that we saw in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Let me repeat what they say, quote, "It's the free, prior, and informed consent." The free, prior, and informed consent. That doesn't mean that they have to put out a press release to say what they're doing. It means consent, meaning that there's a two-way flow of information, communication. I think it went one way, but the way it came back was not satisfactory to this particular debate, certainly not germane to this debate. We've seen the same flawed approach in drinking water, matrimonial real property, no discussions on the specifics of the bills with stakeholders before tabling that particular legislation. When the Prime Minister announced major changes to our pensions, he did so to a foreign audience, for example, never discussed in the campaign itself. Consultation process? Not. Existing reporting burden, Bill C-27 does nothing to streamline the current overwhelming reporting burden, especially for small First Nations with limited administrative capacity. And coming from a riding that has over 200 communities, small communities, the burden for administrative purposes weighs heavy. If you live in a town of only 20 or 30 people and you're required to do report after report, it gets tiring after a while. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, but at least the government could provide the capacity by which to help these people fill out these reports in a timely manner and one that is efficient and one that is certainly accurate. In her 2002 report, the Auditor General recommended that, quote, the federal government should consult with First Nations to review reporting requirements on a regular basis. That was sadly mistaken. They were sadly not within this particular piece of legislation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague this. Here we're talking about transparency, but especially good governance. So I hope that the government's intent here is to improve the governance. However, we know that the Conservatives have eliminated funding for many institutions that supported First Nations to improve their governance. We're talking about the Statistics Institute for First Nations, the First Nations Governance Center. So, in fact, the government may have realized that it had made a mistake by abandoning funding for these institutions. And they're trying to remedy those errors. But I get the impression that what the government wants to do is simply control everything around it. So I'd like my colleague to comment on the abolition of funding for First Nations.
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. She brought up a point that I didn't get to in my speech. I'm glad she did. I almost feel like she read my speech beforehand. But I want to talk about the statistics aspect. It's actually a good illustration of what I talked about earlier in my speech about the lack of information, the two-way flow of communication. And again, I go back to that UN declaration that says, I mean, what they want to say in the UN declaration, they talked about how it has to be an informed opinion. decisions that are made for First Nations that are informed. Now, informed and consent requires a two-way communication. If you cancel programs such as the statistics that are gathered and acquired for fundamental decision making, then you're not that informed. You go to a foreign body like such as the United Nations, the Assembly, you sign these agreements, you come back, and then you cancel the statistics program which gives you all that vital information you're basing these decisions on. Ergo, you can go somewhere else, preach, come back, and practice something entirely different. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. And I want to pick up on the point that he was making, that a lot of these smaller nations, Aboriginal groups, have a limited capacity to fill yet again another report. And you hear this not only in Aboriginal communities, but you hear it from NGOs. And, easiest way to do that is that. You hear, even among NGOs, there's layer after layer after layer of reporting, even when applying for a simple grant, to the point where they just simply give up, walk away. Now, people will be interested to know that there's already 60,000 reports already being filed. 60,000 reports. So I don't know how many more reports you need after 60,000 reports. So if you add yet another layer, and you are already going underwater with the limitations of your capacity to actually file the original 60,000 reports, how effective do you actually think this so-called bill on transparency and accountability is actually going to be?
The honourable member for Bonavista again and Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague for his comments, because it certainly is a valid point. I remember dealing with an organization in my riding, and one of the gentlemen there called it regulation creep, where basically he's tired of being regulated to the point where he's constantly filling out these forms that in many cases he felt he has done before. 60,000 reports is an illustration of just what kind of a burden you're putting on these smaller communities. Again, the capacity, the administrative capacity for many of these places just can't keep up. One of the things I've always thought that would, like recently, another example, when it comes to Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, one of the things that the government did recently was they cut core funding to regional economic development boards. Now, your opinion on the boards may vary, but the function of which was a good one. And one of the things that they used to do was that they used to go to the smaller communities, full-time employees on the board would help out smaller communities with administrative capacity. They would help them file for applications, help audit reports, help them fill out reports that are required of them to report on their activities. That's what is needed here, certainly. And can you imagine now with the passage of this bill, the extra amount of capacity that is needed just to fill out the information that is required of the smallest of bands, the smallest of the communities? It's a situation where I suspect that they're going to have to be forced into doing something because the outcry is just way too much. And the reason why there's an outcry, the people who do complain about it will say, you know, if you came to us before this legislation was introduced, maybe we could have done something about this. Maybe we would have had an answer. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, and ask a specific question. I earlier today put the question to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs about the existing level of commitment by First Nations to transparency and accountability. He directed me to a resolution, but actually it was the very resolution the Minister mentioned that I was basing my question upon, which is of December 2010, resolution number 50/2010, endorsed at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly, in which the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs themselves are fully committed to transparency and accountability in their financial reporting. The question I have is, why is this particular piece of legislation, generally described by First Nations chiefs as heavy-handed, paternalistic, And some of the commentary has described it as indeed racist. And they're asking, why is it that Ottawa is imposing this law at this time instead of working with First Nations? My honourable friend, I think it's exactly right in law. We have an obligation in law to work with First Nations through consultation and not imposition of top-down rulemaking. And I'd like his view on why First Nations chiefs are caught by surprise by this legislation when they themselves have already made a commitment to transparency and accountability in their financial dealings.
The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, and I definitely want to thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, who brought up again what is germane to this debate is talking about preaching one thing, practicing the other. By way of illustration, my colleague who sits in front of me here from Humber St. Barbe Vert, when we did a vote in the last session of Parliament, there was a minority, and the majority of the House voted to reject the idea of signing on to a NAFO agreement, the international body that governs fisheries in the North Atlantic. The majority of this House, by way of vote, said no. The very next day, the Conservative government signed on to it. Prior to that, in the campaign, they said that they would bring international agreements to the House. Well, what was the point of that? The very next day, they turned around and did the exact opposite of what they said they would do. At what point do they practice what they used to preach? Now, going back to my friend's illustration, she brings up the point of the UN declaration. Every indicator was there by the language within this declaration that said that transparency would be there, and certainly when it comes to communication and informed opinion. We get the statistics cut. We also get the level of transparency that they've talked about here, going way beyond. I mean, to use the term, they've been gobsmacked in this particular situation because they were absolutely surprised because it went counter of what they said. Another illustration. You stand up in the middle of the Alps of Switzerland and say, you know, we may want to change the age on the old age security. And it was said in a way that, well, you already know that, right? You're already aware of that, right? Well, not really, no. I don't remember ever talking about that in the campaign. I remember hearing about the money, extra money they wanted to put in guaranteed income supplement. That was only 1/3 of the way to alleviating any idea of smashing poverty. Let's go back to that declaration once again. The indicators were definitely there. It was preached about. Back home, practice in the opposite direction. Thank you.
Resuming debate, will you please the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to rise again on this issue because of the motion, and so I guess today I just want to say that as well as the absolutely appalling example the government has set in not giving the parliamentary budget officer the information they require, that there was another way. The First Nations Governance Institute was helping nation after nation, hundreds of nations that have come, as it says on their website, restoring our nations. It is helping First Nations bottom up that is going to be the only way forward. And it is, as Nellie Cornway said in 1975 in the Status of Women Commission documents speaking together, paternalism has been a total failure. It is just not right that instead of helping First Nations help themselves with institutions like the First Nations Governance Institute, that this minister has chosen to cut all of the funding to that amazing organization that was doing all the work, building capacity, First Nations by First Nations, and instead has decided to impose this thoughtless bill with untoward consequences here in this House based on, as we all know, a Taxpayer Federation report that was then thought to be a good idea for a private member's bill to feed their base and to continue this idea of shame and blame as opposed to truly building capacity bottom up through First Nations by allowing First Nations to help themselves.
Here.
We know what happens in these communities. And the fact that this government yet again has not thought it through. They never think it through. They have no experience on the ground with what life is really like in practically anything. From the health minister refusing to visit any community during H1N1 to now them imposing this bill without really understanding what First Nations are about. Most First Nations in this country are about 500 people. About half of those people are under 25 years of age. In those First Nations, there's some natural leadership. Those natural leaders become chief and council, but they also sometimes become the people who run the small businesses, get a little entrepreneurial spirit and get the snow removal contract, or they are able to actually start a business. This bill would mean, as it says, that to each of his councillors acting in their capacity as such or in any other capacity, including their personal capacity. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, if you were a member of the council, would you want to start an own business that then other businesses could prey upon your details of your business plan, of your how much you pay certain people in your business? And that to be said, why would anybody who is running a business on a reserve, is setting an example for their community, why would that person, as the head of an organization, want to run for the council or run to be chief? If it then means that their business could be devastated by the fact of predatory practices by particularly non-Aboriginal companies coming onto the reserve to do the kind of work that was being properly done by First Nations entrepreneurs. It is unbelievably sad, this fun and games with numbers stuff, that from the Prime Minister blaming the Attawapiskat and being able to throw that number of $80 million around when we know that children are, that even the investment in the education system at $7,000 per student per year is $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 less than children off reserve. It sounds over 5 years like a lot of money, but it's not enough money, actually, and that you then have their friends in the Fraser Institute comparing Attawapiskat with Atikokan and saying, oh, look at their budgets are the same, they're about the same size, how come this community is doing well and this community is doing terribly? And purposely leaving out the fact that in Atikokan, the health and education budgets are actually paid for by the province of Ontario, whereas in Attawapiskat, that comes out of that community's budget. So I'm a bit fed up with this in terms of how again, First Nations get blamed, how, again, legislation like this just builds on the stereotype and does not actually listen. One of my big heroes in life, Jane Jacobs, used to say that good policy comes when the decision makers can see in their mind's eye the people affected. You actually have to listen to the people on the ground, and wherever we've been across this country, that even the most successful First Nations are saying this bill goes too far. Yeah. This bill is not something they can live with in its present form because, again, it actually will undermine their ability to be successful and have sound economic development. It is a day today where we are, I think, all a bit irritated by who do these people think they are, this government, that the parliamentary budget officer has to go to court to get information from them while they are now presently trying to legislate this kind of undermining of economic development and success for First Nations. So I guess I am, my idea and my hero Ursula Franklin has always said about good governance that it must be fair, must be transparent, and must take people seriously. And I have to say that on most of the First Nations that I visited, that's the way they operate. Chief and Council wouldn't dream of going forward on any project of any magnitude without having their community with them. Sometimes to hear Chief Robert Louis at Westbank say that when they've had a real difficult decision to make, sometimes there are 4 community meetings in a month to be able to have the community with them as they go. This is you know, the minister had the audacity to go and announce this bill on the Whitecoat Dakota Nation, and Chief Darcy Whitebear has to bring us amendments to our committee to say that they hadn't thought it through. That even though the minister accepted the hospitality of the Whitecap Dakota, that they actually haven't had the decency to make a commitment to fix this bill in the way that Chief Darcy Bear has asked. So I guess I'm saying that it is about dignity. It is about respect. It is about free and prior and informed consent that this government signed on to with the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. It is about stopping the paternalism. And as we look at the great work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as we look at their recommendations about Aboriginal education for non-Aboriginals, I am so concerned that this kind of simplistic approach does nothing but interfere with that kind of relationship and mutual understanding that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is trying to do. We know that an apology from a Prime Minister means absolutely nothing if Canadians do not know the history and do not know what the apology was about. I am on a daily basis now saying that Prime Minister's apology in this House, who would have known it would have not only been for the past, but would have been for the future of the kind of underfunding and disrespect that First Nations are having to put up with in this country. The First Nations want to lead now, and they're leading in all kinds of ways. Their approach to governance, which is asking, not telling, making sure that the community is with them as they go. Their leadership in fleeing the medical model and helping the rest of us as physicians and nurses and healthcare providers to understand the importance of the medicine wheel and keeping everybody well, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. That we have got to allow First Nations in this country and Inuit and Métis as well to be leading in terms of the things that the colonizers actually have made terribly wrong. When we think of the pedagogy of First Nations, which is learning by doing, that is the only way that we as adults or we in our schools can go forward. We need to listen to First Nations, that children aren't little empty vessels to have information poured into the top of and sit in tidy rows, that learning by doing is something that First Nations have taught us. First Nations know that they call their senior citizens elders, while we in the South and the non-Aboriginal communities call them elderly. Yeah. This is the First Nations knew about sustainability of natural resources, and they actually knew you don't clear cut, you don't fish out the stock, that you actually have to be sustainable. And so I think at this time where the beautiful ceremony of the Prime Minister reversing that wampum belt, that it was supposed to be a reset of the relationship, and instead we get a raining down of legislation telling them what to do and how to do it. We have a Water Act that has only thou shalt and no resources attached to it. I wrote to the Minister last August to say that we as Liberals would not in any way be able to support a bill about water that didn't include the resources to go with it. So, you know, it has just been an extraordinary, frustrating time, I think, as we are trying to turn the page, and as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is trying to do its work, and as this government cuts so many institutions that are really important to First Nations. So where is the First Nations Governance Institute? Where is NAHO that was sorting out the best practices on health, on anything that there was, the Statistical Institute? anything that was about to help First Nations measure and do the evidence-based and results-based management, they destroy that and then impose some simplistic bill like this, meaning that we know, I think, on this side of the House, that complex problems require complex solutions. That, as H.L. Mencken said, for every complex human problem, there's a neat, simple solution. It's just that it's wrong. This government just continues to get it wrong, thinking that there can be some sort of simple solution for something that is absolutely so complex and so difficult. And these people don't even have the respect to go and visit and listen and talk to people, as we learned slowly through the Kelowna Accord, that the real solutions come bottom up. They take time. The Kelowna Accord took 18 months of consulting and listening and having First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders help us choose the priorities. And in that accord, there were real targets and real markers for how we would measure success and how we would know that the money was being spent wisely, as well as we've said this before in this House, the idea of a First Nations Auditor General that actually came bottom up from the people participating in that process. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I think that it is sad that the people on the other side, that the government just continue to refuse to listen and to be able to allow First Nations to actually work with them to actually find the complex solutions for the complex problems. And I think that these kinds of simplistic bills have got to stop. And if we have to, if we can in any way, at least, we know they've got the arithmetic to get this thing through. We know that their track record of just barging through with anything that they want because they've got the numbers. They refuse to listen on the budget bill. Out of all of the so-called debate in this House, all of the witnesses heard at committee, they couldn't come up with one amendment because they think they know best and they don't listen. So I just think that we, you know, the government is asking us to send this to committee. But what on earth sort of respect do we have for their reputation of what happens in committee to these bills? And so I am asking that the minister give us some sort of promise that the kinds of amendments put forward by Chief Darcy Bear at the Whitecap Dakota will be entertained and enshrined in this bill, so that it can't do any more damage than this attitude is already doing to the entrepreneurial spirit and the economic development in each of our First Nations. So I just ask you, Mr. Speaker, if there is any way that, as I have this place, that I hope that this House has had a chance to look at the motion that I've put on the table on the order paper, to be able to create a fund that will be able to create the kind of education, of Aboriginal education to non-Aboriginal people in Canada. It is the only way that we will go forward. As we learned in New Zealand, that as Maori studies were taught kindergarten to grade 8, the whole thing turned around. I hope that I can seek and find all party and unanimous consent to approve my motion before the TRC meets tomorrow night.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
No way. No. Come on.
Sorry. The Honourable... Order, excuse me. I thought that the Honourable Member had put forward a rhetorical question, not a specific question, but if that's incorrect...
would like unanimous consent to approve my motion as on the order paper.
Does the Honourable Member for St. Paul's have unanimous consent? No, she does not. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I noticed this member went on to some length about the terrible situation of water on reserves, and I would just like to remind the member that her government, when they were in power, allowed an atrocious situation to develop on reserves. And since we've been, the current government's been in position, we have spent an extended time doing an audit of water resources on reserves and water quality systems on reserve. And we have, in the last several budgets, have put millions of dollars into improving water systems on reserve. So why doesn't the member take responsibility for the situation that we received from her government when water systems on reserves were allowed to develop into such a terrible state?
Good. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member ought to know that within the Kelowna Accord and in the package on housing, $5 billion was to be assigned to those. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, this government's been in power for 6 years. That report was ready in April of last year, and they refused to table it because they didn't want the devastating results to be available before the election. And so I think it's absolutely appalling that when that was released in July, there's been no really significant approach. 50% of the homes in Wasagamak have no running water at all, let alone water that has to be boiled. There's no running water at all in Wasagamak. It is astounding. Well, it's 20% of the homes in Wasagamak, 50% in Garden Hill. It is, and the Minister of Health refused to go and visit them in the middle of the H1N1. I have no shame. You should. The government should.
Order. I would remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspé et de la Madeleine. I greatly appreciate the speech given by my colleague from St. Paul. I think her passion is obvious in what she said. I would like to ask her the following question.
That this transparently paternalistic bill is going to have any real effect on affecting poverty conditions in our First Nation communities?
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And when you look at the average salary of chief and council, it's $37,000 per year. It's a very, very small amount of the budget of any First Nation. And I think that what we want is to work with First Nations to actually be able to deal with the economic development that they want to be able to do, that this bill is so broad that it extinguishes that entrepreneurial spirit. And so absolutely, I think that this bill does absolutely nothing to deal with the poverty on First Nations that is unacceptable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Speaker, and I would just begin by noting a contradiction in the government's attitude. If you look at the non-Aboriginal population, the government keep trying to improve efficiency, to cut red tape. They have their red tape commission. They're trying to reduce expenditures, make environmental processes more efficient, everything in the direction of greater efficiency, less red tape when it comes to the non-Aboriginal world. But when it comes to the Aboriginal world, as was reported, there are no less than 60,000 reports per year that First Nations have to make to the government. Now, that's about 100 reports per year for every First Nation. It's 100 to 200 reports every single day of the year. And it's not as if the Auditor General has not told the government to fix this, to reduce the red tape, to reduce the number of reports, and yet there's nothing in this bill. So my question to my honourable colleague, and I congratulate her on her speech, is why this double standard? Why pushing in one direction for the non-Aboriginal Canadians and leaving the Aboriginal Canadians in a morass of red tape created by the government, which the government refuses to do anything about?
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
I think the member, Mr. Speaker, I think the member's made an excellent point. And of course, one of the one of the pieces the Auditor General also spoke to was the lack of accountability within the department itself for results-based management and how we don't really know what works. What we do know is that third-party management and co-management do not work. And yet, whenever this government's in trouble, it puts in a failed policy that the former Minister Chuck Strahl had already said he was going to not do. We know that itself is too costly, doesn't get results, and doesn't build capacity. And this government just keeps trying to put these Band-Aids on because they need to blame First Nations communities when they themselves are in trouble.
Crazy.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Marc Aurel-Fortin. Good day, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my distinguished colleagues for having put forward this bill, but there's a problem with it. Essentially, let me tell you what it is. It is that we're imposing something on the First Nations communities that we're not imposing on ourselves. We're asking them to publish documents that the department already has. If they really want to make them public, it only needs to create a website and send the document to everybody. It has this information, but the information that it has is all the contracts, all the service contracts that it signs with private enterprise. And paradoxically, when the government does not want to communicate this information, even the parliamentary budget officer doesn't have access to it. So how is it that they're imposing on the First Nations various obligations to provide information that is already available, and yet it is refusing access to the parliamentary budget officer to information on the management of that department itself?
St. Paul's.
I fully agree. We have learned that there is such a lot of information.
They can't track any of it. This is a problem the government has, not First Nations. And as we've said before, the minister already has the power that if a member of a community has a complaint about not being able to get a piece of information from their chief in council, the minister can already has the power to provide that for that member of that community. So we have no idea why they're insisting on blaming First Nations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Speaker, and thank you, the Honourable Member, for his speech. And I wanted to ask her a few questions about the pathological aversion to consultation that seems to be endemic in this government. You know, about a year ago, we had actually the biggest consultation the Canadians actually have with their potential government. But to my recollection, there wasn't any actual conversation about jumping older folks for OAS increases. I must have missed that in the Conservative Party platform, and I did look at it, but I couldn't find it. But apparently, as of last night, anybody under 54 is now going to be down about $30,000 bucks over the course of their lifetime in the event they have to draw OAS. Similarly, I don't ever recollect any consultation about changes to EI. That didn't seem to be part of the platform when we did this. So here we have a bill apparently on transparency and accountability, as far as I know, there's been absolutely no consultation with Aboriginal communities on this matter, and it certainly didn't form any part of the platform of the Conservative Party. So EI, OAS, and Aboriginal consultations, nothing, zero, nil.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
No, I think the member makes a very good point that an election is supposed to be a way where you put your cards on the table and then the people of Canada get to choose. The people of Canada weren't told that the age of receiving a pension would go up by 2 years. They weren't told about the changes to seasonal workers, or they weren't told about the changes to Park Canada or all of these devastating cuts that were rammed through in that ridiculous omnibus bill that that was wishful thinking. The former Prime Minister, I mean this Prime Minister, about to be former Prime Minister, has so eloquently spoken against in the past. So I do think that it's an attitudinal thing. If you really want to consult, you think that you are going to get good ideas and that they can come from anywhere. That used to be the beauty of Parliament. That used to be the beauty of parliamentary committees, where you would hear smart people and you'd say, there's a good idea. The idea that this government couldn't even consult on this budget and find one good thing to make an amendment about just shows the travesty of the democracy and the weakness of the Conservative members of Parliament on the other side.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Humber St. Barbe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pick up for a few minutes on some of the comments that were expressed by my colleague regarding red tape and the reduction of red tape and how this particular initiative either feeds into or feeds from the government's propensity to institute red tape. I want to talk specifically about the impact this legislation may have on Aboriginal businesses. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-27 forces Aboriginal businesses on First Nations to disclose financial information related to those businesses to the public, including to the competitors of those Aboriginal businesses. Not simply talking about remuneration paid out of federal supply, but it's all activities of those businesses now must be reported to the public. That's a burden that doesn't exist on other businesses. This measure, Mr. Speaker, could potentially make band-owned businesses extremely vulnerable to predatory practices and put them at an obvious competitive disadvantage. Non-Aboriginal private corporations, for example, are not forced to publicly disclose consolidated financial statements. Aboriginal businesses, whether or not they're attached to the government or not, to the federal government or not, will. Any Aboriginal, any band-owned business will now have to disclose information that would-be or potential competitors in the private sector will not. Now, that's very interesting, not only because this is extremely inconsistent with the principle of First Nation self-governance, it's also obviously very inconsistent with the government's much ballooned and ballyhooed referral to the Red Tape Reduction Commission. Mr. Speaker, at a cost of several $1 million, the Conservative government instituted a Red Tape Reduction Commission to travel all over the country, conducting meetings, conducting hearings as to how exactly the federal government can reduce the paper burden on businesses. I guess they didn't conduct very many hearings with Aboriginal businesses, because if they did, they'd have a serious problem with this legislation. You know something, Mr. Speaker? I'll read directly from the MP, the member for Beauce, who is the minister, the junior minister for small business and tourism, when he produced this report, said the Commission's first task was to identify irritants to business that stem from federal regulatory requirements and review how those requirements are administered in order to reduce the compliance burden on businesses, especially small businesses. At a cost of several $1 million, this Commission had that task in mind. Where, Mr. Speaker, this legislation came from, which would only just increase the regulatory burden on Aboriginal business, somebody was asleep on the front bench. Because in order to allow this to proceed to Cabinet without actually considering the impact on Aboriginal business, somebody was not taking care of their fiduciary responsibilities to speak up for Aboriginal people. And I also will say that the MP, the member for Beauce, who was such a strong believer, at least in theory, of anti-regulation, where was he when this was going through? The compliance burden on small business will be huge. We've already heard in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, that there are already 60,000 reports that must be filed to Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada on an annual basis. 60,000 reports. Can you imagine now the compliance burden that will be placed on Aboriginal businesses, a burden that does not exist on any other business? Can you imagine the regulatory red tape that is now being imposed upon that section of our economy, that so important section of our economy, our Aboriginal businesses, that does not apply anywhere else? Put this in perspective. Federal Crown corporations, unless specifically included in the Access to Information Act, they don't comply. They don't have to comply. They don't answer to. They're not under the jurisdiction of the Access to Information Act. Federal Crown corporations own an Aboriginal business. If a band-owned business, however, wants to establish itself and promote the best interests, the economic best interests of the band, it has to do something a Federal Crown corporation doesn't have to do. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, during the course of their discussions, their multi-million-dollar discussions, the Red Tape Commission, which I guess might have been actually for the purpose of creating more red tape instead of reducing it, but the actual title of the commission was the Red Tape Reduction Commission, so I guess that won't necessarily apply. But they also said they gave specific direction to the Government of Canada. They gave specific recommendations to individual government departments. They even made recommendations to the Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada as to how it could participate in reducing red tape, the red tape burden. You know what they encouraged, recommended to the minister and to the department? They said they made two main suggestions specifically for this department: to improve service standards and streamlining program requirements. We, the Red Tape Reduction Commission, recommend that Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada establish a streamlined application and review processes to support small business growth and development. I don't think anywhere did the Red Tape Commission say, and by the way, we should also impose the equivalent to the Access to Information Act on every Aboriginal-owned, band-owned business. They said, quite frankly, the opposite. They also further recommended to facilitate service standard improvements, streamline processes and integration of Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada programs with those of other federal regulators. We recommend that the department develop a simplified approach for land processes and economic development projects. Not an expanded approach, Mr. Speaker, not one in which the regulatory burden exponentially increases to the point where every minute of every day that the band-owned business operates, that its lead managers must be filing compliance reports. That wasn't the recommendation of the Red Tape Reduction Commission, but if we look at this, that's what the government is suggesting. Now, the MP for Beauce went even further. He said that in his final recommendation report, he said, again and again, to deal with the long-term aspect of regulatory growth, which he viewed as a serious negative, we are recommending that a substantial part of the bonuses of senior public servants be related to their success, or conversely their failure, in implementing the decisions that ministers make on the one-for-one rule. Now, what's the one-for-one rule then, Mr. Speaker? Well, I'll tell you what the one-for-one rule is. It's a commitment that the Conservatives made in their 2006 election platform, just above their commitment to make the parliamentary budget officer an independent officer that could get whatever material he or she needed in order to perform his or her function as the parliamentary budget officer. The Conservative platform for re-election for election in 2006, entitled "Here for Canada," I guess just not all Canadians, just some Canadians. Stephen Harper's, excuse me, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Yes, they seem to be paying attention. But the Prime Minister's the would-be Prime Minister's low tax plan for jobs and economic growth promised to implement a new standard for regulation. And I quote, I'll just have to put it, "We will legislate a one-for-one rule. Every time the government proposes a new regulation, it must eliminate an existing one." Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what's happening in Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, there's a lot of new regulations coming into play here. Don't seem to be very many reductions. So if we're to judge this based on bonuses paid to senior bureaucrats as to whether or not they're complying with the one-for-one rule, the government just saved an awful lot of money, because there won't be one dime of bonus paid out to that minister's senior mandarins. Not a dime. So the government, I guess, is saving a few bucks there, isn't it? Unless, of course, they're going to circumvent that rule and pay out bonuses without any compliance or any consideration of their own rules. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government would never do that, though, would they? They'd never actually ignore their own rules. Okay, yeah, they probably will. They probably will. That's what's happening right now, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a government that is absolutely intent on saying to everybody else, do as we say, but just don't do as we do. Because that is exactly what is being asked here. They are being told, do as we say, but not as we do. Now, you know, there was also some discussion about the Auditor General and whether or not there should be a First Nations Auditor General. A proposal which received widespread support. Not universal, but widespread support. Key proposal within the Kelowna Accord. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government, when they were proposing their red tape reduction commission, except for Aboriginal communities, suggested in their report that the Office of the Auditor General of Canada should be mandated with reviewing and reporting on the government's progress. The Auditor General should be mandated to review the government's progress in reducing regulatory administrative burden through its one-to-one rule, one-for-one rule, aimed at cutting costs to businesses as well as implementing its overall red tape reduction plan. Now, that was a suggestion of the government. They've never actually done it. They've never actually tasked the Auditor General to do that, even though there were recent amendments to the Auditor General Act. I'm just wondering, since they do indeed believe that the Auditor General should be involved in red tape reduction, would they allow the Auditor General to come in and see if whether or not C-27 complies with the red tape reduction recommendations as adopted by this government? Will they allow the Auditor General of Canada to do an assessment before second reading or during second reading of whether or not the government is consistent with its red tape reduction promises, and do so in a very public way? Have the Auditor General do an assessment as to whether or not C-27 is consistent with that. Because, you know, so are they a do-as-they-say government, and not as a do-as-they-do government? One way to find out, now wouldn't it be? So, Mr. Speaker, this is very serious. It's very serious because we are actually imposing a higher standard on a core of small businesses, band-owned Aboriginal businesses, that the government will not only not impose on other sectors of the economy, other types of privately held businesses, non-Aboriginal owned businesses, but it's a standard, Mr. Speaker, that the government won't even impose upon itself for its federal crown corporations. Why? Because if you stand up and suggest that certain federal crown corporations should be liable and held accountable under the Access to Information Act, the very first thing the ministers responsible will stand and say is that could put the Crown Corporation in jeopardy. That would expose the federal Crown Corporation, which benefits from federal tax dollars and federal oversight, to potential competitive impacts. Its competitors, the competitors to the federal Crown Corporation, might actually know what the Crown Corporation was doing. And that could jeopardize the revenue stream of that federal Crown Corporation. No problem, though. You're an Aboriginal, a band-owned Aboriginal business? Your competitor's got a great way to find out about what you're up to and where you're going. They just got to apply under Bill C-27. The provisions of Bill C-27 lay your business dealings out bare. And that, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, is enough, if for nothing else, to want to have this bill go before committee to establish, one way or another, to have witnesses come forward to establish whether or not what the impact would be. Because I can tell you this, there has been no consultation whatsoever. There has been no consultation with the Aboriginal community on this, because if there were, there'd be a lot of senior mandarins, a lot of high-paid executives within the Department of Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada that wouldn't be getting a bonus for an awful long time. Because if you tie bonuses to bureaucrats, to recommending that a substantial part of the bonuses of senior public servants be directly related to their success or failure in implementing the decisions that ministers make on the one-for-one rule, the government just saved an awful lot of money. There won't be a darn bonus paid out in Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada for a long, long time if C-27 gets passed. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a relatively snide way to say, think through what you're doing, government. Think through what you're doing. There are checks and balances that do exist, and there are checks and balances that can be improved. There's no doubt about it. The Aboriginal community, First Nations, are embracing those changes. It's not always universal support. Never, I don't think anyone should expect or assume that there will be, but there is a solid core of support within our First Nations. They have nothing to hide. They're prepared to engage in a full accountability. They want to be participants. They don't want to be spoken to. They don't want to be spoken at. They want to be spoken with. This chamber right now, instead of talking to First Nations, we're simply talking about them. Why didn't the government just take the time to talk with First Nations, to realize that the consequences of their actions, the legal ramifications, in some might consider a rather snide way to endear, let's play it tough. We're playing it tough here. We're the government. We're playing it tough. Well, sometimes, tough actions are required, obviously. Sometimes toughness is also a sign of a bully. And a bully needs to understand that what they say and what they do can hurt. It can hurt not only self-esteem, but it can also hurt the economic well-being of First Nations and Aboriginal businesses owned by bands. It's the government sticking their nose in a place where it really does not belong. Tighter accountability rules are always, something we strive for. The Aboriginal community is no stranger to that. It's not a reluctant witness to that. It's actually creating its own higher accountability standard without the big brother approach from the Government of Canada. It's actually acting on its own behalf and increasing its accountability standards. This government here, Mr. Speaker, seems to want to take a parochial approach and simply say to create it's us and it's them. And them, we're going to tell them how they're going to run their businesses. Why, Mr. Speaker, did the member for Beauce, the junior minister, spend millions of dollars on a red tape reduction commission? Why did the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada sit in Cabinet and allow C-27 to pass through Cabinet without any examination as to the consequence to this important community? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, Northern Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member's speech reminds me of that saying, that cows have 4 legs, that animal has 4 legs, therefore it's a cow. The ridiculousness of suggesting that we are imposing a larger burden in terms of red tape on First Nations is a ridiculous notion. As a matter of fact, it's very obvious that the member did not listen to my speech. It's very obvious the member has no idea what's in the legislation. It's very obvious that the member does not know. We made an announcement within the last few days where we have a single reporting mechanism for First Nations that actually creates less paperwork. That is without the bill, and with the bill, it's the very same paperwork as what they do now. So the other thing I just wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker, is the Assembly of First Nations in December of 2010 endorsed the accountability, transparency measures that were implicit in Bill 575. That's adopted within this bill, and there are First Nation support for this bill, contrary to the member's statements.
The Honourable Member for Humbert, St. Barb, Bay Vert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I were back home and I said that, if an animal has 4 legs and a cow has 4 legs, well, you know that the animal must be a cow. Well, there's another animal that has 4 legs. I'll let you draw the conclusion that you may want. That's probably what they say to me back home. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that this is a government that regularly does not read its own legislation and believes its own press releases, whether it be on spying of citizens, and all of a sudden the epiphany that the government ministers may take and say, "What? We just drafted legislation that allows us to spy on our own citizens? Geez, didn't know that. Okay, we'll try and fix that." Well, the government, quite frankly, doesn't read their own legislation very often, and I don't take a whole lot of comfort in the minister saying that, "Didn't you read my speech?" I'm not interested in the speech per se. I'm more interested in the actual legislation. The legislation that will become law if the government allows it to do so. The legislation actually forces band-owned First Nations businesses to expose their financial dealings. Can't make it any simpler or clearer than that. He, the minister, needs to read his own legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the honourable member if does he think that perhaps the cynicism that is surrounding this bill by lots of First Nations, and I have to say that unlike the minister, we've been on many First Nations, and a lot of them find this legislation, most of them find it very troubling, especially in the area that the honourable member has referred to. But by releasing the information and the data of band-owned businesses, Do you think that maybe that the cynicism is well-founded, that inflates the numbers that people think the government of Canada is giving to First Nations, and therefore somehow gives permission of the government to give less, in that it's a way of conflating the numbers? I know as a physician that when my billings were calculated, that people didn't understand that out of my billings I paid a nurse, a receptionist, my rent, all of the supplies, and that those gross numbers are sometimes quite disturbing to people at first glance, and that the way that these disclosures may be interpreted feeds this ongoing plan of this government to blame First Nations, to make it look like they're rolling in money and doing badly with the money that they've been given.
The honourable member for Humber, St. Barbe Bay Vert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments and the question by my colleague, and say yes, she's absolutely correct. In fact, the government has already done that, and not just through Aboriginal businesses, but look at what happened at Attawapiskat. The government actually engaged in a public relations smear campaign against the Band Council of Attawapiskat to actually enforce an opinion or a point of view that money spent on education was in solution to a housing crisis. They aggregated all the funds that were given to a particular band and displayed that to the entire nation and to the world press to make a sleazy suggestion that this band was rich and that it was abusing its funds, when in actual fact that of the money that was appropriated and dispersed was for things like health care and education, and the money was spent on health care and education. And so the government already has a track record of doing exactly what the honourable member has just suggested. That they do indeed have they integrate these kinds of things into a communication strategy. And yes, look, in my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, there are nations, there are Aboriginal communities and First Nations that the Innu and Inuit First Nations, but the Innu and Inuit that are involved in multi-million-dollar business enterprises, which are benefiting the community at large. But they're engaged in those businesses for the benefit of the community at large. If I were a competitor to some of those businesses, I'd want C-27, because I'd find out all about those businesses and I'd actually move in and horn in on that, because they wouldn't be able to do the same for me. That's a shame, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for Humber St. Barbe Bay Vert. It seems to me that we're in a rather circular argument here. Members, including myself, have stood up and pointed out that First Nations leadership, including the National Chief, Assembly of First Nations, a number of First Nations chiefs, and a resolution passed in 2010 by First Nations, says that they are prepared to and want to see accountability and financial transparency. When we make that point as an argument against a heavy-handed top-down piece of legislation, the minister says the First Nations support this legislation because of the resolution of 2010. It's very clear that the First Nations do not, as a body, as Assembly of First Nations, support this legislation. They do want to move to financial transparency and accountability. So we're in something of a dialogue of the deaf going on right here, and I asked my honourable colleague from Humber St. Barbe Bay Vert if he doesn't think that we need to be clear that while everyone wants to see transparency and financial accountability, we're not going to get to it by ignoring the inherent rights of First Nations in this country under treaty obligations, under constitutional protection.
The honourable member for Humber St. Barbe Bay Vert.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from the Saanich Gulf Islands, because she underscores there is a real strong potential, a probability even, that much of this act will actually be subject to judicial review after the fact. There is a duty to consult, first off. There is also a duty to respect the inherent right of First Nations to be able to engage in business practices in a way that is not arbitrary, that in a way that is not subject to uniquely them and not to anyone else in terms of the conduct of regular business. And quite frankly, I'm not a lawyer, but I think there's a more than probable reality that there will be a legal challenge under an arbitrary provision of law that actually imposes a different standard on an Aboriginal-owned, a band-owned business than any other type of business. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the government in return this question, since they suggest that the Auditor General of Canada, before we get into any sort of judicial review or legal review, since they're the ones that suggest the Auditor General of Canada should review their performance on red tape reduction, will they allow the Auditor General, before passage of this legislation, to review whether or not C-27 is consistent or contrary to their own expectations of themselves? I think we already know the answer, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I usually say it's an honour to stand up in this House and speak to certain bills, but today I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to stand here and speak to a bill that is so offensive to Canada's Aboriginal people. It's pretty unbelievable. And today, of all days, the day before National Aboriginal Day. The day before tomorrow, when this government will send its representatives out there and wish Aboriginal people a happy National Aboriginal Day. Instead of saying that they're actually there to work with Aboriginal people, instead of actually saying that they want to listen to Aboriginal people, instead of actually saying that not only will they work with them, but they will refrain from playing the nasty, dirty politics of division that this very bill is all about. And I'll take it one step further, Mr. Speaker, and say that this bill, actually, First Nations Fiscal Transparency Act, let's flip it around. Maybe we should be talking about a federal government Fiscal Transparency Act. And what would it look like with this crew? Would we talk about the F-35 and how that's been bungled? Would we talk about the orange juices that cost $16 in London? Would we talk about the helicopters that have flown ministers around? Would we talk about the Senate appointments, the kickbacks, the breaks for friends, friends that have given the money? Because, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a government that is so eager to change the channel and play the politics of division with some of the most marginalized people in our country, instead of looking at their own complete disrespect for, frankly, legislation that governs this place, but also the ethics that they deem to be following. And if we talk about a transparency act or an accountability act when it comes to this government, let's talk about Aboriginal people and how this government has broken that accountability time and time again. Some years ago, they apologized to First Nations when it came to the residential school tragedy. And some months after that, they cut the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. The only decentralized program so successful it was a world model that provided healing, cultural healing for Aboriginal people across this country, where report after report and accolade after accolade indicated how important it was, and this government cared so little about its own commitment to residential school survivors that it got rid of that programming. And how about the deadline that's approaching on the IAP? The IAP, as many Aboriginal people know, is the application people made that were abused so badly in residential school that it requires to go to another level. And, Mr. Speaker, where's the accountability? When so few supports have been put in place to support the healing of those people that are applying for the IAP. The work that needs to be done to talk to people like in my own constituency, in places like Tadouli Lake, in places like Lac Brochet, where people of the generation that was abused at residential school doesn't speak English the way that it may be needed in this process, that need the support for translation, that needs the support for healing. It's nowhere to be found. Let's talk about health and how out of the 33 First Nations that I represent, only one of them in a community of 6,000 people has a hospital. Let's talk about the fact that I represent 4 communities in Island Lake, over 10,000 people that do not have running water in Canada in 2012. These communities were amongst the hardest hit for H1N1, and health professional after health professional said, it's not to do with some sort of genetic predisposition, but it has to do with the fact that people don't have running water. Let's talk about education and the lack of this government, the lack of accountability we see in this government in terms of funding for First Nations education, where Aboriginal children, because they are Aboriginal, are systematically underfunded because of who they are, receiving less than half in some cases of what provinces will pay for that same Aboriginal child to study off reserve. And what we know that means is generation after generation being left with a legacy of inadequate support and certainly failure when it comes to this federal government. We can talk about the molding schools, we can talk about the trailers, we can talk about the fastest growing population in Canada having a government that not only isn't there to support them, but with a bill like this, insults them. Let's talk about housing, third world living conditions. I represent communities that have a waiting list of 500 houses, not 5, not 50, 500. Let's talk about the way this government has lost its accountability when it comes to the UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights, where so many people came together and said it's right for Canada to show leadership, to stand up for Aboriginal people at the United Nations, to maybe join other countries that are leaders around the world when it comes to working with their Aboriginal people. And after months of pushing and prodding, and I'm proud that our party was at the forefront of saying Canada should do this, yes, this government signed the declaration, and they boasted about it, but they've gone to break the kind of commitments they've made every step of the way. And most recently, where it's most apparent, is in Bill C-38, where the National Chief came to the committee and he said, where is the duty to consult? By eliminating all of the legislation, the environmental legislation, the lack of protection for fish habitat, First Nations treaty right to fishing is at risk. First Nations territorial lands are at risk. C-38 also proposed changes in terms of employment insurance that will have a disproportionate impact on Aboriginal people. Where is the accountability there? When so many Aboriginal communities depend entirely on seasonal work. And this isn't a question of moving on where there's something else. This is a question, and this government knows it very well because they know the statistics. They try and prevent the rest of us from seeing them, but they know the numbers. That people will turn to provincial welfare. That people will turn to the increased social turmoil that unfortunately government after government, and this government is right along with them, not only turns a blind eye to, but frankly encourages it to continue to happen. The kind of societal breakdown that unfortunately Canada's legacy of government after government, and this government is no different, is showing toward Aboriginal people. Mr. Speaker, this bill is absurd. It's offensive, it's absurd. And what it speaks to is this government's approach. We've heard about their backward policy when it comes to refugees and the comments around, well, Canadians want this, as though refugees that come to Canada aren't Canadian. Well, Aboriginal people were the first Canadians. And this bill seeks to divide people and to pit people against them and their communities. And it seeks to change the channel from this government's failure to, in fact, live up to its fiduciary obligation. Not some sort of, it would be great if you did it, but a fiduciary obligation. An understanding that there is a commitment in the Constitution to First Nations. An understanding that our country and a government that loves to talk about the War of 1812. Well, if we're going to go back, let's talk about who allowed us to build a country like Canada. It was First Nations people. It's been Aboriginal people. The relationship with the Crown. Aboriginal people have always been at the other side. With an attitude of respect, an attitude of cooperation. And they've only been spat in the face. They've only been subjected to third world living conditions in a country as wealthy as ours. And to be followed with legislation like this. And I have a prediction here. and I'm sure I'll be digging this quote out in the next few days, that this government's got its press releases ready to go, that it's got its robocalls, oh wait, there's issues around the robocalls, ready to go, that they have their lines about, you know, what side they're on and what side everybody else is on. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians see through this. And Canadians are increasingly sick and tired and frankly disgusted with this politics of division, these games they seek to play with people in our own country, pitting us one against the other, that somehow because you're this background, you have to have an issue with Aboriginal people and Aboriginal communities. Well, it's not like that. And I'm proud to come from a part of the country and to represent a part of the country where people know that we have to work together, where people know that the legacy of residential schools, of colonialism, impacts all of us, where people know, wouldn't it be nice to have a federal government that actually stood on the side of eradicating the third world conditions people in Canada face? And that prediction, I wish I could say, I thought was good, there were good chances of it not becoming true. But I've seen it before. I saw it in the last election. They brought up the private members bill, which again speaks to their two-sided approach. Oh, you know, it's just one member that brought it up, so it's not where the government's at. Funny that there's a similar story with the motion M312, a private member's motion, seeks to reopen the abortion debate. And we hear all sorts of stories from this government. Well, here on this one, there's no hiding the fact that the government's been behind it all the way. Might be able to say that for M312, I certainly would. The government's behind it all the way. And after their commitments to sit down with the First Nations gathering in January to continue that conversation, their plan, their wish is to leave this Parliament, and one of their lasting legacies is one of the most offensive, one of the most absurd bills that seeks nothing more than to divide Canadians, to pit Canadians against each other, and most importantly, to pit people against Aboriginal people. And what I would say as a final piece is that this is not fitting of our Canada. This isn't in line with the kind of values that we seek to realize. I'm proud to be part of a party that's been at the forefront of standing with Aboriginal people, First Nations, Métis and Inuit people. I'm proud to be part of a party that so many people in my part of the country see as the party that has stood for them. And I know that's the case amongst so many Aboriginal people across this country. And so many of them are looking to us tonight, and they'll be looking to us tomorrow at National Aboriginal Day to hear that we are willing to work with them, that we are willing to respect our Constitution, that we are willing to respect the historical framework based on a relationship of respect between the Crown and First Nations, that we are willing to say that we can build a better Canada. And so what I would finish off by saying, Mr. Speaker, and I say these words by thinking about the elders that have supported me on a personal level, by thinking about the leaders that support their communities, about the young people who are looking to us to show leadership, that they're not seeing this from this government, but that's another sign of where they're at. And I am proud to be part of a party that believes that our Canada means working with Aboriginal people every step of the way, that our Canada is one in which third world conditions for anyone, including for Aboriginal people, will not be tolerated, and that our Canada lives on this side of the House and will continue to live out as we fight for it. Thank you very much. Kinanasko mitnao miigwech.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for an excellent speech. It's obvious that her heart is in the right place and that she understands the constituents that she serves, many of whom obviously seem to be Aboriginal people. What I wanted to ask her a question, though. She made some very important points. Points about the duplicity of this government. Points about the fact that it says one thing and does another. And I think we have to go back to what my colleague, the member from St. Paul, had to say here about the deep-felt apology that went out in this House many years ago, followed almost within a few months by the cancelling of the Aboriginal Healing Fund, taking away money from the table while you apologize, which was one of the most successful funds. We now see that this concept that a government should be responsible for the least of its citizens, for the most vulnerable of its citizens, that it seeks to rise them up and to bring them up and to allow them the ability to have opportunity to live lives in which they participate fully in everything that the nation has to offer. That this, in fact, is an ethical duty and responsibility of a government. How does the honourable member explain the fact that this government has all its talking points, as she said, all set out to say, look at how great we are, and then they fail every time and actually stick a shill into the backs of the people that they say they're supporting, turn them down and leave them suffering and vulnerable and in an even worse position than they were before?
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. I think it's quite clear that Aboriginal people see through this kind of legislation. We have a number of my colleagues in this House have spoken to how opposed they are and the concerns they've raised. What's so absurd is the extent to which, I mean, it's the one word that keeps coming to mind, is how consistent this government is in ignoring, in insulting Aboriginal people, in trying to pit people against one another, and in trying to change the channel. Instead of talking about their own failure to live up to their obligations, their own failure to live up to the kind of financial commitments that need to be made. I mean, if I can note for a moment, I mean, the environment that we're living in, just some short weeks ago, we had a member of this government, the Minister of Health, be so insulting towards the UN rapporteur that came to communities that I represent. The minister hasn't come to the communities I represent. And he saw how expensive vegetables are, how expensive milk is. And he made the commitment between the high cost of foods and the kind of health challenges people experience. And instead of saying we're going to do something, this government insulted the UN, insulted Aboriginal communities, and continues to do so with this bill tonight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Churchill for her continued passion and commitment to the people, not just in her part of the world, but right across this country. I was at a recent Aboriginal business function, and mixed with the hope and opportunity between the business community and the Aboriginal community about what can be done, there is also this recognition of the lack of partnership in this government. And one elder got up to the microphone, and I thought he made this point well, and I'll ask my friend's thoughts on this. He said, the government of Canada will put a native band into third-party management under two specific conditions. One is if it feels like money has been misappropriated or spent on the wrong field, if it was meant for housing and it went to schooling, and it's been periodically like this, or if there's been the potential of a fraudulent election. In both of those conditions, the federal government will impose control on the band. His point was this: after having watched the Conservatives in government for a number of months with allegations of having potentially stolen various elections around the country and certainly misspent money on gazebos that were meant for borders and on F-35 purchases that never existed, that shouldn't the federal government be put into third-party management so we could actually have some discretion and accountability to Canadians who actually flip in the bill for these guys? I wonder if you could comment on that particular perspective.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
And thank you to my colleague, the House Leader, for making the point. Absolutely, they should be put in third party. Absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that bans get thrown into third party for, and yet somehow they are able to shove it all aside and instead go right back and put the target on Aboriginal people and rile people up on the issue as well. I know that constituents of many of these members have been speaking up And they're speaking out even louder about the kind of financial irregularities, the lack of transparency, the way they would fail miserably when living up to an act like this. And I have no misunderstanding or no doubt, I should say, that will continue to happen. And Aboriginal people's voices will continue to be at the forefront of saying that this government doesn't represent them, doesn't represent us, and it's time to focus on building a Canada that represents all of us.
More. Question, comment, questions and comments, Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you for that recognition, Mr. Speaker. I do actually like the idea of putting this government into third-party management. That has a certain appeal. But I would personally, I would be quite prepared to have a management by the parliamentary budget officer till the books are straightened out and we actually, in this House, actually know what the government spends in a timely sort of fashion. But assuming that is a little bit beyond the reach of tonight's debate, I wanted to ask the honourable member about this repeated layering of filings that must go with this bill. The Auditor General has repeated time and time and time again, his latest report was in June of 2011, that the government has made no progress whatsoever with the reduction of the filings burdens for First Nations. And here we have a bill that effectively goes in the opposite direction. So we had the minister up just a few minutes ago saying, well, you couldn't possibly have read the bill if and you couldn't possibly understand what's going on here. When in fact, when I have a choice between believing the Auditor General versus the minister, I think I'm going to go with the Auditor General most times. So the question, therefore, for the honourable member is, in her community, are the regulatory filings so burdensome as to make it extraordinarily difficult just to achieve compliance as of now?
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for raising an issue that, as we know, was one of actually the not only part of one of the Auditor General's reports some years back, but before she left, she made known a couple of key priorities that she felt had been overlooked, and one of them was exactly the situation that Aboriginal people face, generally in terms of living conditions, but also very specifically in terms of the auditing process. I have met so many people in communities that I represent, and I know many of these Conservative MPs, many of these government MPs represent Aboriginal communities as well, and I wonder how much time they spend in their communities to hear these stories, where bands don't have money to hire people to do the filing, where they don't have enough money to hire people to apply for grants, where they don't have enough money to hire people that know the reports. Or how about this, where they can't access the educational programs that might give them greater tools to be able to express what is needed in the community, both in terms of paperwork and even in here. It's a sad story, Mr. Speaker, but on all fronts, this government is failing Aboriginal people. It'll be two-faced tomorrow when it stands up to celebrate National Aboriginal Day. And I look forward to standing with Aboriginal people, not only in opposition to this bill, but in opposition to this government.
Well said. Well said.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
You guys did well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak on this bill, C-27, entitled An Act to Enhance the Financial Accountability and Transparency of First Nations. Mr. Speaker, I think that it has a bad title from the start. Had it been titled Do What I Say and Not What I Do, I think it would have been fair in terms of what its title is, because this bill is asking Aboriginal communities, the First Nations, to do what the government itself is not prepared to do. And I'd like to give two examples of this. And there are many examples. The first concerns the government's announcement that it would cut the size of the public service by 19,200 people, given this year's budget, Mr. Speaker. And since the announcement and the tabling in this chamber of the budget, there have been more than 20,000 individuals who have already received a notice that their position would be affected in the public service. And people are trying to understand how many. And the president of the Treasury Board is hiding behind a so-called obligation to respect a directive that would keep him silent, set out in the collective agreements, which means that he must first advise the affected individuals before saying so publicly. The Public Service Alliance itself has asked the president of the Treasury Board to reveal the global figures. It understands that this directive exists, but it would allow, and indeed is asking, the president of the Treasury Board to reveal that information. The president of the Treasury Board continues to refuse. The president of the Public Service Alliance made the same request and supports according to a report by Manon Cornelier in today's Le Devoir newspaper, says he unreservedly supports the disclosure of this information without, of course, identifying the individuals affected. Of course, I think the Treasury Board could easily give an overall figure. It's refusing to do so. It's refusing to do so, Mr. Speaker, with the parliamentary budget officer as well. So we have a government that, on the one hand, is asking the First Nations for complete and full disclosure of various figures that affect people, specific people, but it itself is not prepared to respect the laws of Parliament, the laws of Canada, and disclose the information that is essential to be able to understand the scope of measures set out in the budget. So it is, as I said, and here we are talking about a bill, C-27, which should be entitled Do As I Say, Not As I Do. Another example, Mr. Speaker, is that of the parliamentary budget officer himself, who is asking to have information authorized to him under legislation, but the Treasury Board is again refusing. And here we are headed to a confrontation that will be interesting. On the one hand, we have the parliamentary budget officer, a position that was created by this very government at the beginning of his mandate in 2006, and according to legislation that I have had the opportunity on a number of occasions to study very closely, because we had studied it, and you will remember this, Mr. Speaker, perhaps in a very specific way, and as the Joint Committee of the Library of Parliament, because we had to determine where exactly this parliamentary budget officer stood. And knowing this legislation, I must share the legal opinion that was made public earlier in the week, that if, in fact, this law allows the government to have this information to be made public, and the government is refusing to do so. So there is this refusal to ensure transparency. And yet, one of the main roles, one of the principal roles of parliamentarians on both sides of the House, not just on that side, but on the government side, not just on this side, but rather also on the government side, is to ensure, verify information, and that we have the information we need to ensure the government, to verify whether the government is doing its job, and that is impossible for us.
It's impossible for us to do this work in the absence of any transparency, and so I think that really it's almost hypocrisy to ask parliamentarians to support a bill that imposes a really draconian transparency on the First Nations when the government itself is not prepared to consider such rules for themselves. and they as parliamentarians who have a constitutional duty. The figures that the government should be provided are not being provided for the bills that we're considering, Mr. Speaker. So I'm also going to speak about other aspects that I find upsetting at this bill. One of my colleagues spoke at length about them, and it's the simple fact that for some time now, Aboriginal communities have been encouraged to take themselves in hand and develop businesses, create jobs and create wealth and build some capital. And many have absolutely done that. But now they find themselves in a situation where the bill before us, if there aren't any changes made to it, and I'm really on a good path here, so I'll spend more time to talking about this. But the First Nations followed the advice that was given to them, and now they would be obliged to disclose all of their business secrets, whereas the government refuses to do so. And I mean, the government, quite rightly, refuses to do so in terms of crown corporations, but we aren't prepared to support this bill, which is asking us to do that for businesses owned by Aboriginals in this country, and all competitors would be privy to these secrets, and that would have a very detrimental effect on their ability to do business. So we cannot support that, Mr. Speaker. The other thing I want to mention quickly is this idea that we're adding to the burden. It was referred to earlier. 60,000 reports are tabled a year to the department. 60,000. There are 600 bans, more or less. So that means that they each are filing some 100 reports per year on average. So what is that? One every 3 days, roughly? And now we're going to add more to the reporting requirements. And this is creating such a heavy bureaucratic burden that will ensure that they will never be able to comply with this. And we're being asked to support this as if it was nothing at all. So you can see that in the space of not even 10 minutes, I have 20, so I could keep going. But I enumerated 3 contradictions that are flagrant contradictions between what the government says they should do but what they're not prepared to do themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense. If the government really wants to move forward with this, they will have at least to accept some amendments. And the final point I wanted to make, and all my colleagues refer to this and I have to do the same, and I admit that I've been here for some length of time. I've had the opportunity to work in 7 parliaments since my first election. And this is the first time in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, that I see that there is a categorical refusal on the part of the government to consult with anyone. We are not consulted in any way. We are elected officials elected by the people, and the government decides and dictates everything. They decide if, when, and how everything will be done, and they have no notion of consulting either the official opposition, the third party, or the people who are concerned by the bill they're putting forward, in this case the First Nations. So this is shameful. I have been in cabinet when we negotiated with our colleague at the time, Andy Scott, who was the Minister of Indian Affairs, with my colleague from the member for St. Paul's, and for 1.5 years the accord was negotiated with the First Nations. There were respectful consultations, they were structured, they resulted in concrete results. And we had solutions for that. The government is saying here that there has to be full disclosure, but the First Nations themselves had accepted that there would be an Aboriginal Auditor General. It was in the Kelowna Accord. And what we said was very clear. There was a $5 billion over 5 years in the fiscal framework. That's the member for Wascana would say. It was all in the budget. It was all provided for and negotiated. And the weekend before the government fell in Kelowna, all of the provincial premiers, without exception, and all of the chiefs of the First Nations agreed with the Kelowna agreement. And that would have reduced the gap that existed between the standard of living for First Nations peoples and the rest of the people to nothing. There were agreements in terms of housing, health, education, and this Kelowna agreement would have resulted in that gap being eliminated over the course of the next 5 years. So we were proud of our relationship with the Aboriginals in this country. And what did the government do? The first thing when they came to power, they ripped up the agreement, the Kelowna agreement. They said, no, there was no agreement here, that it was written on a cocktail napkin, and that there was no funding provided for it, and that is untrue. I was in the cabinet at that time. I know what was negotiated. I know everyone was in agreement. And if we had the Kelowna Accord, the First Nations would not be in the situation that they are in today. So if there could be the tiniest bit of respect shown for the First Nations of this country, the government should go and speak to them before imposing this kind of a bill. This is not any way to do business. We're in Canada here, and as far as I know, democracy still exists, even though I'm starting to doubt it as I said, in this Parliament. And so now I still have some time. There's a phenomenon in this Parliament that is very indicative of what this government does when dealing with First Nations and other groups with whom they are not in agreement. Everything's done in camera. So committees are created, and instead of having public debates, instead of going and seeking transparency, as this government says they want to, with the First Nations, what do? No, they get to the committee and they table a motion to go in camera, and because they have the majority and it's not debatable, boom, all of a sudden we're in camera. So this is a new definition of a black hole as far as I'm concerned. Everything said in camera remains unknown. So all of these discussions, rather than being public, and rather than the people who have sent us here to do our jobs, to represent them, can no longer even follow the work that's done in committee. It's shameful. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that one day, when we're closer to another election, and that those people on the other side of the House will feel the heat a little bit, they will change their minds and stop this nonsense, because that's really what it is. To treat members of Parliament elected by Canadians in this House not have the possibility of following the debates, that just doesn't hold water anymore. So I would invite my colleagues, when the time comes to vote on this bill, C-27, it might pass because, of course, they have the majority, but in committee, that some speck of common sense will hold sway there, and that the worst aspects, the most hypocritical and contradictory aspects of this bill be amended and taken out, so that we treat First Nations with the respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Is the House ready for the question? Ms. Block, seconded by Mr. Warkentin, move that this question be now put. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Yes. Second reading. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, move that Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour will please say yea. Order. If I could ask for clarification from the House on the initial voice vote on the previous question, I had not heard any no's, but I understand that there were members in this House that did say no, and so I'd like to call. Point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg.
Mr. Speaker, I know the other day when I had risen, there was something of a similar nature that had occurred, and I was told then that it was too late, and then we continued on. I would suggest to you that we should be consistent with that, and I think the government House Leader was about to stand on to make an announcement.
On another point of order.
The voice vote that was put before the House was on the previous question, and that when I asked for a voice vote, I did not hear a nay, but there are several members in this chamber who say that they said nay at that time. If I appreciate that decision has been made. If that is the case, we would proceed with the question, which is a non-deferrable vote, which the honourable member from Winnipeg North is correct in the sense that if it's the will of the House to not revisit the matter, but to take the decision that was made that the initial vote on the previous question was carried, then it's necessary that we proceed on that basis. Give me back the. And as such, the chair was halfway through calling the voice votes on the motion itself, but I'll reread the motion, and I will call yeas and nays both rather than starting in the middle of that process. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moved that Bill C-27, an act to enhance the financial accountability and transparency of First Nations be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Speaker, there's been consultations amongst the party, and I think you'll find consent in this House to defer the vote till 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Hear, hear. Well done.
Does the honourable? It's my understanding that the whips from the three parties have agreed to defer the vote until 3 o'clock tomorrow. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much. That having been done, Mr. Speaker, I have the following motion, which also follows consultation among the parties, and it reads as follows: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, on Thursday, June 21st, 2012, the House shall meet at 1:45 p.m. when the daily routine of business shall be taken up not later than 2 p.m. Members may make statements pursuant to Standing Order 31. Not later than 2:15 p.m. oral questions shall be taken up. At 3 p.m. the House shall take up any deferred recorded divisions scheduled for that day, and following the recorded divisions, the House shall adjourn and shall stand adjourned until September 17th, 2012, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, June 22nd, 2012. I believe you will find unanimous consent for that motion.
Does the Government House Leader have unanimous consent to move the motion? The honourable members have heard the terms of the motion. Does the Government House Leader have unanimous support for the motion? Agreed and so ordered.
Government House Leader? One further motion for which I seek the unanimous consent of the House. I seek consent of the House that the clock be now seen at midnight.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have unanimous consent to see the clock at midnight? Agreed and so ordered. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:45 p.m.